Even if you're doing something that I find distasteful, if you cop to it, I respect you more. That is not what the Oklahoma City Thunder do. Not a player, not a coach, not a fan, and now not a front office member. This was Sam Presti yesterday talking about SGA's flopping narrative.
Relative to Shea and the narrative on that, he's playing against 6 people. He's got 5 defenders, and the 6th defender is social media. And, that's a reality. And he's not going to be the last player that the machine decides to target. But no one's going to handle this gracefully. Because when they turn it on somebody else, they're not going to step up there every night and not acknowledge it.
The machine. It's us against the machine.
I'm going to tell you something right now. First of all, to play dumb is infuriating. Second of all, to act as if social media matters at all in the case of SGA. Because I'll give you an example of something that did matter. SGA has done what the last 2 years?
One MVP.
Despite all of this, it doesn't matter.
Yes, so social media that machine must be killing him.
Jokic actually had an MVP stripped from him because of a narrative.
Because
that
of the machine.
Actually happened. We all saw it. Remember, Jokic, it was like the last straw pull of the year from Tim Bontemps. And didn't he get like 80 of the 100 first place votes at that time? And then Kendrick Perkins went on First Take, said some stupid stuff, and everything changed. I can't believe somebody like Sam Presti would actually say this out loud. And I'd have so much more respect for him if he just stepped up to the mic, said, yes, he flops. Our team flops. We do it with a purpose because it helps us win. I'd be like, respect to you. Because obviously it works. You guys get touch calls on offense. You play physically on defense. Like, it's sort of a masterclass, what you guys have pulled off. But they won't admit it. They act like they're the same as everybody else.
We will never apologize for how we play basketball. It's worked, and it's working.
It's to a certain extent. When Chiefs fans refuse to admit that they've gotten the benefit of some calls. And if I'm a Chiefs fan, I'd be like, you're right. You want to know why? Because we're champions. Because we're dynastic. Because we have a quarterback that makes it to the AFC Championship game or a Super Bowl every year. And that's what happens when you're a good team. You get the benefit of the doubt. But nobody wants to do it. And I don't know why.
I need to speak to a psychologist. Psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever. If you're out there and you're in the understanding human behavior business, please help me. Why, as a society, why we as human beings around the globe, how have we gotten to a point where victimhood mentality wins, lack of personal responsibility and lack of personal accountability is celebrated? Because Sam Presti, Brett, he knows exactly what his team does. He knows that the narrative is an accurate one.
Yep.
I would use the word correct, but I'll settle for accurate. He knows all of this. He knows that his coaching staff teaches the art of the flop. He knows that Lou Dort is a dirty player and has tried to hurt people, including some of the best in the game. He knows all of this. Then why would he get up there and gaslight us with his social media crap? Why would he do that?
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Well, here's the other thing that he said.
But help me understand the psychology, Vic. You're a doctor of a lot of different things in this planet. Help me understand why we as human beings have gotten to this point
Yeah, well, I think
in our
Sam Presti,
evolution? How have we gotten there?
Sam Presti, after being lathered in so much praise over the last few years, and rightfully so, I think they hit a pothole, and his only recourse is to blame.
But that's not being an adult, Vic. That's not. You're not being an adult. Again, I haven't talked about Joe Sakic today at all. Maybe more tomorrow. We don't have time today. But you know what? Last night when I got the email saying it's going to be Thursday at noon, I said, "Good." And number one, I'm glad that he's back and glad we're going to do this. But I also said to myself, I can't wait for that because Joe Sakic is honest. Joe Sakic is accountable. Joe Sakic is knowledgeable. And he is going to own everything involved with this hockey club. He always has. Has Joe Sakic ever squirted in your boots and told you it was raining ever, Brett?
No.
Vic, can you think of one time where Joe Sakic got in front of a microphone?
He did pee in my boots once, but he did tell me he's peeing in my boots.
Okay. But that's good.
Yeah.
You respect him for that.
I
Exactly.
I'm peeing in your boots.
What you are going to hear on Thursday.
Hey, Kaner, you feel that? I'm peeing right in your boots.
He's not going to say, well, Nathan McKinnon he's skating against 7. I mean, you've got, 5 skaters and a goalie, and then you've got social media who just beats him up every opportunity. I mean, what a loser's lament. What an absolute child.
I got to say.
He's an absolute, you know what? He's a walking.
McKinnon got made fun of for grabbing that stuffy in the Olympics, and he's never been the same since. And I blame, what was it, Dragon Slayer 69? Is that our go-to here from Adam Troutman? Here's the other thing that he said, though, that before I play this,
the guy's an intellectual
quick text.
Flea.
He says, I hate the Thunder with a passion, this texter. I hate the Thunder with a passion. Presti did exactly what he should. As soon as he admits they flop, the refs have a reason to start calling their games differently. You don't think that referees are already abundantly aware that they flop?
It's very clear.
It doesn't matter.
You don't think they talk?
You think if Sam Presti said, yeah, we flop, they wouldn't get calls anymore, and that's the only thing holding them back is Sam Presti admitting it? They know. Because we all know, I guess except for the people in the Thunder organization. They all know. And he was voted, Texter says, voted best GM in all of sports. I don't think anybody can disagree. He probably is. But here's the other thing. They were talking about how the Spurs get really physical with the Thunder and maybe took a run at a couple of guys, made them feel them, something we talked about in the Minnesota series. And he said this.
You didn't hear us complaining. We're not complaining. If that's that, we just want to know what the rules are, and we'll play by those.
It's so amazing. Like the fact that nobody in that room laughed when he said that actually pisses me off. We want to know what the rules are. 29 NBA teams who have played against the Thunder have asked that exact same question whenever they've played them. What are the rules? Are we touch fouling today? Or are we allowed to Lou Dort punch people in the face? I would really love to know. Yeah. Hey, can I hop on the back of a Victor Wembanyama or Jokic as Caruso does? Almost like I would do with baby Jamal Cale. Just give a little piggyback ride with no call. Is that allowed? Or if I touch Shea's elbow as he's driving to the rim, is that a foul? That's the rules that we want to know. But no. OKC's the one that's very confused about what kind of game we're playing here.
What do you guys think about the game itself? Like when you're watching the NBA Finals, the Western Conference Finals, they're very physical. They remain physical. There's a lot of physicality in addition to the flopping. Now, these are two different things, right? People are going to sell calls. They're going to fall. I'm seeing guys just, launch themselves after contact. That's separate from what I'm about to say. It's more physical out there than I've ever seen in a long time. It's physical. I mean, guys
agree.
Are bumping each other. Every single time somebody goes to the hole, it is tough out there. Do you like this brand of basketball? I mean, because we always say, swallow your whistles, let them play. But what is the brand you prefer?
I think it cheapens it when guys fall.
So adding the fall to the physicality makes it tough to stomach, or is it just the physicality itself?
No, I think playing physically is... Look, man, has physicality ever made anything worse in sports? Have you ever been watching a hockey game that's super physical and been like, this sucks? Or a football game where guys are really hitting, guys are getting crushed over the middle on slant routes. You're like, this sucks. Physical is great in everything. Baseball, when there's a fight, an actual fight, nobody says this sucks.
Yeah.
The issue is when you do that, but also mix that with a perceived softness and people flopping, it cheapens it. And it doesn't make it look real. What?
Oh, I want to do it so bad. I
Don't you sing the song.
really want to do it.
Don't you do the song.
I mean, I really want to.
Have some self-control.
I do. I guess, okay, I won't do it. I find what he said so childish and distasteful. And you know the sad part is, you know what, Vic, I've got it. There's also, in today's society, there's no shame anymore. He walked out of that news conference thinking that he was a badass.
I crushed it.
Whereas I look at him and I go, I have nothing against Sam Presti as a human being. I think he's a brilliant executive. He's also a phony and a clown and a self-absorbed fool. That's what he is. Why do and not that he cares what Mose thinks, but I just think humanistically, he's a joke. I mean, those comments, Brett, are a joke. There's nothing to back them up. They don't hold water at all. And yet he's got no problem sitting in front of a microphone and spewing it.
Yeah.
Like some sort of self-absorbed stud. It's just a
Dane
joke. It boggles my mind.
Dane, and I don't disagree with this take. I asked about whether you like this brand of basketball. Dane writes in, I don't like that regular season and playoffs are officiated differently. But Dane, mind you could say the same about every sport.
Every sport's like that.
Hockey's officiated much differently in the playoffs than it is in the regular season. Much different. Hell, they changed the rules. They get rid of 3-on-3 overtime.
Yeah, the only sport that isn't is
Baseball?
baseball.
Yeah.
'Cause kinda if you're-
Baseball's rules don't change.
If you're out, you're out.
Exactly right. Every other rule that requires physical judgment, and that's where you draw the line, physical judgment.
Right.
Those rules change.
Yep. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
After those storms rolled through yesterday afternoon, things got a little cooler, brisk. So you know what we did? We went out to the patio, turned on the old outdoor fire pit. You like to do that stuff here? Denver summers? Nothing better, right? You're dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, perhaps? A fire feature for those summer nights? A sauna? You can get all of that, and you can get it done with no regard for working it yourself. They do it all. They come out, custom fit you. They repair everything you need. Flatirons, Fire, and Design. They can bring your vision to life. Again, you buy the product, check out the showroom off of 53rd and Bannock, or go online at flatironsfire.com. You buy the product, they'll come out, put it together. You don't have to do a thing. And trust me, Colorado summers are worth it. Flatironsfire.com.
Would you guys like to hear Charles Barkley's analysis of last night's game, in which the Spurs won in the first game back at Madison Square Garden in the finals in years?
Whose analysis is this?
Chuck's.
Oh, yeah, I heard this. It's outstanding.
You want to hear it, Moj? What's your problem?
I'm not the guy to ask.
Huh?
I watched last night's game 3 under duress. Go ahead.
Well, hang on. Here's Barkley's analysis.
We've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those B's, that might be Cardi B's. I'm pretty sure those are B's. I don't know. I don't know who said that, but I know it wasn't
Chuck, you let her down. You can't let that me, cuz I told you to.
She got the wrong initials.
I remember in my early years when I was watching John Madden and Pat Summerall. Pat Summerall said the same thing, I think, about a lady that was in the crowd. Jim Nantz also did the same.
Jim Nantz, yeah, said that many times. He and his crew at the Masters. Can you imagine?
Hello, friends. Look at those Cardi D's. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go get some mac and cheese. The closest that we've gotten to that, I mean, Musburger did it, and Musburger was like pilloried for it.
Yeah, he did for that reference. Who did he reference?
AJ McCarron's future wife.
Webb was her name. Something Webb.
And he was going, this is why you should become a quarterback. To any young boys out there, you can pull a woman like that someday. Talking about someone's, college-age daughter.
That is funny, looking back. You know what?
Who
I've
outside
long
of Chuck could get away with that, though?
I've long thought sometimes you just got to let creepy old men be creepy old men, okay? And Musburger, if his first reaction to seeing a beautiful college-age woman is, whoa!
Well, I mean, you know he has a pulse.
Exactly. Brent still got his fastball. All right. Excellent breakdown by Chuck, though, of the game last night as the Spurs do win. Make that series 2-1. Can I ask you this question? Going back to something else we talked about earlier. Can the whole house of cards come crumbling down because of Brendan Sorsby throwing down some bets? Is that what this is going to do?
What house of cards exactly? How does it come crashing down?
If the SEC and Big Ten, who are already wink, wink, nudging each other for, trying to do their own thing somewhere down the line, are going to come together on the idea of, I will straight up refuse to play this team in any sport from here on out. I mean, that is a pretty seismic shift. I haven't really seen college football with all of these changes and some things that they might like or things they really dislike about where the sport is going, all come together as one of bleep that, this is crossing the line. Never seen that yet. Because we talked about this before, but the way that college athletics used to work, everybody knew that there were teams, SEC teams, Big Ten teams, huge schools with a lot of money that were cheating the rules. Did you ever hear it said out loud by anybody of substance? Was there any AD during those days that was like, yeah, Bama's paying players. This isn't fair.
No, but it was understood. And
I haven't heard everybody
not like
all
this.
as
No,
come
you're right.
together like this.
No, but it was talked around. It was Vic knows. I mean, he's a Notre Dame guy. I'm not casting dispersions on Notre Dame, Vic. I'm saying that the heads at Notre Dame know what everybody else was doing.
The reason why I think a lot of these teams and conferences are doing this groupthink regarding this case is because their belief is, hey, wait a minute. Why are they allowed to get away with this? Why can't we?
It's so funny.
Why can't we go find our own judge?
No, you're right, Vic, but that's what's so funny. They've been getting away with this for years. And then this team kind of comes out of nowhere and says, I'm in the club now. They go, no, you're not. I was like, oh, yeah, watch this. And they go, whoa, you're not allowed. That's only what it sounds like something
it's
that I
will exactly.
I will say this. It feels like the SEC.
Their tricks are being exposed.
Yeah, let me give you the Vic. Who are the ne'er-do-wells of the SEC?
Alabama.
No,
Georgia.
the ne'er-do-wells.
Oh, the teams that suck.
Yeah, the
Kentucky.
Let's talk about
built you used to.
Let's talk about like junky. Let me see.
Kentucky.
Yeah, we gave them to you.
Well, I mean that's in. I know. I'm just trying to. There we go.
Arkansas
Stinks,
Brandon's
right?
not going to be happy about that.
Well, I mean, but they're also Rams in the S. We already know.
I want you talking about my Razorbacks like that. I don't know why you turned into Forrest Gump.
Greenbow, Alabama.
He's from Alabama, not Arkansas. Let's go to the SEC. Okay, so yeah, I guess Kentucky football wise,
I have to do
Vandy football wise,
my obligatory.
This one time I was riding my bike, I got stung in the neck by a bee, crashed into a mailbox. Jesus God. Then an alligator bit my leg and a raccoon took off part of my ear.
He's going to haul off and punch you.
Got bit in the gut by a woodchuck. It was a bad day. All right, so
He's going to literally punch you square in the mouth.
I ain't afraid. So you've had Mississippi State's been bad. You got these. But the funny part is, Vic, all the SEC and all the Big Ten, and even like the top of the Big Ten, they will defend even the junk schools in their conference. But then they protect their conference against every other once they started to poach, listen, it all came to an end once they poached the Pac-12 and killed it. Once they poached the Big 12, didn't kill it, but, And then there's a couple ACC outliers out here in Miami and FSU and friggin' Clemson that they have to deal with. But other than that, man, they want total carte blanche over everything. And they will. Texas Tech, Big 12, what do they say? Hey,
Right?
Hey, Mom, they got to judge the rule in their favor, Mom. Well, you know what? You know how many friggin' inbred hillbillies have ruled in favor of SEC schools over the years? Seriously.
It's so true.
Inbred hillbilly with a black robe on and a gavel.
What we're finding right now, it's like a scene from My Cousin Vinny. What we're finding.
Don't do it right in the mic. It's going to be too loud. Not right in the mic.
All of the tricks of the trade that the SEC has gotten away with over the last, 50 years.
That's what I'm saying.
All of the shortcuts they've taken, everything they've done, it's now becoming legal.
No, they
don't know what to do with it.
This is my beef. Should Brendan Sorsby be allowed to play? No. But the sanctimonious nature that some of these schools that have the deepest and darkest skeletons in their closet are like, I am morally outraged by this. It's like, really? Are you?
Like Oklahoma. I heard Oklahoma was outraged. Oh, okay, Oklahoma.
God.
You're doing 143 to 25? Not guilty. I said not guilty. Next case. Wait, you were running an illegal beaver pelt operation? Not guilty. Go play football.
Oh. That's it? You know what I found out? Here's what you need. If your school's ever in trouble and you want to get around the trouble, you go to an alum of your school who happens to be a judge. He could be retired for 20 years. It doesn't matter.
He was not an alum at Texas Tech. The judge who made this ruling. He was a Houston alum.
Yeah, whatever. For his law degree, but where did he get his undergrad? I don't know.
You put him behind the bench, you walk in, and in your defense, you play the fight song on a loop, and you just wait for him to smack the gavel.
I remember. Order in the court. I remember that frat party in 79. Tuscaloosa that night. Oh, I tell you what. It was on fire.
Hang on. Can I give it a shot? Yeah, give it to me. I want to try this.
Can I have hold on. Can I have a judge off between the kind old Italian judge and the Southern judge talking about the same case?
I want to play the Southern judge first, and then I'll transition. Here's a Southern judge. Tell you what, remember those days of Graham Harrell and Michael Crabtree? Damn, that's a fun team. I'd like to get that again. Sorsby's worth what money? You know what? I think them gambling debts are paid.
Next case. All right. Dude, it's just, you know what?
You come in here with your hat in hand. Very apologetic for what you done. I happen to think that you're a sincere young man who all you want to do is make up for the wrongs of your past.
My nephew does DraftKings.
The best way for me to do that is to let you play football for the Red Raiders this year. Why? Because you're a good kid, and I can tell. So the ruling is in the favor of Brandon Sorsby. You go out there, you throw a bunch of touchdowns, young man. I appreciate you.
Hey, man, the fact of the matter is, Sorsby, if we have any moral code left in this society, Brendan Sorsby should not be playing college football for Texas Tech. That being said, watching the, quote, alleged cheaters for forever suddenly having, Mother Teresa, God bless you, Saint. St. Paul, St. Peter, I found God, and Texas Tech is the devil. To watch those jerk faces pull that kind of crap to me is a joke. It's an absolute joke.
I mean, it's so true. It's the one thing I can't get over. And if I say this on the front end, Brendan Sorsby should not be allowed to play college football after betting on his own games. Okay, is that done? To act like this pearl-clutching, aghast, Alabama or Florida football team saying, I can't believe the lengths you would go to get a leg up on competition.
Again,
do that.
I'm convinced.
That faux outrage is insanity.
I'm convinced the Georgia program and the people that run the mascot, that own the mascot, I'm guessing they spend more on the genetic makeup of their mascot dog, Uga, than I'll make in 5-10 years. And these people are just these, and I understand that's how it goes. Vic, you were in Austin, Texas. Over the years, Vic, how many things of egregious nature with the Texas Longhorns went unreported?
Moj, I saw grown men cry the day that the old Southwest Conference came to an end. Remember when it folded?
Yes.
And I saw a bunch of guys in a room crying, basically, because they couldn't keep it up, keep it afloat. And some of the things that the old Southwest Conference got away with back in the day.
That's where SMU was, by the way, Brett. SMU was that old Southwest Conference. By the way, great football. If you're a fan of college football, hell of a football conference.
Like,
no, I'm taking nothing away from the actual play, but for these guys,
a Florida Gator is going to come up here and tell me this is the most egregious thing I've ever seen the NCAA do.
To show up with wings growing out of their backs.
Wait. Hernandez, put the body away. I can't believe what you guys would do.
It's unbelievable, dude.
It's insane. Again, the theme for today between Sam Presti and now college football is just the lack of self-awareness that people have is truly remarkable. Truly. How about this, Moshe? If I walked to somebody and said, geez, did you see how pale that guy was? Wouldn't you be like, yo, take a look in a mirror, bro?
Well, I think a deeper question with this situation is, and I want to give full respect to. I understand there's an addiction element to gambling. I know it. I've seen it. I'm sure we've all come across people who have been there. The trouble with using that in this specific case is, what is it to stop any college athlete from using that as an alibi moving forward?
Agreed. And Vic, so I'm sorry that your logic is making so much sense to people like me.
So if another guy gets caught betting on his team and he says, I've done this twice. I've got an addiction. But you've only done it twice. Yeah, but it's an addiction. Who's to say it's not? The deeper question is, and I agree, that this whole sports gambling thing, and we're all on the same page when it comes to sports gambling. You have to control it, because if you don't, it'll control you. And I've seen it in colleges with kids, and some of them can't control it. It's ruined lives.
They're good kids.
But that applies to anything and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
That applies to anything
Agreed.
and everything.
Sure. Absolutely.
When you have access to it.
Last thing. What you just said reminded me of something. One of my favorite Seinfeld episodes of all time. George gets a toupee. You ever see that one?
I wasn't a Seinfeld guy.
Okay. He gets fixed up on a date, but you know what George looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
He gets fixed up on a date, and the woman happens to be bald. So he's complaining to Jerry, and Elaine's there. And she says, let me get this straight. You are not going to have another date with this woman because she's bald. He's like, yeah, that's right. And she goes to him, she goes, you're bald! And he goes, he's the SEC. He goes, no, I'm not. I was bald.
Exactly.
Then she rips the thing off his head and throws it out the window. But that's the SEC, bro. No, but you cheated.
You've done this. Maybe not exactly this.
You do this. No, I don't. I used to do it. Right? I mean, it's just.
I can't believe. I can't believe, for the sanctity of our sport, our precious, innocent sport that has never been tainted by anything nefarious ever.
Yeah. So
what cracks me up?
Yeah.
You know, it cracks me up when you talk about rules are made for different people. When Michael Irvin and the old Cowboys, who did things that books were written about what they did, and they laugh about it now. And, you know, he's at those Miami games on all fours, and everything's above board. Everything's above board with Michael Irvin and the Cowboys and the Canes. They do everything above board. Could you imagine going behind that closet? Can you imagine that?
Nope.
The things he admitted to and they laugh about like it's nothing?
But to say, look, we're not.
Michael, I got to tell you.
Jesus.
You walk in here, I can tell you're remorseful for all the things that happened in your days in Miami.
Is he? I don't think he is.
Well, I think that you are. And so, because I wear the black robe and I make the decisions here, you're absolved of all crimes from Miami.
Why, Judge? Why?
Because you're a good kid. All right, fact checker next. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. You can hear it right here on 92.5 at 6 o'clock tonight. Canes and Golden Knights. Vegas leading that series 2-1. And if Carolina wants a chance, they got to win tonight. Got to happen. Can't let Vegas go 3-1.
Just like the NBA from last night.
Not into it?
I will watch, but it will be
Gritted teeth?
under duress, correct. It's just Mitch Marner is playing unbelievable hockey right now.
Yeah.
I, for one, did not know that he had this kind of hockey in him. But Vegas right now, they have something that is not tangible. You can describe it, but you can't put your finger on it. You can't touch it. You can't hold it. You can't point it out on a video. I guess you can when Shea Theodore throws it off the inboards and it ricochets off the skate blade of Bussy and into the back of the net. That's another question, too. Who are the Canes going to go with between the pipes? Is it their outstanding rookie, Bussy? They're going to go back to Freddie.
Yeah.
What do you do now? And once you make that move, if you're the Canes, what do you do?
Game 4 tonight at 6. Vic's like Taylor Swift. He made a wardrobe change for the final act.
Let me guess. Your tee time's at 10:30.
10:50.
I knew it.
I'm not asking you guys to golf anymore, by the way. I'm done.
Oh, I might be able to play tomorrow with you. I just don't like playing too many days in a row.
I need a more solid answer than might. Because Moj hit me with the classic Moj. Like the 5th time he's done this to me. Yep, I'll play. And then I walk in today. Oh, crap. Bro. Oh. I can't tomorrow. I'm so sorry.
Moj, what could possibly be your excuse for not playing golf with our co-host tomorrow?
There's this little match play thing where I play golf tomorrow, and I'm not on a team, but I was asked to fill in on a team, and I have to start at 4:30.
Are you?
It was before. It was before you asked me. I forgot about.
No. I know what you're thinking, Brett.
Stop.
Brett.
No. You don't know what I'm thinking.
I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going.
I'm never asking you to do anything ever again now.
I'm also playing for free as opposed to having to pay with you.
Do you have any idea how disrespectful you are? Not because you have a previously agreed to thing. You know what Moser told me this morning? A straight up lie. Lied to his friend. I'm Moser's friend. He lied to me. He said, I can't play tomorrow because I might be buying a car.
Oh, no, that's also true. But that will be...
And now...
Yeah, that's also
it's
true.
because I'm already playing with other people?
You know what
now
else is the lie?
Now I can do both.
You know what else is the lie? No, you're not thinking like I'm thinking. Remember our supposed invite to his place? The reciprocal invite that I gave to my place? Remember the reciprocation? Hey, Brett, remember that whole reciprocation?
Yes,
So what happened to that reciprocal invite?
Poof. Gone.
Well, you're more than invited, but you can't wear shoes.
Oh, you want me walking around without shoes?
I want you walking around in your birthday
Vic,
suit.
if I belonged to a club, would you guys play at my club? Of course you would. Of course I'd get you there.
Of course you would.
I don't have a club.
It's a proper thing to do. It's a proper thing to do.
I get this from you? And look, he's not, no shame. Doesn't care how he treats me.
All right, so enough about Moser and his inadequacies. So we went through Jake Coyne's Nuggets manifesto briefly. We didn't even touch it. When are we going to have Jake on the show? Because I made notes. I made notes about what he put together here. I don't agree with all of them, but the amount of knowledge, 70 pages, guys.
Jake, listen to me for a second. Too much. Too much.
I don't understand anything that you said.
These guys don't read.
You have to know your audience. And I'm gonna let you in on a secret. I'm gonna let you in on a secret. This is not an insult because I am one. You're writing this to idiots. Nobody who's a genius. Neil deGrasse Tyson does not grind over the Nuggets offseason plans, okay? Stephen Hawking wasn't wondering what the hell are the Avs going to do with Brock Nelson. You're talking to morons. You can't 70 pages me, bro.
My biggest gripe with some of today's sports writing, and there's a lot of different forms of it, if I have to reread a sentence because I can't gather what the hell you just wrote.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about you, Jake. I'm talking about in general with all the analytics thrown out there today, if I have to go back and reread a paragraph, I'm out. You got to make dumb words.
Here's what I appreciate about Jake. We've had him on the program several times. And I say, Jake, this is really nerdy stuff. And he's like, absolutely it is. And I respect that about him because, and I say that because you have to be that in order to be so good and so detailed at what he does.
Let me give you one detail.
You have to be, it'd be like, dude, to be an accountant, you have to have a certain mindset about you as a human being. To be able to do this kind of CBA deep dive, you must have there's got to be something about you that is way better than what I employ in my brain.
Let me give you a couple numbers that I found in his manifesto, and we'll have him explain why and how this changes, how these happen. So the Nuggets in their previous playoff runs, right? They've always been a clutch team. Hell, when they won the championship, remember how clutch they were?
Yeah.
Clutch numbers. They had the worst clutch numbers in all the playoffs this year. Their clutch rating was minus 36.8.
It is, there's things with the way the Avs season ended where I'm confused and it doesn't make sense because that's not what I witnessed. That one checks out entirely. That was the case all year. We talked about it from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. It's like, what? But the confusing part was, Vic, they were like the best in the league at
I know,
that
that's
for
what I'm saying.
years.
The polarity of that, I just can't come to grips with it because they went from being the best at that to among the worst, if not the. The other thing that he noted, this just doesn't make sense. The most of the Joker era, 10 losses this season when leading by over 10 points in the second half. So you got a double-digit lead in the second half. And 10 times in the season, they blew double-digit leads in the second half.
It doesn't
The inability to squash when you're ahead.
That does not compute, Vic, with the team that we thought we knew.
You know what
It just doesn't.
You know what the biggest problem is with that, too? In years past, we would say, the Nuggets aren't where we want them to be because their bench ruined things, or it's the non-Joker minutes. This was happening with Joker and Jamal and your best on the floor. That's when it was happening. It was with your starting five. Now, injuries, Aaron Gordon, I know all that. But even without AG, if I asked you the question going into this year, no Aaron Gordon, but hey, late game situations, are Jamal and Joker going to cook? Everybody would say, of course.
Yeah,
They've
but
always
you
done
can't. And this is where I'm going to. This is not an excuse. It's a fact. Again, thank you, Jake, for all the numbers you gave us. But here's a number that wasn't in his article. And I don't know how you overlook this. In the last 2 years of Nuggets basketball, do you know how many games Aaron Gordon has missed?
Yes. Last 2 years, I'm going to say, Vic.
Including postseason?
The last 2 years, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say it's somewhere around 90.
77 games.
Yeah.
There you go. I was a little high, but it's a lot.
I was going to guess 100. I mean, it's felt that way.
And again, it's easy to come up with excuses about why. But when he is already the heart and soul of your team, we've already announced that, right? We've given him that title, the heart and soul of your team. And you're missing the heart and soul of your team for 77 games? How are you supposed to win?
I don't know.
No idea.
Can't.
That's nuts. I mean, and he is the total incomplete X factor. Yeah.
So should Coyne? So for his manifesto, it should be the cover page, the table of contents, which he has. God bless him.
Moser opened it up and he goes, "There's chapters."
Table of contents. 1. Aaron Gordon's been really hurt, and then that's 68 pages of blank. That's my Nuggets manifesto. AG can't play.
If I told you, and be honest with me, if I told you over the last 2 years, Aaron Gordon would miss 77 games, the Nuggets would win 54 this year, they'd get to the second round, Game 7, and lose to the eventual champion the previous year. With that number intact, 77 games missed, would you feel differently about that?
Yeah, I would, Vic. I do feel it's because Aaron Gordon is an incredibly important piece to this team.
So when you look at it in that respect, when you look at it that way, does it change? Oh,
it
maybe
does.
I'm looking at it wrong.
Vic, it does because I'm watching last night. A fully healthy AG and a fully healthy P. Watt. I give the Nuggets every shot in the world, man. Now, play your bench more too, but I give them a real shot. I do. Against that Knicks team, whom I really like. Yes. And they've shown they can beat the Spurs. It's frustrating. Really frustrating.
Over the last 2 years, the Nuggets have a combined regular season record of 44-35 without Aaron Gordon.
That ain't postseason, bro.
But that's the thing. When the games matter most, what is it? Yeah. All right. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Fact checker.
Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Moser, the word nativity most commonly refers to the birth of Jesus Christ, and it comes from the Latin word nativus or nativus, which means arisen by birth. It's usually not a word you use when you're talking about Oklahoma City Thunder GM Sam Presti. Roll the tape.
And they act naive. I think some are really actually dumb
You know what
people.
it is?
I think some are actually dumb human beings.
Moj.
Some feign naivete.
See, this is one of those.
I got caught up in the moment big time, yeah.
Here's the thing. You said it wrong, and now I can't get the wrong out of my head. How do you say it now? Naivete, right? Naivete?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
A naivete scene is what you put out at Christmas.
Naivete.
Naivete.
But Moj, you know what? I'll let it go. You know why?
Why?
You're a good kid.
Thanks.
Because you're a little kid.
Thank you, Judge. I'll be good from
I
now
don't
on.
care about your naivete. You're a good kid.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
I think some are actually dumb human beings.
Moj.
Some feign naivete.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside momentarily Mark Bertinoli filling in all week long for the coach Mike Sanford. Chris Mitchell behind the glass as well. And we have a series officially after waiting a couple of days to get into Game 3 of the NBA Finals out there at Madison Square Garden. A 115-111 victory for the San Antonio Spurs. They finally get on the board. Victor Wembanyama, 32 points, 11 of 18 from the field with 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 blocks in the game. Finally, we see the mortal version of Karl Anthony Towns return to the postseason, as he just goes 4 of 10 from the field, and there is a discrepancy, certainly in the second half, from the free throw line. Mike Brown let him know in the post-game presser. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, I didn't think I'd see it in the NBA Finals. It ended up not being that crazy when you look at it from an entire game book, but the discrepancy from the free throw line in the second half did feel a little tilted towards San Antonio.
Yeah, but it was because the Knicks were jacking up a bunch of... Listen. That game was crazy. It had all kinds of wild vibes, and I dig it. I do. But, like, that fourth quarter, if you're a Knicks fan, that had to be just straight. Like, Chris, how are you feeling as a Knicks fan when they missed 9 straight threes in the fourth quarter?
Yep.
When they go 0 for 9 from 3 in the fourth quarter, brother?
I was waiting on that funny little fake comeback, which did end up happening, but just too little too late. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of a mind that I don't think that kind of dumpy shooting fourth quarter is going to happen again.
Right. It wasn't like the Spurs were shooting lights out either, but they had the buckets that they needed to hit when they, even when it got close late. I'm standing here saying Dylan Harper's a freak to me, man. Dylan Harper's a freak. Like, there was a lot of, like, Castle came up with a huge shot late and some huge free throws, and Wemby was doing Wemby stuff. But once again, brother, it's Dylan. Like, that man isn't old enough to legally buy a beer at Madison Square Garden, and he has no conscience. It was like, was it late in the third where it felt like the Knicks were coming back? Like, they hit those 2 threes.
Yep.
And then Harper was just like, blam, knocks one down like it was nothing. Like, he didn't realize this is like one of the biggest moment in his career ever. And my question for you is this. So he's just 20 years old. He's been balling all season long, and now he's coming up with massive buckets in the NBA Finals.
I mean,
is there like there's some guys who are too young and dumb to understand how big the moment is, so they don't get the yips and stuff. But Dylan Harper seems to know exactly what's going on. He's just a dog.
Brother, I don't know. It felt young and dumb last night. It's not like Dylan Harper. It's not like Dylan Harper was the model of efficiency last night.
He did jack up some shots.
The dude was 5 of 18 from the field and hit a single 3. Now, the 3 ended up being a massive shot.
Yeah, the ones you make.
But do you think it's because he's just too young?
Dude, it was a young and done game from Dylan Harper. Let's be very honest about that.
Did you see the interview in the post game with SVP where he was like, he was just talking about being at Madison Square Garden. He's like, I'm walking out and Jay-Z's right there, but I'm trying to pretend like I don't see Jay-Z, so I'm not freaking out. So, and I was like, man, he is young and he has no idea what's going on, but damn, isn't he's not helping that team. Like, the Knicks hadn't lost in 46 days?
13 straight wins.
46 days, man. It was 3 series ago. It was the Hawks series that they lost a game. That's the last time they lost the game until the Spurs put it on them last night, man. The environment was crazy. Like, the pregame was... Let me say this, man. I do still kind of get a little emotional when the Nugget highlights pop up in the pregame, like NBA Finals video where they're like, welcome to the NBA Finals. And you're seeing
Here's a champion of 3 years ago.
Yeah. And you see Joker like holding his daughter on the court with the confetti coming down and stuff like that. And I'm like, see, that means something to me. That means something to me right there. And then we tip this thing off in New York. And I mean, how do you consider, like, what do you think how do you feel about that game last night? Like, did you have fun watching that thing? Or how did you go about ingesting Knicks Spurs last night?
I think the vibes in Game 4 for Knicks fans and Knicks players will be better. I think the fanfare around having the president there
Yeah, that was weird,
and all of the crazy security issues that go into it, and obviously the very polarizing nature of the current administration. I honestly think it brought the vibes down in Madison Square Garden because it brought it to, it's not just like mecca of basketball, and I think that will change in Game 4 when it feels like you're still going to have Chalamet and Stiller and Spike Lee just sit down once during the game.
He's like
sit
4'7",
down. He's
man.
also so small.
Yeah, he is a tiny man.
So it kind of distracts me from watching the game because he is so and this is coming from a 5'7" dude saying this. He is comically tiny on the sideline.
Yeah, and just way too much Nick swag on. Like your boy Eli was sitting right next to Jeter. It was Jeets and Eli sitting next to each other. And I was like, ooh,
why does
New York legends.
Why does Celebrity Row in New York feel different and honestly like cooler than Celebrity Row in LA?
Ooh, I don't know. Well, maybe.
Am I wrong? Do I feel that vibe differently than anyone else?
I feel like Spike Lee, Timothy Chalamet, Ben Stiller are all freaks. They're all baller freaks for the Knicks, right?
Ride or dies.
Tracy Morgan's up there.
You think? Tracy Morgan's up there too.
Tracy Morgan with Tina Fey on the Pat McAfee side broadcast was an absolute riot last night.
So yeah, it's got a lot of juice, but I mean, at the end of that game, like Stephen A. Smith said, "I'm going to blame the president if the Knicks lose." The Knicks lose, and then the president calls Stephen A. Smith an idiot, calls him stupid. Well, he calls him low intelligence, right?
And I'm like, he can't run for president.
And I'm like, yes, this is what I want.
Unbelievable clapback.
This is exactly what this is what I want from this stuff. The president of the U.S. is calling Stephen A. Smith stupid. So again, Stephen's blaming the presidents for the loss. The crowd's losing its mind.
That's why I'm saying I think it brought the vibe around Madison Square Garden away from basketball.
Yeah. It was there was a lot of pomp and circumstance.
And now that you're going to get away from that a little bit going into game number 4, I think you're going to see the hero ball of Jalen Brunson go away a little bit because let's be very honest, the Knicks got away from their game last night and it was just, hey, Jalen, just go do things and try and win the NBA Finals MVP. I think they got away from their game. They certainly shot too many threes. Cat's getting a little bit too much heat for being the guy chucking up threes. The dude took 2 3-pointers the entire game.
I mean, he bricked them both. But
bricked them both. And he certainly wasn't the level of Cat that we've been fawning over the past, 3 shows that you and I have done today, Tuesday, and then last Thursday. It's like they're going to be fine. But I do think that the Celebrity Row in New York is far more sport focused than the Celebrity Row that we see when Nicholson.
You're right, because there's a lot of former athletes and stuff like that instead of just actors in LA.
Yes.
Where it's just like, yeah, man, we were talking about, they didn't show the 2 people, the 2 seats that were the $1 million seats on Celebrity Row. I was looking when they kept, I was like, who doesn't look like a celebrity? Who doesn't belong there? That's who I want to know who it is. But I couldn't pick it out. I couldn't pick out who it was, who those 2 seats belonged to. But everybody else seemed to be having a good time, except for the fact that the Knicks kicked that game. The Knicks lost that game. It's crazy to me that that's their first loss in 46 days. That's insane. It's the second longest playoff winning streak in NBA history, the 13 games that they just put together. But after what I saw last night, it doesn't make me think that they're I think San Antonio's going to win on Thursday night too. Wait, what is tonight? Is today Tuesday? Yeah.
Well, so a 4-point loss for the Knicks at home. And I know it was, and Chris, I think you put it very, very well. I was waiting for the fake comeback is what you said at the beginning of the show.
And it kind of happened a little bit.
It
with those
kind
crazy
of happened.
circus
I mean, they
shots.
got it down to 3 in the close, but it never felt like, because the Spurs always answered. You know what I mean? Every time the Knicks did something, the Spurs immediately had
to the
an
line
answer.
or they had a shot.
Yeah.
So a 4-point loss after winning 13 straight games, a single 4-point loss has you going, oh no, the Spurs are coming.
But it's because of San Antonio. It's because of San Antonio. It's not because I think the Knicks are bad or they lost something, they forgot something. All of a sudden the Spurs have a better game plan than them. It's just, man, once again, what did you remember? So in game 2 in the 4th quarter, Wemby was a disaster. He had those turnovers. He didn't look good. Last night in the fourth quarter, Wemby scored 10 points, had 0 turnovers. And then does it not feel like that Wemby's shot blocking makes everybody else? Like in the fourth quarter, there was that sequence of events where Wemby blocked a shot and then Castle blocked a shot when the Knicks got the rebound, and then Harper got a piece of the ball. You know what I mean? It was like block, block, block. And they had 7 of them last night, and it just felt like the Spurs bought in on defense last night against the Knicks. Like they were playing some great defense against New York. But can you see the vision? Can you see a tie series after Thursday night, 2-2?
Certainly can see it.
But then again, if New York wins Thursday, then that's probably the series, right? That's probably the series because they can find one more. Like Spurs now know they get at least a game 5. They at least get one more at home. Because they haven't beat New York in San Antonio yet this series. You got to imagine they're going to get that one. At least one of them.
If the Knicks get game 4, I do think the series is over.
Yeah, but I want 7 so bad, bro. I want 7 so bad.
They have lost a combined 3 games by a total of 6 points in the postseason. That's it.
That's pretty tough.
They lost game number 2 in the Atlanta series, 107-106. They lost game number 3, 108-109. And then from that point until last night, they did not lose a basketball game, and they only lost by 4 last night. They've lost 3 games by a combined 6 points. It's insane.
The Knicks, though, I mean, nobody in New York who's a Knicks fan is going to give a damn about this. But when it's all said and done, and if New York raises the banner for the first time since 1973, do you think, like, I don't think fans will call this as fraudulent as, like, the bubble championship for the Lakers. But when you look at who the Knicks got through and how easily they did it, do you question, you know what I mean? Like Hawks, Sixers, Cavs, and now the Spurs.
The Sixers is the layup series.
Yeah.
Like I look at that and you go, you somehow didn't have to play against Tatum and Brown, and who knows how healthy Jason Tatum would have been had the Celtics gotten through in Game 7. Obviously, he doesn't play in that game, so he would have been hobbled in that series. I don't really look at the Cavs sweep as cupcake sweep.
Okay.
They didn't really have a bench, right? They were the only team in the second apron this year. But Donovan Mitchell, coming off of that 7-game series against the Pistons, was playing great. Now, they had the benefit of the Cavs playing 14 games up to that point, right?
Yeah.
They were already gassed. I don't think it's a Mickey Mouse run through the East.
Okay.
They didn't have to play the top 2 seeds. And I understand, like, you didn't go through the best to get there. The only series that I think that was a complete layup was the 76ers. I just think New York was molten lava hot.
Yeah.
Like,
They
if
just
you look,
they were cruising.
So let's take this over to the NHL. And actually, we'll wait. We'll get into it on the other side. Is like, if the Vegas Golden Knights get it done, do you feel the same way?
Yeah.
That the Knights had a Mickey Mouse run to a championship?
No. I feel the same way that both Vegas and New York caught fire at the exact perfect moment to win the whole damn thing.
We'll get into that on the other side as well. A little bit of a deeper dive into the Stat Squatches manifesto of the Nuggets offseason. What is the right plan for the Nuggets going into the 26-27 regular season? Mark Bertinoli filling in for the coach all week long. I'm Alex Ryanemi on the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Subscribe to us today on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. Hit that big red button so you don't miss a single thing. We are about 26 hours. Oh, sorry. No, it's going to be on Thursday. 48, 50 hours or so away from Joe Sakic meeting the media and finally putting a bow on the
that'll be interesting.
25 Avs season.
See what he has to say.
Do you put a bow on a season that doesn't end in a championship?
Well, see,
or do you just like package it with like Amazon tape?
I feel as the further we get away from it, the better we're going to feel about it. Because guess what? The Avs just had their greatest regular season in franchise history, but it ended
unceremoniously.
So how do you feel about it? I'm sure this time next season we'll feel okay about it because, I mean, we watched a lot of winning hockey. And once again, I propose to you that this playoff run had two of my favorite Avalanche playoff games in it.
Oh.
And this entire playoff run has had maybe 4 or 5 of the best Stanley Cup playoff games I've ever seen, including the last Stanley Cup playoff game, that stupid double overtime one, and then the first game of the Minnesota Wild series in the Avalanche, and the last game of the Colorado Avalanche in the Minnesota Wild series.
So those are two of your favorites. And it's funny that you say it today because do you know what today is the 25th anniversary of?
No. Wait, what is it?
It's the 25th anniversary of Joe Sakic faking it, taking it, and scoring.
Really? That's how long it's been?
Game 7 of the 2001 Stanley Cup Final, and Joe Sakic hands the cup directly to Ray Bourque.
Yeah.
25 years ago.
Today. Wow, I didn't know this was the anniversary.
And you were part of that.
Yeah. Man, I was young and
those
dumb.
two games certainly can't rank above that. Right?
No.
But the
games
wasn't
themselves.
Like, it was kind of an okay game.
Right. Well, the game 7 in 01, like it was, right, Tanguay scored like twice in that one, like the youngster.
Tanguay scored twice.
But so it was, I remember the energy in the building because the Avs took the lead and then they kept the lead. But it, you know what, like through the first and the second, and like the third period, the whole building starts to hum because you're like, they're going to do it. They're going to win this whole thing, man. They're going to win game 7.
Tanguay scored 8 minutes into the first, and then he scored 5 minutes into the second, and it was 2-0. And then like a minute and a half later, the Avs go on the power play, and that was the Sakic on the glove side half wall, fakes it, takes the Gary Thorne call on that is one of the greatest of all time. Fakes it, takes it, scores. And he rips one through, I believe it was Scott Stevens' legs, and then he short side ear holes Marty Brodeur. And at that point, it's 3-0 halfway through the second, and you go, oh, the series is over. Here's a cup.
Yeah.
So you are right. The game 7 as an actual hockey game, largely anticlimactic.
Yeah. So, but I mean, how do you, as an Avs fan, how do you feel about this season? Because I mean, it was a crash, man. It was a crash at the end there. It just felt like a gut punch how it ended. But how do you feel about it now? Or how do you think Joe is going to talk about it on Thursday?
I think Joe is going to look at this team, and it's going to sound a lot like last year's presser of we're kind of going to run it back, but I do believe that it is more of a we have to run it back this year rather than last year, which was a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Last year was a choice to run it back, and they went, we didn't really think we had the proper runway, and there was a scoring deficiency on power play. Again, that reared its ugly head again this season, and their additions at the trade deadline, namely Brock Nelson, went cold in the playoffs, reared its ugly head again this season. They don't really have the ability to make massive changes because of the trade protections on the team. But it's funny, like, if you ask me about the long term and actually the immediate future of the Avalanche 2 months ago, I go, it's fantastic. I actually remember doing a show saying, dude, the whole team comes back next year. Like, this isn't just a 1-year window. You have next year and basically the next season after that because of how all of these veterans are under contract.
And it was 4 games for you where you were like, the whole team's coming back next year to the...
Right.
The whole team's coming back next year?
6 days.
That's and it changed your entire outlook on the Avalanche, right? Those 6 days.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. And we probably shouldn't be that dramatic when it comes to, but if your goal is to win the whole thing, and what actually happened is you lost 4 straight in the Western Conference Finals, then you're not as close as you thought you were. Or am I wrong? Do you think the Avs are closer than they?
I do think you're right there. I think they ran into a Vegas buzzsaw that was also a terrible matchup for them, and Colorado did not fix the power play ever. They had a little stretch of like 2 months after the Olympic break where it felt like it was getting right, but it never got right. There's a reason why Carolina and Vegas is a 2-1 series through 3 games. It's because, and there's also a reason why Carolina has had, they've scored 12 goals in the series in 3 games?
Yeah.
Their power play has figured it out. Their power play has kept them in this series, despite being down 2-1. If Colorado's power play is breathing in that Vegas series, man, I think you're looking at something completely different.
Really?
I think you're looking at a 6 or 7 game series because every time that Colorado went on the power play, you went, okay, here's the time to take the momentum back. Here's the time to stop the bleeding, to stop the momentum that Vegas has had, right? We talked about how that series just went, once you felt Vegas coming down the mountain, there was nothing you could do to get out of the way. A power play can stop that. And Carolina's power play has been able to stop that momentum in its tracks. They need to have the right path. I think they're going to try and nibble on the outside. But again, there's so much trade protection. I'll say it again. It wouldn't shock me if they won a cup next year by running it back.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're that close.
So instead of saying, what do you think Joe's going to say? What do you think the fans want to hear? What do you think Avs fans want to hear from Joe Sakic on Thursday?
Fire, brimstone, we're trading everyone.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Anaheim won 2 games against Vegas. Utah won 2 games against Vegas. Right. You won.
You won none. You won none.
Rough.
I want to know on Thursday just how hurt Cale Makar was. I want to know if there is a plan to acquire players that are more like what Vegas has in the bottom 6.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine having Kelly and Drury and O'Connor as your 4th line. At some point, you need a 6'3", 225-pound 4th liner. That his only job, like Keegan Colasar is not a good hockey player, but he does his job really well. He is big, he's thick, he hits everything that moves, and he puts his ass in front of the net. Like, at some point, you need some of that on the team.
You want somebody to hammer. You want a hammer. You want hammer, and everybody he sees is a nail. And I'm talking about, like, teams are like, when we play the Avs, we're going to hit the hell out of Cale Makar. We're going to hit Cale at every opportunity we can. We're going to hit Nate every opportunity we can. And what you want is somebody who does that to them.
Yes.
You want somebody who's
I want a line that does that.
That you're like, oh, tonight's going to hurt, man. We're playing the Avs tonight. It's going to hurt.
Yes.
And especially if your name is Mitch Marner or, like if you're one of the big dogs, we coming for you.
I don't want a whole team doing that. If you do that, then the team sucks.
But I like everyone on that 4th line.
I would like my...
Who you gonna get rid of?
I like everyone on that 4th line, but they're not a 4th line. They're a 3rd line. From an archetype standpoint, they are a 3rd line, right? They are slight build as compared to the Nick Dowds, the Colasars, the McCarrons of the world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need a whole team of that, but I need like 2 of those dudes.
Yeah.
The only one who does that on the team is what? It's like Josh Manson. He's 35 and can't stay healthy, and he only plays 18 to 20 minutes a game on the back end? Come on. So, yeah, I want to have that answered. I want to have in what world is your power play this atrocious?
Let me
I
ask
need
you.
that answered by one of the best power play players in the history of the game in Joe Sakic.
All these, how many of these teams are going to be better next season? And the Avs are just going to stay like. Is Dallas going to be better next season? Is Minnesota going to be better next season? Vegas is Vegas. They're going to do what they do. What the hell's going on with Edmonton? What is going on with Edmonton, man? What is going on there with that? They going to get back? They going to bring in Babcock if the NHL lets them? I don't know if I want to hire a coach that you have to go beg the league to, hey, can you take his suspension away so he can come back? Can he come back? Like what is Edmonton going to do? What are they going to do, man? I guess my question is, how much work does the Avs have to do to continue to be the best team in the Western Conference, at least during the regular season?
I don't need them to be the best team in the West.
You just want them to be dogs in the playoffs.
That was our thought this year, is that you must be the 1 seed in the West because you have to avoid Dallas or Minnesota in round 1. You want them to beat each other up, and honestly, it did help you, right? You beat Minnesota in 5 games because Minnesota was not healthy, and they went through a very difficult 6-game series against the Stars. But the myth of being the number 1 seed in the West was dispelled this year, right? Vegas was a top seed. They won their division, but they didn't run roughshod through it.
Right. Not only that, right? It was like Vegas wouldn't even have enough points to have made it in the Eastern Conference, right?
It was either that or they would have been like an 8 seed or something like that.
Final seed of the playoffs in the
No,
East.
I just need you to get to the dance, and I need you to start peaking at the right time. Yeah, I don't need to be the best team in the West in the regular season next year. I
think Vegas ran into it just by blind dumb luck. You know what I mean? With the firing of their coach and bringing in Torts, and all of a sudden everybody comes together and the room changes and all that kind of stuff. Like, can you plan for that? Can you plan for that? Like in the NBA, maybe you can give your players time off late in the season, but in the NHL, you can't really do that. These dudes got to play in these games. You can't just rest a dude for a couple of weeks. So how do you get ready for just the playoff run if you're still focused on the regular season? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you plan for that? How does Joe Sakic sit down with the team and say, here's what we're going to do, so by the time we hit game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, we're going to be playing our best hockey. We're going to be the healthiest we've been all season. We'll be playing our best hockey. I don't know how you plan for that, though. Like, how do you come up with a...
You can plan for it. You can plan for, hey, on days where you want to run Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar into the wall in the middle of November, you're not allowed to. Bedsy, you're not allowed to. Hackstall, you're not allowed to. Prater, you can have that be a mandate by your president of hockey operations and general manager going into this season, unless something changes with Sakic and their GM search. You can have that be a mandate. On November 23rd, when you're in game number 19 against Philadelphia, if you're down 2-1 going into the third and Nate's already played 17 minutes, you know what? He doesn't need to play 24. When Cale has already played 22 minutes and you're halfway through the third period in a game in which you're down by 2 or 3 to Ottawa in the middle of December, maybe Cale doesn't need to go out every other shift. Maybe you can stomach a loss there. And it would suck. Like, people are going to, I'll do my post-game show and people lose their mind. But I said it yesterday on this show. They could be 82-0 going into the playoffs next year.
And we're all nervous.
And you'll still be nervous.
Yeah. How much do you think Jared Bednar changes the way he handles business? Because it's been amazingly successful, but it's still missing that last little bit there at the end. Like, one, he's already got a cup. You know what I mean? He's already got a cup. But does he? So you don't want to, like, if you did it, you were good enough to win a cup the first time. I don't know how much you want to change, but at the same time, if it's not working, you just got swept. How do you, like, do you change anything fundamentally about how you handle business? Do you change anything about how you handle your business as a team, as a head coach? Or you're just like, this is a personnel issue?
I don't know if it's a personnel issue.
Really?
Dude, they have tried to change this roster year in and year out to get closer to being a playoff-style team. They traded away a small defenseman who they like, who is cap controllable in Sam Girard for not a bruiser, but certainly a bigger dude in 6'1", 195-pound Brett Kulak, who has played like 88 postseason games in the last 4 years. Like, those numbers don't actually go together, but you guys get what I'm saying. They got Brock Nelson, 6'4", long player in the middle of the ice. They brought back a dog, like a really difficult player to play against in Nazem Kadri. He didn't really show up in the postseason. They went out and got Brent Burns, who's 6'5", 230, and for his shortcomings where he can kind of drift around the ice, he was a really physical player in the postseason. So they've gone out and they've done all those things. They traded 5 goaltenders, 5 of them. Yeah. They went out and got Nick Waugh, who I know he wasn't good in Toronto, but when you played against him in Vegas, that guy played like a Vegas Golden Knight, and it just didn't work in this postseason. You didn't feel the same snarl. So I don't think it's a personnel thing, dude. I think it is a
want to? Nah.
It might be a want to, and that's the reason why I always look back at it and I go, what's the one thing you haven't changed in 10 years?
The Avs aren't front runners, right? You think they're front runners? That they're good when things are going good, but they're not when they start going bad. But nah, see, I mean, because the comeback against Minnesota disproves that, man. There's no reason for the Avs to be like, yeah, we'll come back. And they did. So, no, I don't think that can be it. I don't know. It is stupid because I've said this before. It is. I sometimes think it's a lazy analysis when people are like, they just wanted it more. But there have been times in both the NBA and NHL playoffs, this run, this last month, where I was like, man, they just wanted it more, which is lazy analysis. But at the same time, you're like, damn, man, they just went out there and took it. They took it away from you, and you couldn't stop them. And I don't understand why you couldn't. I don't understand it.
I get the argument against that of like, it's lazy to just say they want it more, but I also believe that thought process of Team X wanted it more than Team Y, therefore Team X won, is a different way of saying they won the eye test.
Okay.
So why is the eye test okay? And then when you say, oh, they wanted it more, it feels like it's a cop-out.
Like last
night,
did it feel like the Spurs wanted it more than the Knicks? Or does it just do we think that way because the Knicks were putting up bricks all in that fourth quarter and it just
last night's game didn't feel like a want to.
You don't think it was a 1-2 game?
Nope.
You think they
make
both
or miss?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because there was a bunch of bricks in the fourth. So yeah, that might be right. I don't know, man. It's tough. And so how do you address the issue of you guys just didn't want it enough and that's why you lost? You guys just didn't want it enough. I don't even, right? Like, how do you? Yeah.
Said it a few times. I don't know, man. I'm in this weird position where I go, yeah, they could do the exact same thing next year. They could run the whole team back, and if they won, I would go, yeah, it makes sense. They were the best team in the NHL last year, and they just didn't get it done the postseason. They ran it back the next year, and they found a way to get it done. It would not shock me. And then the other side of the equation wouldn't shock me either. If they do it, and then they peter out in the postseason, I would go, you haven't changed the one thing that I've been saying that hasn't been changed in a decade. And it's a coach that I love who I think is really good, but sometimes message matters and it gets stale, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, that's the last card in the pack to play. Like you have
last card.
So, and they're trying to hold off on it as long as possible.
Next year is truly you get it done or you are done.
I guess what I would like to hear from Joe is are they going to give? Is Bedsy going to get that contract extended? He's on the last year of his deal, right?
I would be upset if they did it. You have to prove that you can do it. You must prove that you can get to another Stanley Cup final.
That's tough. I'm sure he'd do it. But I mean, it's a tough ask for just on a personal basis. But let me say, so you think like midway through the season, the Avs are like third in the West. They don't like the vibe. They don't like the feeling. So they just fire Bednar and they're like, let's see what happens now. But once again,
I could see that happening.
Who you gonna bring in? Babcock like Edmonton, man? No, bro. Who you gonna be? Who you gonna coach this
Maybe
team?
Vegas will allow you to talk to Cassidy at that point.
Hey, Kate, man, Vegas is still, man, they're so weird. How about, do you know what? How about, when's the last time we did player coach? How about Gabe? Gabe, you're player coach, bro. You're player coach, bro. You're player coach.
Yeah, we'll do the Gary Gayton thing. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. We will get into Jake Coyne's offseason breakdown of the Nuggets and the NBA coming up on the other side. What is the proper path through the offseason for the Nuggets to get back to prominence? Berto's filling in for the coach. I'm Raj on Altitude 92.5. It's a 2K Tuesday here on the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mark Bertinoli, who's here all week, hanging in for the coach. Berto, always great to have you on the airwaves.
Thanks, man.
I'm happy that I get to take you and force you to work on days that you would not normally have worked because the Blitz was not on last night. Colorado Eagles, man. Back-to-back losses, and they lose in the Western Conference Final in Game 7.
That's right. They gave up that game. I think it was a 4-3 game, right?
4-3.
And the Wolves scored that last one like 3 minutes ago in the third, and they could never equal it. Yeah, that's tough. So
that was on 92.5 last night. We've got game number 4. Yes? Game number 4 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight at 6 p.m. right here on 92.5. So no Berto's Blitz last night or tonight, but you guys will be back at it on Wednesday, correct?
Nah, man, we're going Fox Sports on Wednesday.
What? I keep trying to make you work at 6 p.m.
I can only work 1 to 2 hours a day.
Well, I'm glad I get you for the 2 hours today. Stat Squatch. Jake Coyne came out with his Nuggets manifesto, 73 pages of Nuggets offseason talk where he goes through and explains the aprons and bird rights and what the Nuggets can and can't do and what happens if you become a taxpayer yet again, what those actual financial ramifications would be for the Nuggets. But instead of getting into the minutia of all of that, and you guys can just go find him at StatSquatch on X, and you can find this PDF. Let's just go through his mock-off seasons. I don't hate this. Mock-off season number 1 is run it back. And in this scenario, the Nuggets feel as though a combination of injuries, as I quote from Coyne's article, and a bad matchup in the first round were what ultimately doomed them. A healthy Peyton Watson and hopefully a healthy Aaron Gordon will solve athleticism and defensive issues. Jokic will then return to his pre-knee injury form, and the offensive output will be better than what it was in the playoffs. And ultimately, David Adelman will only continue to improve as a head coach. Bringing back most of the 25-26 roster will yield better results than 27 playoffs. Ownership is then on board and willing to enter the season deep into the luxury tax and over the second apron. Run it back from a money standpoint and from a roster building standpoint, very costly, but they can do it.
Yeah, you can do it. But is that the best path to success in your opinion?
The depth chart would read at point guard, Jamal Murray, Bruce Brown, Jalen Pickett. At shooting guard, Peyton Watson.
So they signed Peyton.
They find a way to get Bogdan Bogdanovic on a veteran minimum contract, and Julian Strawther is your third piece of depth at shooting guard. Small forward, you retain Cameron Johnson. Christian Brown comes off the bench, still on the team, obviously into his second year of a 5-year extension that he signed last offseason, correct? 5
Or
years
does
for-
the
for
extension
CB?
kick in this year?
Oh, it kicks in this year.
The first
Sorry.
year of the extension kicks in this year.
Power forward, Aaron Gordon, Deron Holmes, who is, I think, a linchpin in next year's season. Like, you have to perform. And then Spencer Jones on a full contract at the power forward spot. Nikola Jokic backed up by Zeke Naji and Dwight Powell. What do you think?
I don't know, man. It feels a lot like last season. Do you feel like that roster could handle what's going on in the NBA Finals right now? Either the Knicks or the Spurs? Or could that roster beat OKC?
A healthy version of that roster gives Oklahoma City and San Antonio a solid punch.
I would have loved to have seen the Nuggets and Spurs in a playoff series and see how that played out. I've loved to have seen that. And I bet you, we're going to see it here. Maybe next year, if not the year after, something like that. We're going to get those two teams running into each other. But
as long as you don't see Minnesota in the
is this
first
the
round.
most, do you think this is the most likely scenario, the one you just read off? We're basically like, hey, this is where we're at. We got to run it back.
Yeah, because
there is no major changes to be made.
I think this is the most likely scenario because Denver doesn't really have a lot of things to throw at other teams, like prospects that teams like, or picks. Like, they can't trade. As I'm looking through Jake Coyne's article here, I got to look at all of their picks that they cannot trade. I'll find it here momentarily, Berto. It's nuts, the level of things that they don't have. Okay, first round picks. This year's 26th overall selection is a tradable pick. They have already traded their 2027, 2029 and 2032 first-round selections. They cannot trade their 2028, 2030, 2031, or 2033 selections because you're not allowed to trade away consecutive first-round picks. The only first-round selection that they have in their quiver is this year's 26th overall pick. They do not have the ability to trade away another first until 2034, which is insane.
So you're going to get two players out of this year's draft. You're going to get a player at number 26 and a player at number 49. Do those two, is that good enough to give you the edge that you need in this Western Conference? Just
Probably
those two draft
not.
picks? So do you trade the picks? Do you trade the picks for a play? Like, okay, so what's the plan? 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 Is it to get younger and more athletic? Or is it just like, we're going to take another swing and see what happens? Because we think a fully healthy, actualized Nugget team can do some damage in the playoffs.
It's a really big gamble to go, Aaron Gordon is going to stay healthy considering he has missed 77 games in the last 2 years.
Right.
Do you know what the record is? What Denver's record is without Aaron Gordon in those 77 games? They're 44-33.
Yeah, that's not great.
In the games that they have played with him in that same time frame, which is 87 games, they are 60-27. He is the Gabriel Landeskog of the Denver Nuggets.
That's the problem, though. So what happens if Aaron can't stay healthy? Because you can't just base things on hope. Like, I hope he's healthy. Aaron Gordon is one of the most athletic people in the NBA, and what you need on your team is athleticism. So you got no AG. Who do you go out to replace AG? He is in the top 10, if not 15, most athletic players in the NBA, and there's not that many guys around. You can't draft a guy, you can't target a guy at 26 just based on his athleticism. Can you or can you not? But what you can do is go trade for some of it. Matter of fact, there's two guys, maybe two of the single most athletic players. Actually, I'll put another one in there too. There's three guys who might be some of the most athletic players in the NBA who you could trade for right now.
Who's that?
Ja Morant, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
You can't trade. You can't have Giannis here. There's no space for him.
Zion Williamson.
You also don't have the amount of first-round selections that you would need either for Zion or Giannis.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Or Ja, you need multiple first-round picks.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't have Aaron, you can't go out and get that athleticism you need because they're not going to. Well, actually, you could trade for Ja, right? Because Memphis wants to get rid of Ja.
It's an impossibility to get those three players because of how many selections they have traded. And all of the second-round picks that they've traded too.
Unless you give them a player that you don't want to give up, or two players that you don't want to give up. Like you might have to give them Jamal and Aaron or something like that. Like
Jamal and that's not the expiring Cam Johnson contract, and then you are cupboard bare.
That's tough, man. That's tough. Unless you can get something else out of Memphis or Milwaukee,
that's the reason why I think,
or New Orleans or whoever it's going to be.
That's the reason why I am convinced that running it back this season is likely what they're going to do, and you'll be $26 million into the second apron if that happens. And again, this is based off of Jake Coyne's projections in his 73-page 2026 Nuggets offseason preview. You will be paying, I believe, like $300 million on the high side for a luxury tax bill. At that point, you must win the West to make it make financial sense for the Nuggets.
Right. Because then if you don't get it done, then ownership can really look at you and say, like, no, we're not going to do that again. We gave you your chance. We went above and beyond. And you guys crashed out. We ain't doing it again. And they blow the whole thing up. But I don't know what you... There are no major moves to be made, right?
There are some, and we can get into
so?
the rest of what Coyne thinks the Nuggets have in terms of pathways through this offseason. We'll
are you okay with bringing
into
David Adelman back? You okay with David Adelman? Like, just like Bedsy's coming back and Adelman's coming back, you're okay with both those things?
I think Adelman made some big-time mistakes in the Minnesota series by not playing his depth, and that was the reason why they fired Michael Malone, to get a guy who would play young players and to utilize the depth of the deepest Nuggets team that we have ever seen on paper this year. Mm-hmm. That was a nearly inexcusable miss from him. I'm okay with them bringing him back for a year because he's so young, and I do believe that there is runway for him to improve and to learn and to get better. But if you don't find a way to make noise in the postseason next year, then it's see ya, you're out.
See, but we once again, we're kicking the can down the road because we said that last year about both these teams last year.
I didn't say it about Adelman last year. He took over 4 games in the regular season. What are we talking about?
Yeah, and they did pretty well in that playoff run.
Vastly different conversation from Adelman to
7s.
Bednar.
Yeah. At least compared to this year where you lose in the first round. And, man, like you got called a chump and then you went out and played like a chump. So it's tough, right? It's tough to believe in that team after they got punked, right? They got punked.
Chris Mitchell's NFL Notes coming up in about 15 minutes from right now. Berto's filling in for the coach here on 92.5. Hour number 2 of the morning sprint. Alex, Ryan, Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj. Sitting next to Mark Bertinoli here all week long. Chris Mitchell behind the glass will have his NFL notes coming up in 15 minutes from right now. ESPN came out with an article earlier today, right before we get back into the Jake Coyne Nuggets manifesto, which, by the way, his final pathway for the Nuggets in the offseason, which is titled Roster Turnover, is so Mark Bertinoli coded. I cannot stress it enough. I cannot wait to get into that with you. It is the trade everybody and everything is on the table. Everything just gets turned over. It's topsy-turvy. It's my favorite thing. I don't think it's going to happen, but I know you're going to love it, Bert.
Yeah, let's go.
ESPN came out with an article of 32 quarterback questions.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Around the NFL.
I saw it.
The question for the Denver Broncos, does Jalen Waddle elevate? We talked about this a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
Does it elevate Bo Nix to another level? Waddle could unlock more of Denver's offense as its receivers ranked 27th in yards per reception last season, just 11.7. If the addition works out and Nix is healthy, Nix could have the Broncos right back on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. I do find myself agreeing with that thought process. I think Jalen Waddle for a first-round pick is the biggest offseason acquisition outside of the LA Rams getting like maybe the best pass rusher in the history of the game in Myles Garrett. I think it's the biggest, most impactful offseason move of any team outside the LA Rams.
It is right. What about the AJ trade?
I was standing on top of this table months ago. And actually, Coach and I were doing it hand in hand. And we kind of got ripped for it because of the headache that comes with AJ Brown. Both of those guys headaches. I just love, I think his catch radius is unbelievable. I think he is an absolute stud. And at that point, I didn't really think that Jalen Waddle was like on the trade market for Miami. So I looked at just give me a game-breaking wide receiver, and I saw A.J. Brown, and I went, yeah, that would make sense. Game-breaking wide receiver. You don't really have that style of player here in Denver, and when the ball hits his hands, things happen in a special manner. I don't think Jalen Waddle is the same player as A.J. Brown, but I think he can have a similar impact.
I think he's going to have a big impact. We've already talked about that. Like, just statistically, I think Jalen's going to put up big numbers. You know, I guess what surprises me most is Bo Nix, he threw the ball more than any other quarterback in the NFL last year, but he was 28th in yards per attempt last year. So it was just a whole bunch of that dink and dunk. Now that we got the Webb in there, now that we got D-Dub, now that Davis Webb is going to do what he does, like obviously those numbers aren't going to repeat because Nix is going to start launching, right?
You know what I want to see this year? I want a touchdown celebration that when Davis Webb draws something up,
you give him the web.
You give him the Spidey webs. That's what I want to see. Bo Nix, you look directly at Davis Webb when you throw your first touchdown pass of the year, and Webb is getting smacked on the rear by his players and his fellow coaches there on the sideline. I need Bo Nix. It kind of feels like the finger guns that we had with Drew Lock.
Yeah.
But
Drew Lock also didn't he do he did the Toy Story like Buzz Lightyear right? He did the Buzz Lightyear.
So it's a little different, right? Our wrists are not turned down. Our wrists are turned over toward the sky.
But everybody knows what that means. Yeah, everybody knows what that.
We're shooting webs.
Yeah. For D-Dub, for Davis Webb. We're all webheads here. Webheads at the station.
Shooting webs and D-dubs.
Whoa.
Oh, man.
It's going to look different, brother. It's going to be good. Everybody's going to be happy. Right? Nothing could possibly go wrong with the Bo Nix, Jalen Waddle, Davis Webb connection.
Something can certainly go wrong. The first 6 games of the season are insane. And you are, for whether you like it or not, man, what this team has done in the past 2 years, getting themselves into kind of championship or bust windows because of Bo Nix on his rookie deal. The first 6 weeks aren't just like, if you go 2-4, this is a learning curve and you played a really tough schedule and we'll be okay.
No way. Peyton's losing his mind at Davis
Right.
at that point. There's no way.
There's no room for massive error. There's room to go 500, but if you're 2-4 and it doesn't look good, or God forbid you're 1-5 going into that Week 7 game at Arizona, it's panic time.
Who has the most pressure on them? Davis Webb, Bo Nix. Like, how much pressure's on Bo next season? The dude just won 14 games for you. He just won more games than any other quarterback in a single regular season in Broncos history. What kind of pressure is on Bo Nix next season? Like, because there are some quarterbacks who are expected to win the whole damn thing, or like Matthew Stafford. Guess what, bro? Like, there's only one goal for you in that team. Jordan Love and the Packers, right? Like there's only how much pressure is on Bo Nix this upcoming season?
I think there's more pressure on Davis Webb to transform the offense into more of a threat than there is at Bo. Bo's got more pressure to just like stay healthy at the right time.
Right. Yeah.
Like, because didn't Sam Darnold kind of prove to you that you don't need the best of the best quarterback to win a Super Bowl?
Yeah,
you
but
need
he
an
was still
elite
spinning
defense,
it,
which you
man.
have.
Like, he had a season. Like, I'm sure his season was better than Bo's, right?
Dude, Bo was a top 10 passer in the league last year. We forget about that.
Yeah, but
was
I mean,
top 10 passer in the league.
But at playing the quarterback position, Bo's still middle of the league, right? He's still not in the top 10. And once again, I say to you that this city, the Mile High City, does not accept pretty good at the quarterback position, because this city expects greatness, because they had John Elway and they had Peyton Manning, and that's the level of quarterback play they expect.
Sam Darnold, 4,048 passing yards, 25 touchdowns, 14 interceptions.
Okay, so he had the exact same amount of touchdowns and more interceptions than Bo.
Bo
but
Nix,
he had 1,000 more yards or something?
No, like 200, if that.
Oh, okay.
Like 100 more yards. That's basically it. Bo Nix, 3,931 yards, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Nix last year on the ground, what did he run for last year? Let's find his rushing. Last year,
let's see.
Bo was 356 yards on the ground with 5 scores on the ground. And Darnold last season, rushing the football, which he is not known for, 95 yards, no touchdowns. Bo accounted for more touchdowns personally than Sam Darnold did last year.
All right.
Darnold, while a great renaissance last year, you're not putting him in the same conversation as Stafford and, I don't know, Drake May for what he did last year. Probably not putting him in the same conversation as Josh Allen or Justin Herbert. Now, Herbert, regular season diva, not necessarily in the postseason.
Right.
I think they proved to you last year, as long as you have a very good running game, an elite defense, and a competent quarterback, you can win a Super Bowl. So I don't think he has that much to prove. He's kind of right there.
Just what you need.
Yeah.
Just what you need. But see, I feel like he's also interchangeable. Like, I feel like if C.J. Stroud was the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos, would they have won 14 games? Well, maybe not the way C.J. played last year. But once again, Sean Payton and the Broncos found the quarterback they wanted the most, and then they have shaped him into the quarterback they need. So Bo Nix has more value for the Denver Broncos than any other. You know what I mean? But once again, now that you've handed Bo gifts through the draft, but most especially with the trade for Jalen Waddle, and you're like, all right, Bo, now we've given you weapons now, man.
Yeah, we've set the table
so
for you.
So what are you going to do? Matter of fact, we took your best little buddy. We took your homie, Davis Webb, and now you ain't got to deal with Sean Payton all the time. We know how much of a pain in the neck that is.
It's a great point, Berto.
So guess what, brother? Now you better put together the best season of your career.
Okay.
That's what,
you might have me back on your side.
We'll give you $250 million contract here in a couple of seasons or whatever that number is going to be.
He would be eligible next offseason.
So crazy. I mean, we are less than a month away from Nikola Jokic being able to sign that $300 million Supermax contract, right?
What happens?
Yeah, if he doesn't sign it in day
if
one.
Joker
don't.
Oh, no. Hey, you know me.
Are you about to say if Joker doesn't sign it?
No. You know me well enough. I am glass half full, positivity. Every season is the season that the teams that I either root for or cover are going to win it, and then they eventually and inevitably tear my heart out. What if Joker does a Jalen Brunson? And just goes, I'm so sick of losing because we can't get the right dudes here.
I'll take less.
I'm just going to take less. I'm going to take significantly less. I already have so much money.
I get
I'm going to take significantly less, and we're going to build a wagon in Denver.
No, because he's already underpaid. He's already underpaid, man. You got to take what you take. Like, if he played bad, if he played bad, and they'd be like, yo, give us some of that money back. Or if he played even
it's
better,
not like Jalen Brunson played poorly. Jalen Brunson decided to take less.
I know,
he wanted to win games.
And I think it was probably a bad decision.
What do you mean? They're up 2 games to 1 in the NBA Finals.
It's a bad personal decision to say, I don't need an extra 100 milli. But I respect it. I respect it. I'm just saying, how about I reverse?
What happens if Cale McCard does it?
Let's reverse the question. How many NBA superstars not named Nikola Jokic would be using this upcoming contract as leverage to make sure the front office did exactly what the hell he wanted them to do? And that's not what Joker does. But if it was LeBron or if it was Luka,
I get that.
They would use this as a reason to crowbar their own ideas into the front office, whatever they're like. I'm not signing this Supermax unless you bring in my good friend. Whoever that is.
Those conversations can't be had together. You can't be a player that demands, and he is worth every penny of whatever contract that he gets. But if you're talking about all the rest of the other super max players that want to demand that their teams are built the way that they see fit, you can't be a player that takes that type of money and puts that financial burden in a league that is as penal as the NBA is when it comes to the aprons and the cap and all that.
I wish Joker could pull a Shohei, man.
You can't be the player that takes all that money and then goes, hey, I'm taking this, but you have to do you have to make the team the way I want it, because the team the way you want it can't exist if you take that money.
Yeah. But once again, I don't think you can say, hey, take $200 million less so we can go and sign.
I can certainly be that guy. I can certainly walk into that room knowing that it's probably not going to go my way, but I can walk into that room and go, Jalen Brunson, thank you for the 242. Jalen Brunson just got Josh Hart, Karl Anthony Towns, and OG Anunoby, and I think they're probably going to win the NBA Finals. Who knows? I could be wrong. The Raj curse could kill them right now, and they won a championship because Jalen Brunson did that. I'm not expecting this to happen. But it's very clearly working for the Knicks.
But Jalen Brunson ain't Nikola Jokic. Jalen Brunson's not the best player in the NBA, man. I wonder if did the Union didn't have a problem with Jalen taking less, right?
They were probably pissed.
Just like the NHL Union was pissed at McDavid for taking less, because they're like, yo, man, you're artificially compressing the salary of these players because you can take less.
Screw the NBA PA and the NHL PA and the NFL PA. I don't care.
If you were in Joker's position, what would you do? If you were Nikola Jokic, what would you do? Would you say, hey, listen, I've given you everything for 10 years, and all I've got out of is one title. I need you to do better. But see, I mean, this is an idea organization. I need ideas. You can't just come at me and say you need to be better. Just tell me what you need.
He has a career earnings of $304 million. I'll never be in that stratosphere. At some point, that's more than enough to make money not something I think about. And the contract that he would then sign to, take a little bit less would still get you to $500 million in career earnings, and we're not even talking about off the court endorsements at some point.
But
so
I'm Nikola Jokic,
dude, if I have $500 million in my bank account and the only thing I want to do is win, I can see myself taking less.
I think about it the other way. If you come to me with that kind of nonsense, I'm saying, wait. You want me to cut you you want me to take a $200 million pay cut because you're not good enough at your job? To hell with that, man. Like, it's not my problem that you're bad at what you do. I'm the best at what I do. You don't belong in this room, man. I'm the best at what I do. Now, you either get good at your job or we'll find somebody who will be good at your job.
Look at the teams. Look at the teams who have won recently, man. They are able to spread out their money because they are either young Oklahoma City, and now it's coming up pretty quick that bill is going to come due. The Knicks, who had a player who took a pay cut in order to win and get great players around him to give his team financial flexibility, or the Spurs, another team that is young that the bill is not yet due.
Right, because you don't have to pay Wemby, you don't have to pay Castle yet, you don't have to pay.
You don't
Harper
get
yet.
to be
You
the
don't have to
player
pay.
that takes the max and then demands that the team is built in your image and get pissed off at the.
But
at
it's
the
not
team.
Joker's job to build the team. That's the front office's job. Joker's not the one doing, not only that, Joker was the only one during that playoff series who actually stood up for the Denver Nuggets, right? Everybody else, except for maybe game 4 where Cam came in and actually looked like he was standing up to the Wolves as well. Nah, man, if I'm Joker, I'm like, no. I don't. Why do you want me to take less? Because you are bad at what you do.
Do you want to win?
See, but listen, man, I am winning.
No, you're not.
You want me to win?
No, you're not.
But
You're not winning.
You want me to
What have
take
you
the
won?
pay cut.
What did you win last year?
How come you don't?
What did
take
you win
the
2
pay
years
cuts?
ago?
No, I get it, man. I get it. But Joker's not gonna say, okay, just give me the vet minimum then. Give me $5 million a year.
I'm not saying Jalen Brunson didn't do that. He took a little bit of a pay cut and it's helped his team tremendously. I'd say the same thing for Cale McCarr too when he comes up. Same
Did you
exact
ask
thing.
Cale to take it? I'm not. Nah, man. No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't.
Yes, I can.
Why are you cutting
Yes, I
these
can.
billionaires slack, bro? They got plenty of money.
No, it's not about the billionaires. It's about the cap. It is not about the money. It's
not
about the cap.
Joker's job
You have
to control the cap, bro. It's not Joker's job is to go out there and ball. It's to ball.
All right.
And when he balls out like the best player in the planet, you have to pay him like the best player in the planet. It's not his problem that you guys don't know how to draft or develop or whatever it is that you think the actual issue is.
All right.
It's weird.
It works for Jalen Brunson, brother.
Seriously though, if you were like, hey, bro, hey, Raj. Could you take about $150 million less?
If I already have,
how do you answer that question?
I already have $500 million in career earnings, which will be the case when he signs that next deal, even if he takes a ridiculous pay cut to go along with all of the hundreds of millions of dollars that I make off of the court in endorsements. And the only thing I want to do is win. Of course I will.
Y'all really cavalier with other people's money, man.
Sure.
This is just really cavalier with other people's cash.
I get to do that, man.
All right, you're the one who gets to tell Joker, though. I ain't telling him he's got to take a pay cut. I ain't going to tell him you're the reason we keep crashing out of the playoffs.
All right, enjoy.
We can't pay you enough.
Berto, enjoy your one ring. Enjoy. Are you going to see a single cent of Joker's money?
No, I'm not.
Is that going to give you happiness?
No. But once again, it's not his fault.
Tom Brady took pay cuts, didn't he?
Yeah, but Tom Brady can kick rocks.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Hold on.
Tom Brady wasn't taking a $200 million pay cut. He wasn't taking $200 million as a
I'm
pay
not
cut.
saying I've never asked, and not once in this conversation have I said go play for the minimum. Just a little bit of a pay cut, just like Jalen Brunson did, just a little bit. Not once. So don't put words in my mouth there.
It's a tough ask. Asking Joker to take less, man.
I hope that Nikola Jokic making $300 million gives you happiness. Because it's not going to put it's not going to put another ring on your finger.
I agree with it's not my money. If every single member of the Nuggets were making $300 million a year, I'd be perfectly happy with it. It's not my money. I'm just saying that you guys are taking it out on Joker, and it's not his.
I'm not taking it out on Joker at all.
You're asking him to sacrifice for the issues of
for
other
the betterment
members of the team. I think he already has a lot. I don't know, man. I don't know. Just that's a lot of money you're asking me not to cash. It's a lot.
I'm not asking you to cash it.
Because, I mean, he'll have, he'll still have 3/4 of his life left when he's done playing basketball.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine with $500 million, Berto.
Maybe, man.
Chris's NFL notes next. Every day here at 11:20, closer to 11:30 today on the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mark Bertinoli, known better as Berto. We go through the biggest stories in the NFL with Chris Mitchell's NFL Notes. Mr. Mitchell, what you got?
Yeah, that makes sense.
From ESPN's Jeff Legwold, Broncos outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper pleaded not guilty to misdemeanor domestic violence charges in a Douglas County courtroom on Monday. Cooper and his girlfriend were arrested late last Thursday night by Parker police. A motions hearing is scheduled for July 6th with a potential for a jury trial to start on July 22nd. Broncos training camp is expected to start in late July.
Yeah, obviously not a great situation for the Broncos. It feels like this is probably going to end without any suspension.
Probably.
From what we've learned that's happened over the past few days.
Yeah, but I'm assuming we'll get more once the court date rolls around. But it is weird. They're just going to try to get this done and then just roll right into camp. Just like, here we go. Like, what's the worst fight you ever got into with your wife? Did you ever think about biting any object, like a phone?
No, the worst fight I ever got into with my wife, we were driving we were on like a long drive, like 90 minutes to go have dinner with friends in like Longmont or something like that. We just hadn't seen them for forever, and we were up there, and I hadn't told her yet that I was basically guaranteed to coach hockey the next year, and we had agreed upon that my previous season was the last year that I was coaching hockey, because it is a crazy time commitment.
And then you just sprung it on her on the drive?
No.
She found out about it without you.
It popped up on my Apple CarPlay.
Oh.
One of my buddies was texting, my coaching staff was texting in a thread, and it just, like, Siri started reading this text message of, okay, so here's the staff, and here's when we start and all this. No. So my wife is hearing it come through the loudspeakers, and she's like, you're coaching next year? And I went, so we need to have a conversation. And that was a loud car conversation that we had.
Nice.
Did I bite the phone? No. I took my lumps in that conversation.
Yeah. Did you like, oh, no. Right, because you didn't tell her, and then she had to find out it from somebody else. Oh, no, bro. Can't be doing that.
I was going to tell her. I just hadn't gotten there quite yet. Berto, turns out that was the last year that I coached hockey.
Yeah. Okay.
Chris Mitchell, what's next?
If you thought the Chiefs were done getting the band back together, think again, buddy. From the desk of Adam Schefter, the Kansas City Chiefs are linking back up with cornerback L'Jarius Sneed on a one-year deal worth up to $5 million. The Chiefs traded Sneed to the Titans back in 2024, after which the Titans signed him to a 4-year, $76 million contract. Sneed struggled to stay healthy during his time in Nashville, appearing in 12 games over 2 seasons.
You obviously needed to bring in some corner depth. Sneed feels like he's seen the best of his NFL career come and go. So your corners now in Kansas City, Berto, are Sneed, Noel Williams.
Oh, the dude with the Mansour
Delane. It's not a great secondary.
There's a Kyer Elam back there, too.
Yeah, I think that's the piece of the defense that you can take advantage of with Kansas City.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, once again, I ask you this question. How good do we expect Kansas City? Like, Kansas City's not going to be as bad as they were last year. Last year was a mixture of events. But you got Mahomes, you got Andy Reid. You got the best quarterback in the NFL, and you got the best coach in the NFL, right? Is that
one
of
of it? I think Sean McVay is the best coach in the league.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I have no problems agreeing with that.
It's kind of 6-1, half a dozen.
So my question is, how good is Kansas City supposed to be next season? Like, are they going to be as good as the Broncos next season? You think the Chargers and the Broncos are the class of the division, with the Raiders and the Chargers just a little bit behind?
I think the Chargers, Broncos, and Chiefs will all be within 2 games of each other next year.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna get filthy in the AFC West, especially whenever Vegas starts figuring it out.
I think Vegas sucks again next year.
Give them another 2 years. Like, how long until Mendoza? Did you see Fernando ringing the bell in Vegas? Like, he was spinning and so they had Mendoza up there, and the crowd was going nuts for their rookie quarterback.
How up his alley do you think cranking the siren was.
I know, he's probably like, yeah, he's just like
Thinking
a
he's
kid.
a train
like,
conductor.
Because have you seen the video? Because he's got his head down, he's got this huge smile, and he's just
Loves it. That is as Fernando Mendoza as anything has ever been. I think there's 3 teams in that division that could have double-digit wins.
Man. Yeah, that's a stupid division. It's a dumb division.
I think the Broncos, Chargers, and Chiefs are neck and neck. I don't know who's going to win the division, but I think the Raiders are still 2 years away from being legit.
Okay.
They do have all the offensive pieces.
Yeah, they do have. I mean, because they got Bowers and they got Genty and now they got Mendoza. And we already know that Brock is the truth and Genty maybe could be the truth. And I have no idea what I expect from Mendoza his rookie year. But, well, how much is he going to play? You know what I mean?
I think he plays 10 games.
10? You think so?
10 games.
All right. And give Kirk the other 6 or so?
Yeah.
Like he'll start the season, and then somewhere in there, Vegas is going to do that thing where they lose 2-3 in a row, and then the fan base is be like, "We want Fernando," and then okay,
that'll be how it goes. Chris, what's next?
Hadouken! From Good Morning Football, the A.J. Brown Eagles saga is officially closed. Brown stopped by the Eagles facility to pick up some items, say goodbye, and left a parting message on the wall. Quote, "The best to ever play here, always open," end quote, which begs the question, is Brown really the best to ever play there?
No, it's Reggie White. Reggie White's the greatest football player who's, right? Wait, I could be, yeah, it's right? It's gotta be. It's not Randall Cunningham or something like, right? It's not A.J. Brown. It's the greatest
Giving
Eagle
space for Terrell Owens?
I was going to say,
ooh,
T.O. was a damn good Eagle, man. T.O. was a really good Eagle. Donovan McNabb was great for a decade.
It's got to be Reggie White. But here's let me come up with a list. Let's see. Greatest Eagles of all time. The top 10 greatest Philadelphia Eagles of all time. Brian Westbrook.
Great running back.
Jason Peters. Fletcher Cox. Harold Carmichael. Randall Cunningham is 5. Donovan McNabb. Your good, close personal friend, Donovan McNabb.
Syracuse's own.
Although, listen, man, if Donovan McNabb is the 5th greatest player in the history of your rock,
Donovan McNabb was a baller.
Listen, number 4 is Brian Dawkins. Brian Dawkins, bro. That dude was a monster.
Violent man.
Number 3 is Jason Kelsey. Number 2 is Chuck Bednarik from the 50s. And number 1 is Reggie White. Reggie White. Honorable mention to Lane Johnson, LaShawn McCoy.
You haven't even said maybe the best wide receiver in...
He's not on this list, man. He's not on this list, I don't think.
Deshaun Jackson?
Yeah, not on this list.
Harold Carmichael in the 70s and 80s?
He's on honorable mention. He's an honorable mention. But he's not on the top 10.
So A.J. Brown saying he's the best to ever walk in there.
No, that's Reggie. That's Reggie, brother.
Let's just say from a pass-catching standpoint.
From an offensive
From a pass-catching standpoint. Devontae Smith has an argument over him in the same exact time. Devontae Smith, 5,000 yards, 31 touchdowns. A.J. Brown, 5,000 yards, 32 touchdowns. Now, Brown played 18 fewer games and had the same exact stats. So, Devontae Smith in the same conversation. But Deshaun Jackson, man, 6,500 yards, 35 tutties. But he did play 95 games as an
Yeah,
Eagle.
man. I would say that Terrell Owens, Deshaun Jackson, well, T.O.'s a better receiver than A.J. Brown, right? Am I drunk? Is Terrell
T.O.
Owens,
without a doubt, over the course of their careers, Terrell Owens has an argument to be the second best wide receiver in the history of the game.
How about Deshaun? Because Deshaun is famously explosive. Is he more explosive offensively than A.J. Brown?
If you add in the punt return and kick return game, of course. T.O. only played 21 games there, but he had almost 2,000 yards and 20 touchdowns. So if you give T.O. the same time frame that A.J. Brown had, which is 62 games, you're talking about 7,000 yards receiving and like 90 touchdowns.
Deshaun had 6,500. His average catch was 17.2 yards per catch, bro. Man, that's a You know who the Denver Broncos could really use? Prime Deshaun Jackson, brother. Prime, who's the better player? Prime Terrell Owens, prime A.J. Brown, prime Deshaun
Prime
Jackson.
T.O. and it's not close.
It's T.O.
It's not anywhere close.
Yeah.
It is prime T.O., dude.
Yeah.
He was a freak. We forget because of all the off-field shenanigans that came
he's
with
lifting
T.O.
weights in his
the
driveway
guy
and stuff. Yeah.
was an absolute mutant.
We talk about my quarterback. We talk about right. It was Terrell Owens. He was like,
That's my
T.O.
quarterback.
It's my quarterback.
Crying about Drew Romo, Tony Romo.
Yes. Yeah. That was it. That was the guy. That was it. That was Tony. Yeah.
Terrell Owens was unfreaking believable. NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, and they're given to you by Chris Mitchell. Colorado's most complete local appliance store is Mountain High Appliance. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We haven't got into the crazy turn the entire roster conversation with the Denver Nuggets. We will get into it on the other side. Birdo here all week on the morning sprint on 92.5. Wrapping things up here on a 2K Tuesday on the morning sprint. Raj alongside Berto, who's going to be here all week. PhD's coming up from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. And then at 6 p.m. right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, we will have puck drop of Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. It has been 3 spectacular hockey games. We've got a couple of overtimes.
Is it a pick'em tonight? If you were going to gamble this game tonight.
Oh, I'm staying away from it with, a 100-foot pole. It's probably a pick'em.
Yeah.
Is my guess. I don't have the lines in front of me right now.
Carolina minus 115, Vegas minus 105.
It's essentially pick'em.
T-Mobile Arena. And then they go back to Carolina on Thursday night. So
I'm rooting for 7 games and more of the chaos that we've seen. So, go Canes tonight.
Yeah, I mean, what are the odds this thing goes into overtime again?
High. Through the roof.
We're not going to get something as ridiculous as that last game where Marner, puts that hat trick in, 6-minute hat trick, natural hattie, and then they go up 4 goals, and then Carolina's like, check us out. We're going to score 4 here in the third, and then they go into overtime.
I would say no, but each one of these 3 games has had their own type of chaos.
There's a 5-4 regulation game, then an overtime game, then a double overtime game. We're going to get triple overtime tonight. Triple OT.
The bet might be, and again, I am not a bettor. The bet might be 3-way tie. Game to go into overtime.
Okay.
3-way draw might be the actual bet here, man.
Yeah. I would like to see a triple overtime in this. We have yet to get a triple overtime in these playoffs. We've got double, and they
triple overtime's a long hockey game, brother. And you know me, I love hockey. But that's a long game.
I think that's the longest playoff game the Avs have ever had. Was a 3 overtime playoff game. That was the Uwe Krupp goal?
1996, Game 4.
Man, that was a long game.
And I think that game was 0-0.
Well, yes,
there was no
goals in that thing. So, yeah.
For the love of God, don't give me a 0-0 triple overtime.
Oh, there's no way they're doing that. Not Carolina and Vegas. No, they'll score 3, 4, 5 goals in the regular in the first 3 periods, then we'll go into overtime.
We will give you our predictions here momentarily. The one thing that we haven't talked about when it comes to the offseason for the Nuggets, and we've been talking through the Stat Squatch, the Jake Coyne article, the 73-page manifesto of what the Nuggets can do in the offseason. His final mock offseason is roster turnover. And the premise, Berto, when Josh Kroenke said at the end of season press conference that everything is on the table beside trading Nikola Jokic, this mock offseason takes him, Kroenke, at his word and turns over basically the entire roster to reset around Nikola Jokic career arc 2.0. The goal here is being to upgrade the second star next to him and fill out the rest of the roster with players who make sense next to those 2 guys. Here's the process. The Nuggets waive Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah, got that.
They then trade Peyton Watson to the Lakers for Dalton Connect. This is a sign in trade. You would also
He'd be making like $20 million less than what Peyton will be making, right? So $30 million less than what Peyton's going to be making.
So you sign and trade Peyton Watson, which would be a 3-year deal with a player option in year number 3.
But we had this conversation. To sign and trade him, you have to get below the second apron.
Right.
So you have to get rid of money and players just to be able to get the sign and trade.
In this scenario, the Nuggets would then get LA's 2031 first-round selection, which is something that they don't have right now, and then they would keep that in their pocket for a little bit later. We continue down the road of the Berto
just completely blow it up.
Completely crazy off-season. Cam Johnson and Zeke Naji are packaged with a 2033 second-round pick from Denver to the Bulls for Patrick Williams and a 2032 first-round selection. We then continue. In a 3-team deal, and this is where it gets absolutely insane.
Yeah, here we go.
Jamal Murray and Julian Strother are traded to the Toronto Raptors as part of a 3-team trade with the Los Angeles Clippers. In this scenario, the Clippers receive a Toronto 2027 first, a Denver 2031 first previously acquired in the mock trade with the Lakers for Peyton Watson, and a 33, Denver first round selection, which is the next first round pick that Denver can trade outside of this year's number 26 overall. The Clippers acquire Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and Deron Holmes in this selection. What comes back to Denver? Kawhi Leonard and Chris Dunn.
Bro, that's a crazy deal. That's a crazy deal.
We're still not done, Berto.
It's a crazy deal.
We continue down the road because everybody in this scenario is on the table. Christian Brown is then traded to the Hawks in exchange for Corey Kispert, small forward from Atlanta. In this scenario, Denver then becomes $10 million under the second apron. So the maximum amount of money that you would spend in the tax would then be $34.1 million.
Instead of $300 million.
Instead of $300 million, which is what the run it back scenario would then get. It would be around like 290, something crazy like that. Your depth chart in this crazy turn everything over except for Nikola Jokic is Chris Dunn at the point, Tim Hardaway Jr. at the 2, Kawhi Leonard at the 3, Aaron Gordon at the 4, and Nikola Jokic at the 5.
It's a wild starting 5, man.
Bruce Brown would be your backup 2, Kispert your backup 3, Jock Landale would come in as a backup 5, with Bogdan Bogdanovic, Jalen Pickett, Dalton Connect, Spencer Jones as well in your rotation.
Why would I think that Kawhi Leonard's not going to get suspended next? You know what I mean? Like they just interviewed him about the whole what you tell me. You look at that. Chris Dunn, Tim Hardaway Jr., Kawhi Leonard, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic, starting 5. How does that make you feel?
It's different.
Well, it's definitely different, man.
But it also doesn't, like, Kawhi Leonard can't stay healthy at this point in his career.
Also, why would Kawhi agree to that trade because the Nuggets ain't going to do what the Clippers did?
No.
Nuggets ain't going to hand that dude money under the table, man. So why would Kawhi might be stuck with the Clippers forever.
Probably.
Because they they did some shady stuff together and now they can't snitch on each other, so they got to be together.
The one thing that I like about this, I don't hate the idea of if you know that you can't keep Peyton Watson, I don't hate the idea of acquiring a first-round selection in Dalton Connect.
I guess the only problem, I think you should be able to re-sign Peyton Watson. You might have to jump through some hoops to do it. But my question is, at the end of the season, it almost felt that maybe Peyton was ready to walk. Like he might, what happens if Peyton Watson doesn't want to come back? Now you own his rights. Like he can't just walk for nothing, but he can say, I don't want to be here anymore.
Well, he can walk for nothing, right? Like you just have the RFA rights in the NBA is basically like you get to match the contract and that's it.
Right.
It's not like it is in the NHL where you sign someone to a deal and you get all of these picks back if the other team signs away your restricted free
agent.
And
I was more scared that a team would come in with an offer that the Nuggets just can't match, a huge offer that the Nuggets just can't match.
That's certainly a possibility.
But if the other scenario that makes me nervous is if Peyton's just like, thanks, it's been fun being here in Denver, but I want to move. He pulls like a Jeremy Grant. It's like I want to
be the one.
I want to spread my wings. I want to fly. So yeah, and if that's the case, then you have to get under the second apron, and then you have to do a sign and trade, right? You can't just I don't know, man. Good luck to the Nuggets front office because this is a mess. Like what? And the final option is, can the Nuggets move up? Would you want the Nuggets, if you want a young, athletic, cheap player, move up in the draft and get him? That was one of Jake's suggestions.
Certainly do that, right?
But I don't know who you trade and how you trade or what you get up there and what number you're talking. Like who's got the 10th pick, who's got the 9th pick, who's got the 12th? Like can we move up 15 positions in the first round of the NBA draft? And what team do we have to target? And what do they want? Like, would you give up a player of the quality of like a Christian Brown if it meant you moved up from 26 to 10 in the NBA draft? Is that going to make a difference in next year's playoff run? Because once again, this is all about a title. It's title or nothing for this team. So what? I mean, I don't.
You'd have to find a team between pick 4 and pick 15
that would take a
that thinks that they are close to being a playoff team, that would take an expiring contract in Cameron Johnson.
Yeah.
That's the type of team you would have to look at.
Yeah, and I don't know how many of them are out there. Especially in a draft this deep, those teams want it. They want these players that are coming out, so that'd be tough, man.
It's going to do it for us today. For Mark Bertnoy and Chris Mitchell behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. More reaction to the Broncos being back out on the field and the latest in the Jonathan Cooper situation. Thursday at noon, we're going to be carrying Joe Sakic's
World Cup,
press
bro.
conference.
The World Cup starts in 2 days, man.
Can't wait for that. Team USA plays on Friday. Berto and I will be back tomorrow morning at 10. Be good. See ya.
Well, good for Wemby, man. Good for the Spurs. What a game.
It was kind of a fun game.
Oh, it's a great game. So much juice in the beginning. Like, the Knicks were definitely nervous or something. Not nervous, but whatever.
They've had an extra day.
It was do or die time.
Since game 2, they had an extra day. The city's been crazy. We talked about it yesterday.
That
the
atmosphere.
You know, I gotta admit, I kind of got sucked into it. I did. The whole time I felt myself rooting for the Knicks, and I already knew I kind of was, but I was like passionately rooting for him. But I was like, man, did I just get suckered into the New York City thing?
Yeah. No,
Maybe it was easy to get into.
Yeah, it was
cool.
It was cool. They were a little nervous, but they stormed back right before halftime. They had a lead at halftime.
Second quarter, they got their composure and they realized it's just basketball.
Yep.
Played in front of a lot of people who are loud, like all the other games we play.
Yep.
And I just do not understand why they don't feed Wemby more low. I just don't quite get it.
Because it's not who he is, actually. I mean, he's built to play from the outside. I mean, he's this 7'8" point guard that has built his whole career around his athleticism and his ability to play from beyond the 3-point line.
He just puts his hand up, and it's like, here you go.
Well, they showed that one lob, and his head was basically at the rim.
But it's okay.
He's
going to get better, which is crazy because he's going to get stronger.
Maybe.
Oh, for sure.
Well,
unless he gets hurt or something. It's funny. I was looking at something from when the Nuggets won and Jokic, and I cannot believe how different Jokic looks 3 years ago.
A lot thicker.
Not at the NBA championship he wasn't. He was.
Now he is.
A lot thicker now.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that's all.
He looked like a scarecrow.
I think that's more of a 31-year-old thickness, not let me sit in the weight room.
No, of course.
But
and he got kind of skinny. Obviously, he lost a bunch of weight. Even at the end of this season, he kind of leaned out.
I was told 25 pounds.
Well, I believe it.
Yeah, he was about as thin as I can remember this year, actually.
Yeah, towards the end.
Yeah.
Not Wemby thin.
But Wemby.
No, he'll get bigger.
If you go back to those first 2 games, think of the shots he made. They were always able to bump him, and all of his shots are fadeaways. And the one thing you don't want is a 7'5" guy shooting fadeaway jumpers.
No.
You're 7'5". They're not going to block it. This game, they got him more in the pick and roll, and he rolled more times than not. He went straight downhill, which even if he doesn't get that lob, it puts all the pressure, people closing in and having to take that roll or worried about the roll. And now all of a sudden you open up wing guys to knock threes down.
Hey, if you're shooting 37% from the floor, do you kind of suck as a shooter?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like with Jalen Brunson, what do we got with this guy here?
You got a dog. I don't care what he's shooting. You got an absolute dog. That's what you got.
I thought Chuck said it right. I flipped over to ESPN to watch that. You got to get Cat involved, and he's scoring his points, but he's taking a whole lot of shots to get his points. Meanwhile, Cat's getting 11 shots.
Well, and Cat, they're all shooting 3-pointers there at the end, including Cat. Nobody can land anything. I think they went 0 for 9 or something at one point.
0 for 10 to start the fourth quarter.
0 for 10, is that what it was? Yeah.
That was a good game. Good game, though.
It was so good.
And guess what?
The series got much more interesting because the Spurs won.
For sure.
And didn't I see it's only the second time in NBA history the road team has won 3 straight games in an NBA Finals? Something like that.
Yeah.
It's a very rare
occurrence. Shaq said afterwards he's the one team that started 0-2 at home and they won 4 in a row.
Okay. All right. So there's precedent for that. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, neither.
Well, you know what? Actually, I don't know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen is it's going to come down to the last 2 minutes, and we'll see who can make a shot. And those are always really fun, cool basketball games. And that's probably – I'm not going to take any lead by either team all that serious in the first half, nor the third quarter, nor perhaps even in midway through the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the Knicks. They're hanging in there, man. Hanging in there. They led at halftime. They were doing more than fine.
Yep.
And then, they got some – man, these young basketball players, their confidence level.
Crazy, isn't it?
Oh, my God. It is really cool, man. Man, it is something else where they're at. Never mind, you got De'Aaron Fox, who's cold. Cold as in good. He doesn't have a pulse.
Yeah. But he didn't shot the ball great either.
No, but he wasn't hesitant.
But he's a key for them. When you can't have him and Wemby both ice cold. And I think you had that in those couple home games.
And you got Dylan Harper, who's a pretty decent player.
Rookie. Dude should still be in college this year, right?
Then it's like, slug, Luke Cornett, king of the slugs. He's just going to get in there and slug it up the best that he can. And all the heat was on the Knicks. Everything was about the Knicks last night. Every single thing was about the Knicks. And the Spurs pulled that out.
It was pretty interesting seeing Secret Service on the court doing the crowd control.
Well, I mean, that was just part of the equation, right?
I know.
It was part of everything going on. I did find myself really rooting for the Spurs, though, because you can just get too much of all the New York stuff. I felt at the end of the day, I was like, okay.
Well, then you saw what happened in the Avalanche Alley afterwards, right? Like 20 arrests, people were hurt, weapons charges.
Yeah, that was ugly, man.
That's terrible.
That's New York.
And then it brought me back to I've always hated New York sports, so why would I change?
I don't know why I'm kind of getting suckered into it, rooting for the Knicks here.
You're a big Ben Stiller fan.
Yeah, it turns out. Well, I am. Yeah,
sure.
I kind of am.
Sure.
What other celebrities we
you
want to
like
talk
your
about?
Law and Order.
I like New York celebrities more than I like LA celebrities.
Margarita Hargitay or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
Ben Stiller looked like a little hair gel.
I saw Eli Manning there. I like Eli.
Yeah.
Eli's there. Yeah. You can't get enough of Fat Joe.
Fat Joe?
On the sidelines. You know that song by Fat Joe?
I did see, not Fat Joe, DJ Khaled.
Khaled.
Bad hair paint line going on that night.
He was there.
He painted that hair on a little bit too dark and shiny.
Spike Lee was pretty funny on the pregame show. The hour-long pregame show on ESPN was pretty cool because they were just chilling and they were bringing celebs by. And Spike Lee said he could have sold his seats for $500,000 for the front row. And Chuck was just funny. He was just like, just buy second row seats.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's actually a pretty damn good point. Like, if you sold your front row seats for $500,000, what could you? 60,000, 70? What about $100,000? Who cares?
What was,
you drop that on the second row seats.
Was the pregame show the Cardi B segment also? Was that
oh my gosh, that was I could not.
Was that halftime?
I saw. Did you guys see that live? I saw that happen live, and I could not stop laughing.
Pretty funny though.
We've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those B's. That might be Cardi D's. I'm pretty sure those are B's. I don't know. I don't know who said that, but I know it wasn't me.
Chuck, you let her name. You can't let that name because I told you to.
She got the wrong initials.
Those might be Cardi D's, maybe the funniest thing ever said on a basketball broadcast.
Ever.
It might be the funniest thing of all time.
If you haven't seen the video, I mean, it's trended online too, right? So they wisely ESPN, which everybody said, well, TNT let them do everything. Was ESPN going to? Because, there have been times ESPN might have been a little buttoned up with that.
Not anymore.
And that thing is viral.
Well, you should have seen Pat McAfee. I know he's Pat McAfee, but on his broadcast, I tuned in for 5 minutes. I didn't really watch it, but boy, I mean, I know he swears, but it's different when it's in that context. They're just letting them do their thing.
ESPN has realized if we're going to attract younger people, we gotta be a little bit different. We cannot be as buttoned up as we once were.
See what Pat McAfee's next contract? What he's looking at?
Yeah,
$60+ million per year.
Do you know his agents asked for 100?
Oh, unbelievable, man.
It's a lot of money, but it's a quirky deal.
He's clearly worth it. I mean, he's worth it. They wouldn't be talking about it unless he's worth it.
I read details of that story. It's really interesting. They pay him money, and then he pays for the show. He pays for the studio, the set, the workers, the co-host, the whatever. He pays for it out of that money. All the money they do for kicking the field goals, again, he pays for it. But it's because he gets that money in the first place. He gets a separate salary as an employee to do game day and other appearances, and they pay him as like kind of a contractor to do the show. And he's responsible for the show, so he owns the show. It's a lot of money. I'm not trying to say it's not. Currently, they pay him $30, but he pays for everything else outside of that. So somehow it's worth it to ESPN. So can you drop a curse word here and there on cable? Sure. First of all, it's not against FCC rules. You're on cable. You can do whatever you want. You ever see The Last Dance about Michael Jordan on ESPN? That's curse words left and right. So he's sort of getting away with it or not. But what's ESPN going to do?
Pay him his money is what they're going to do?
Yeah, because he moves the needle. So does Stephen A. Smith. He moves the needle. That's why they pay these guys. And they're going to cut back on a bunch of other stuff. And they have. Yeah. They've fired a ton of people. Sports Center, when was the last time you guys watched more than 10 minutes of Sports Center?
Well, now, basically, if it's not Scott Van Pelt, I don't even remember seeing a real.
The only time I ever catch it is just when it falls into it post game, and I just naturally fall into it after hockey or whatever.
It used to be appointment viewing for doing this job.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Sports, like I record Sports Center, make sure I never do that now. Why? Because I can go and look up the highlights any damn place I want, anytime I want. You know, you can look it up. First of all, you can look it up on ESPN.com.
Well,
just look up the highlights there or YouTube or whatever.
They got to be careful because what they did in the early days, as you said, everybody tuned in. They made celebrities out of the host.
Yeah, well, they don't do that anymore.
The host became celebrities.
I
think Scott Van Pelt will be the last one.
Probably. Yeah, they're not interested in doing that anymore.
No.
Because
then you got to pay those guys.
They got Greenberg. They got Pat McAfee. They got Van Pelt. They got, that's kind of Stephen A., and then nobody cares about Sports Center. Not really. So they'll just hire cheap young people to say, here's,
bunch of Cardi D's.
No. Well, the Cardi D line is just, and listen, they let these guys do whatever they want. It was weird in the beginning. It felt odd. It still feels a little odd.
Yeah.
But Cardi D's NBA Finals halftime. We're laughing. Everybody's talking about it. What a line. You think he had that one in his back pocket?
No, because I think, listen, when
he didn't know what she was going to dress like.
When I first saw the video, and I didn't even have the audio, I hadn't hit mute off of my phone yet. And, she came at me. That was if those are beats, that was pushed up beats. First thing you notice is, her
Go ahead.
bosom. And then I heard the video and I said, hey, Cardi B, that's Cardi D.
We've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those B's, that might be Cardi D's.
Those might be Cardi D's. Hysterical. Good job. Good job by everybody. Good job on the broadcast. Good job. Bad job by the fans afterwards, beating up Spurs. That was terrible. That has no place. That's ridiculous. It's dumb. So I don't know what to say about that. Don't do it. It's terrible. There's no excuse for it. But you get to do this all again, New York, in a couple nights.
See if you get it better. See
if you can figure it out. I'm pulling for the Spurs, though, man. I've always been pulling for the Spurs against the Knicks.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing. Listen,
I don't
and same thing with the hockey. It's kind of fun with no dog really in the hunt to watch quality play. The NHL playoffs
it's been fantastic.
Has been fantastic.
It's been fantastic.
This has been fantastic.
It has.
I'm trying to figure out, was Vegas up 2-1? But look how many goals Carolina scored. I'm thinking, didn't we score like one goal a game?
You know who I'm starting to like, who I used to not be able to stand, is Cat. I know Wemby got over 30 or whatever it is that he got.
32, yeah.
Yeah. So he got his. I like the way Cat goes after him. I like the way that guy plays defense on Wemby.
Cat's 7 feet tall. He ain't small.
No,
he's a big son of a gun.
He just got
Brunson had 32 as well.
I think he looks different in this series, though. To me, I know that.
I watch his face. I watch his body language, and I'm like, yeah, I'm over him.
Hey, we got to the flopping czar. We got some stuff for you today, flopping czar.
Oh, really?
Well, Adam Silver was talking all about it pregame. So Dan, hopefully we can get that.
Whoa.
We also have what do we got? There's a lot of crying. We got a lot of crying. Mike Brown was crying.
Yeah, I thought it's funny because I'm friends with Mike.
Okay.
I've been out and had drinks with Mike. So when I first saw it, I went, come on.
Well, let's get to it. Let's take a break. We'll get to it. Sam Presti was crying. A lot of crying going on yesterday. Lots of crying
and
going
Sam
on.
Presti's crying on what I told you is going to be happening.
All right, we'll get to it coming up.
we've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those B's, that might be Cardi D's.
Line of the year. All right. There's some new developments with the Burnham Yard thing, which just makes me laugh, but we'll have that for you in a little bit. It's fun watching that sort of drama play itself out. All right, Mike Brown, let's get to that a little bit, and we'll get to the flopping stuff with Adam Silver here in a second, Czar. Right. We'll bring you into it there.
Was Silver saying something stupid again?
We'll see.
Okay.
Well, but we'll let the Czar judge.
All right.
I mean, who are we to say with the Czar? But here's Mike Brown after the game.
Opportunities for fouls to be called to at least try to even the free throws out. Now, we didn't play good. San Antonio played great. We could have played better. There were a lot of things that we didn't do that we did in game 1 and game 2. But to go 24 free throw attempts in a second half, that's 48 for the game if you think about it the way that they called that second half, compared to 8. All the shots we took, we got fouled 4 times.
Oh, man.
Roughly, for 8 free throw attempts. Again, I don't complain much. I never thought I'd see that in an NBA Finals game.
Yeah, you want to say something about your buddy Mike Brown?
He's a good guy, good buddy. That was beneath him.
It was beneath him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honor your opponents. Say, here's what happened. They did a good job. Blah blah blah. And then move on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
What about the fourth quarter free throw discrepancy?
I'm trying
horrible tragedy.
I'm trying to look up on my little stat thing, and I think there's a way that I can look at quarter by quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this: how many jumpers did you take in the fourth quarter?
Well, you only scored 20 points, so it couldn't have been that many. Well, I don't know. It could have been a lot, I suppose, if you just missed every shot.
If you can break down, Dan, I don't know if you can find it, but look at the fourth quarter. How many jump shots did you take? How many points in the paint did he get? I thought Ernie made a good point. It was 21-7 points off turnover.
Well, let's hear from Ernie because the boys talked about it afterwards.
Well, he should stop that we didn't play well.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You can't go back.
Or they played more. San Antonio played very well.
Yeah, we can. He can say, but his point. They did not play well enough to win the game. The Spurs outplayed them tonight. Listen, referees gonna miss some calls. That happens. But officiating did not lose this game. Mike Brown, I love Mike Brown, but he said it first. We did not play well. Yeah, because we'd got more free throws. Of course, we could have. Maybe it was a bad call here or there. But the bottom line was he should have stopped that. We did not play well enough to win.
Ernie.
That's why they lost, not the free throws.
And points off turnovers, 21-7 in favor of San Antonio.
Ernie,
when I
was good enough to lead my team to the finals, one time I had a bad game, and Phil Jackson said, "What's wrong?" I said, "I didn't get no calls." He put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Real champions don't complain," and he walked off. Mike Brown knows better. He's one with the Warriors. He knows what it takes to win the championship. I agree with Chuck. You didn't play well. You should have played better at home. Everybody's expecting, the blowout, and we're here in New York. Everybody's celebrating. He should have stopped that with we didn't play well. Real champions do not complain.
Okay, well, more or less that's what you just said.
Yep. And Phil Jackson was the king of complaining about refs not giving him calls whenever they lost a playoff game. But I like that saying. That's a good saying. Yeah, I go back then. A lot of times teams that shoot a lot of free throws are usually in the paint, which is some of the complaints on Denver, where that's one of their main thing. They've always been the top of the league at points in the paint, and yet their free throw numbers are middle to lower third or final third in the league as far as attempts. So I would go back and look. They start over 10, so you know they had at least 10 threes. You said they only scored 20 points, so how many shots in all did they get in the fourth quarter? And if you got 25 shots and over a third of them were threes, you don't usually get fouled on those very often, do you?
Not really.
I remember at least 2 of those free throws, 3 of those free throws were Brunson. One was an and one that cut it from 7 to 4, and another one that was at the free throw line. I thought the and one that they gave him was generous. And they did have, of the three officials there, one of them probably should not be in an NBA Finals. But he looks good on a poster.
I think the fouls to me is I'm rolling my eyes at it. Look at points off turnovers. Okay, that's such a more meaningful stat. It's ridiculous. Yep. The Spurs got 21 points off 13 Knicks turnovers.
Yeah, you're minus 14
which isn't like outrageous, but it's not great. Spurs 8 turnovers, only allowing 7 points. That's your ball game. Yeah. It's a 4-point game. It came down to that.
They didn't turn you over a lot, but when they did, they put points up.
Correct, and you didn't take advantage of it as much. I mean, really, 13 turnovers really isn't that bad.
Oh, it's below the league average, I think.
Yeah, I mean, 8 is really, really good.
Yeah, you're supposed to win games.
You both shot 35% from 3. You shot free throw percentage same. The Knicks out rebounded you, which that's pretty good considering you got Wemby. It was points off turnovers. We see the same thing over and over because we look at the Nuggets game so closely. There's certain numbers and stats you just look at immediately, and you're like, well, okay, what was this? What was that? Free throws?
What were the made threes versus made threes?
They both shot 35.
What about the fourth quarter?
I don't know. 13 for 37 for the Knicks, 12 for 34 for the Spurs.
I know New York started 0 of 10 from 3 in the fourth, I believe.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So they shot 27 total?
37.
37. So almost a quarter or over a quarter of their threes they took in the fourth quarter.
Well, they scored 20 points.
You don't get fouled on threes. I mean, those are rare.
You were hucking it up. You scored 42 points in the second. You had a 7-point lead at halftime.
Yeah.
So, Mike Brown, you're crying about free throws? I don't know, bro. You might want to look at the rest of your team and what they were doing in the second half and stop crying about the turnovers, or the free throws, rather.
They had almost 3 minutes left, and they're only down by 7 or so. And they were just settling for all these threes, and I'm just like, what? Why? Why are you doing that? You've been cold. You stayed cold. Get aggressive. Get to the hoop. At one point, Brunson finally did try to go to the hoop because I think he just lost confidence in shooting it. He got swatted. I don't remember if it was Wemby or who it was, but
Castle, I think.
Was it? Yeah.
Well, I think a huge reason. I don't know how you put numbers to it, although I bet you can. How many shots do you not take in the paint because of Wemby? So it's not just his blocks. True. How many times does he just change the game? Or how about this? When you're taking a corner 3 and Wemby is running out at you, how many times do you miss that shot? Right. I mean, he impacts this game in so many ways that are actually hard to put numbers by. So teams don't even try. They don't even try sometimes to do what they would normally do because of him.
Which makes it seem funny that against Wemby this year, Joker averaged 40.
Well, I'll tell you this. This style of basketball style of basketball suits the Nuggets.
Does it mean anything does it mean anything to you how the Nuggets played against the Spurs this year?
No. Listen,
like if the Nuggets are playing the Spurs right now in the NBA Finals, how would that go?
I think it'd be a hell of a series.
I think it'd be just like this.
Yeah.
I think it'd be just like this. It'd be close and you got a shot.
Yeah.
Because the Nuggets could slow them down. They won 3 out of 4 times playing the Spurs. The games were close, though, for the most part. But this style of basketball, the problem is you don't get to this style of basketball, it feels like, until you get to the NBA Finals. The rest of the playoffs feels way more wide open and athletic and all sorts of things going on. But you get here and everything starts to pucker up a little bit. And Joker is good against Wemby. But Karl Anthony Towns is good. And I love what Mitchell Robinson is bringing to the table. And I don't know, they're right there. The Knicks are right there, obviously. They lead 2-1. They could easily win the next 2 games and win the NBA final.
Yep. So if they don't, just because it'd be fun to go on a little longer. But
every game in the Stanley Cup and the NBA final has been great.
That'd be pretty wild if both teams stole both games on the road.
Yeah. All right. Czar?
Are we ready?
Are you ready?
I got to see the video, right?
No, I don't think we have video here. It's just.
Well, then
I can put it up.
I thought the Czar broke the video down.
I can put the video up.
We got video of.
Well, it's them talking with Silver, but it does have some highlights on it.
Okay, go ahead. Well, hold on. We got to have the music. We got to do this the right way. Turn it up a little for the Czar.
Yeah, there's Harden that he's been getting away with.
All right, well, we have Silver talking about it though.
Oh, let's hit Silver, and then I can break.
Yes, go ahead, Dan.
The guy never even made contact. The guy was flying back like he got, came out of a rocket. Then players are taught to, sell the call it, where there's actually a foul, but they're trying to draw the officials' attention. We're going to look in the offseason. We have a 2-day competition committee meeting in Vegas around the Summer League. We'll watch 1,000 plays literally over 2 days and see if we should set that line at different plays. But I think we have made a lot of progress there because there's a big difference between making sure the official sees what's an actual foul and responding to complete non-contact and flying back with your body.
Some of that, Draymond, I know you want is basketball IQ. I'm getting you in the air. You're in a bad position. I'm going to sell this foul because you made a mistake, not just I never got hit and I'm falling on the floor.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is great at drawing fouls. That's what everybody's talking about.
There's a difference between him and flopping.
Listen, he is incredible at drawing fouls.
But also,
flopping is flopping.
Chuck, we got 30 seconds. Man, flopping's always been part of the game. Stop it. Can we make some adjustments on it? Yes. Guys been flopping since I played in the 80s and 90s, so let's don't act like this is something new.
Okay, Commissioner.
He's probably right.
Czar.
He's probably right, Chuck's the last statement. That being said, they've taken it to a new art form. And you couple that, the new art form as Mr. Silver makes it so soft and easy to say, just selling the call. It's at a new level art form, and you couple that with really not good officials, and you have what you've seen over the last 3 years.
And
Luka's great at it, Brunson's great at it, Shai's great at it, Harden is the king at it, but it's been going on for a while.
And you combine it with the fact that nobody's there to make them really feel what a real foul feels like. Back in your day, they might have been flopping, but you know what you guys were doing? Somebody flops like that, you're like, okay, well, I'm going to make sure you feel the next one.
Exactly right.
If you want to flop, okay, I'm going to make sure that you're actually flopping for a reason on this next one.
You flop it the next time you hit.
And so you know what that does? That inevitably is going to slow down the flopping. I'm sure Chuck is right, but there were actual consequences back in the day.
What city in America is the capital of Floplandia?
Oklahoma City is right up there right now.
We'll give you Sam Presti, who runs the show there, and here are the beautiful words. I present this to you, Flopping Czar.
Relative to Shai and the narrative on that, he's playing against 6 people. He's got 5 defenders, and the 6th defender is social media. And, that's a reality. And he's not going to be the last player that the machine decides to target. But no one's going to handle this gracefully, because when they turn it on somebody else, they're not going to step up there every night and not acknowledge it.
That's a short clip of a 7-minute response, part of a 90-minute press conference on the state of the NBA by Mr. Presti. But boil it down, Czar.
He
do you go with Presti's accusation that SGA is playing 5 versus 6?
Well, first of all, I'll say this. Just shut up.
Okay.
One.
Start there. Start with shut up?
Yeah, shut up.
Okay.
All them people.
All right.
The rib removal clinic is down the street if you want. You've done a great job as a GM. That being said, and I told you this was going to happen months ago. We saw it with Joker. You get popular, you win some MVPs, and it starts with the big media, because they've not just social media, the big boy media has gotten all over Shai this year too, more than ever.
Well, it's 5 on 6.
But they did the same thing to Joker. I mean, go look at social media when he lost to Embiid, or go look when he lost to Shai the first time, and it's, Joker doesn't do it. All it's nothing but clips about him getting beat on a drive or somebody like that.
Here's what I don't hear: any solutions?
There is no solution.
That's what Chuck says.
Yeah, because ESPN started it. And I told you guys when it was happening.
There's
during
no solution
the
to
season. They've already decided Wemby's going to be your MVP next year. They already got it'll be Wemby or Luka, depending on how he comes back from all his injuries. But there'll be a new one next year. They're done. They're done with this. And now, listen, how long have I been telling you that Shai Gilgeous flops and has been getting way too many free throws every single game.
Yeah, but who knew he was playing against social media too? I mean, he's being guarded by everybody and social media.
Well, but the whole thing is media. I don't think there's no more social media. I don't know why we got to put social in front of it. A, there's nothing social. Social used to be a nice word.
No, we're getting into some semantics here.
So A, there's nothing social about it too much of the time. And B, everybody's a member of the media that is on social media. So it's just media now.
Okay.
I mean, all these blogger boys and girls from all over all the franchise cities are media members now. They didn't go to University of Missouri or Syracuse.
What is your ruling, Czar?
A, get better officials.
Okay.
B, don't call what you think you saw. Just call what you saw. I think too many people, especially at home games, officials are afraid to get booed once or twice. Back to old school guys, that was like a red badge of courage. You know, there were certain officials we knew we got when we're on the road. Well, we got a chance tonight. If you had Earl Strom in a road game in Boston, you were going to get it. You were going to get a fair whistle because he wasn't afraid of no crowd. But then there's certain guys that were. What was his name? Ed something. But anyway, so yeah, I think you got to get better officials. B, if you don't see it, don't call it. Take the hit later. I mean, out of bounds. How many times they go like this? Why do we have all these challenges? You wanted to do something. Was it basketball or football? Why don't you have the court wired so it's out of bounds automatically? If you can automatically call a ball or a strike on a 100-mile-an-hour pitch.
Well, that's not me. They're going to do it.
Why can't you just call it out of bounds right there?
They are doing it.
Because the officials guess. So my thing, if I were ever lead officials, I'd stop. I would try to find the best officials in the world. And B, I would first thing I'd tell them is if you didn't see it, don't call it. Don't call something because you see somebody fall down on your periphery. Oh, that's automatic foul. That happens all the time.
So can this be corrected or not? Because Chuck is basically saying this has existed forever.
It's always been, but Tyler made a great point. If you really flopped and you were egregious with it, the next time you went to the basket, you were getting absolutely annihilated. And guess what? The guy that annihilated the other guy wasn't being kicked out of the game and suspended for two games. You know what it was? Foul.
Yeah, you want to act like you're in pain? Okay. I'll put you in pain.
All right,
we played San Antonio. I almost got a fight with Larry Brown. I'll tell you the last story.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. Put me in the game, and San Antonio's doing some fly. I can't even remember who it was. Goes to baseball. He's always going to baseball, running to people and just throwing the ball up. So he got me up in the air, and he jumped in me. He's falling back. So I said, fine. I fell on him. And Tyler knows this. When you fall on somebody, there's a way you can fall on somebody, and you know you're putting your body weight on them.
Oh, yeah.
Then there's a way to fall on people, and you protect them. Don't put the 245 at the time when I was playing. Don't put all 245 on him, and you can protect it. But this guy's getting there doing it in the lane, thinking you don't play in the lane. I put all my weight. If I was going to land on him, I was going to land on him. And then Tyler knows about this too. And then I didn't just lift myself up. I used all my weight and slowly crawled across his body to stand up. Now, he got up big Gene, which wasn't smart on his part. Bench is empty. Come up, we're playing at McNichols. Next thing I know, Larry Brown's turned around my face. I take a step forward at him, and Larry Brown and I are now our buddies. We're pal. But he was going to come, and I said, really?
What was Larry Brown going to do? What was Larry Brown going to do?
He thought it was good. He had a little flashback to his ABA days, and he's about to taste it. But you know what I'm saying? Have you ever fallen on somebody and said, okay.
I know the difference.
I'm going to go down. I'm going to come. You just know how to do it. There's some science in it somewhere.
Sure.
Do you drag it across their face?
Oh, I went across him. He was trying to get him, and I just put all my weight, and my knees hit him, and then my
quick little tee bag on the way up.
Oh, maybe.
All right. Okay. Great advice, Czar.
Being soft. Get soft officials.
All right. Toughen up.
Yeah.
But
and soft players.
There's the latest.
Which came first, soft players or soft officials?
You tell me.
I don't know. They were birthed within a month of each other.
The Lot M controversy with Burnham Yard. It's a new one. It's a new fun one. Details next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Others, their rewards, same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks. So convert your Fan Cash to profit boost, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. Okay. I wonder if we should title this the I think Greg Penner might be the nicest guy in the world. Because the stuff that they're dealing with is listen, man, here's what they did. They did a survey and everybody wanted the Denver Broncos in Denver, right? Right? So let's
which would have been cheaper to go out to Whoville.
Right. Anywhere. I'm laughing at this. I'm not an anti-Denver guy. I love going to downtown Denver. But we are stretching the bounds of like what downtown Denver even is. I mean, I get it. And I don't know where your guys' head is with like what really is a stadium in downtown Denver. And we are seeing more and more football stadiums in particular.
Go to the suburbs.
Yeah, man. And you know why.
Land's cheaper. Politics usually are a little different.
Keep going.
You know,
all of it.
They actually want you and will work with you.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Keep going.
Lot M. Do you guys have any idea where Lot M is at Empower Field?
Them down by the old bridge works, or I don't know. I have no idea.
North, south, east, or west?
It's one of those. What direction do you think it is compared to Empower Field?
South. Or south.
You are correct.
Yeah.
It is just south of Colfax, where Colfax sort of is getting towards Federal, and it's an auxiliary parking lot. You know, every neighborhood in Denver's got a name.
Yeah. Ask Vic about it.
This is the Sun Valley neighborhood. Guess what Sun Valley was hoping to do with Lot M when the Broncos would, go a mile down the road? The neighborhood of Sun Valley. Guess what they were rooting for a good old Lot M?
Park.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah.
Because if you were in a neighborhood, you had a house or whatever.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a little park?
Right. We've been looking at this parking lot. It's empty so much of the year because really how many events are even happening? Never mind an auxiliary lot. So not only does there have to be an event there, it's got to be sold out to the degree, or we're just looking at a parking lot. So wouldn't it be nice to have a little open space park, whatever, that sort of thing? Lot M. Guess where the Broncos want to stick the Denver Water Emergency Services Building?
Lot M.
Lot M. So part of the deal was we're going to move you, Denver Water, and Denver Water was okay, even though Denver Water has been in their location in Burnham Yard for 100 years. You know what I'm saying? Like they have no need.
Well, they work for the city. They'll go wherever the city wants them to be.
Sure.
But they're entrenched at Burnham Yards.
They've been there. They've had no reason to leave. They're fine. There's no sense of urgency. We've been here 100. We can stay here another 100. Now, who knows what goes into Denver Water and what it means, but apparently the Emergency Services Department has to be close to like I-25 and I-70, and it's got to be close to some...
Which Lot M is.
Which Lot M is.
Convenient.
Very convenient. Would make perfect sense, and it's not the entirety of Denver
Also
Water.
would make a beautiful park, though.
True.
So this is the crap. So guess who's protesting the move of Denver Water?
Sun Valley.
Of course. And I don't even blame them. Do you blame those residences?
I guess I'm just a little bit confused, though. I mean, who owns Lot M? And I mean, why would the Broncos be able to put Denver Water on a property that they don't own?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's owned by the city of Denver. I think that's where it goes.
So then if the city of Denver owns it, I guess I don't really understand.
Oh, I think they could force it through if they wanted to make it happen. Yeah. I mean, but if you're the citizens of Lot M in Sun Valley, guess what? You're going to have problems with it, and with problems come lawyers and lawsuits and yada, yada, yada.
And more red tape.
It doesn't mean it can't get done. It probably will get done because, you pay people enough scratch, things magically get done one way or the other. So I'm assuming it does get done, and Lot M becomes a big building, not a luxurious park for the citizens of Sun Valley. I'm just laughing at what the Denver Water says, okay, we'll move. Okay, we'll move you. Okay, we'll move you here. And then somebody that you have no idea about nothing says, no, we don't want this. Because guess what? Burnham Yard and the development of the Broncos does not benefit them. It's a mile away. They don't care. Does nothing for their neighborhood except they got to look at a new building on the parking lot instead of some green grass and a slide or whatever they were going to build there. And I'm saying...
Honestly, this sounds like a city of Denver problem more than Denver Broncos problem.
It definitely is a city of Denver. And one of the quotes in the article is, there's a representative from the city of Denver said she's getting no sleep whatsoever because, they got to figure this out. They got to figure it out because you know what Greg Penner can do? Despite all the money they've spent, and they have spent millions of dollars down there, that is still the preferred site. They haven't taken that label off. They haven't taken that label off.
If I'm the mayor of Lone Tree, who's been an advocate of it earlier, right?
Sure.
I would have read that article today and made a phone call. Hey, we're still out here.
Lone Tree City Center.
Hey,
it's still nothing but fields.
The new spur has come out here. We got a rail line already out here now.
Guess what you got to move if you build in Lone Tree? Like some rodents.
Dirt.
Dirt. That's right.
Groundhogs.
Listen, there'd be somebody complaining about that, I promise you. Those poor groundhogs.
You might be right, and I'm sure there's environmental issues for everything, but it's not nearly as complicated. They're a few months behind right now.
Well, I thought the governor had stepped up and said he didn't want it down there either.
What?
Polis said that?
Yeah, that's what
No way.
That's what
I would be shocked if he didn't want it.
Someone told me that just this last week.
Okay, well, all right. I'll take your word for it, but I haven't seen that. Johnston is dying for it to be down there.
Yeah, because he's $20 million in debt. He wants revenue.
Oh,
stream.
my God. So that's the latest and greatest, guys. Lot M. And I'm reading the article, and they say this is just one of dozens of issues. Not one or two. Dozens of issues they have to get through.
Yeah, I'm sure. There's a lot of red tape there, man. There's a lot of businesses. There's going to be a lot of small folks that are still going to hold out, hoping for a payday.
Again, I give the Penners credit, man. They are trying to do the best by the fans. And I've asked this question 10 million times. Like, why do you even care where the new stadium goes?
Hey,
well, good news for the Broncos on this one is they don't have to get involved. They just offered to cut the check.
Oh, yeah,
Wherever the Denver Water moves, Broncos said, hey, we'll cut the check. But they don't have to make this decision. They don't have to be involved. They don't have to be the bad guy with Sun Valley.
Well, there you go.
Well,
the latest and greatest.
Just as easy to hop on a train and take it south as it is to hop on a train and take it north.
The whole
a lot of people on the text line are saying Sun Valley's been one of the most impoverished neighborhoods in Denver for decades.
Okay, I believe it. It's in a horrible location. It's nothing but clover leaves and overpasses and just it's not great. And I'm sure they're looking at this as an opportunity to make their neighborhood better. And putting a big industrial water plant is not exactly going to do that. That doesn't help the neighborhood.
No.
And they get to what? They get piled on because they have everything go against them, and now this is something else. So I mean, I totally get it from their perspective. I understand why they'd be upset. This is such a complicated process, guys. And that's the latest development, the good old Lot M. Who knew, guys, seriously, Lot M even existed? I didn't. I had no idea. I knew there was auxiliary parking, but I've never parked that far away from the stadium. Like, that is out there, man. We are.
Have you ever even parked at the stadium?
Oh, yeah. I park at the stadium every week.
I thought you'd take a train down there.
Over the years, I do actually take the train most of the time. That's a good call. But when I do, I've parked a million times. But I park in the media lot, dude. When I park, I get a pass.
Back when we used to get passes.
It's like that. But you know what? You know what's funny? Just taking the train is so much easier than dealing with any of the traffic. So yeah,
except for that half-mile walk back over the stadium.
It's not convenient. It's even the train's not all that convenient, right?
No,
not really.
Not really. I've gone to a bunch of concerts there and taking the train.
It's not that convenient.
And then I still got a mile to walk.
You got a ways to walk. You know where the light rail lets right off? Lone Tree City Center. It's not that anybody would do it because it's so stupid. You would never do it. But it is funny to be on that light rail and see a light rail station that says Lone Tree City Center, and it's nothing but fields to the left, right, behind you, in front of you. It's comical that something's called a city center, and it's nothing but fields.
So a huge stadium with offices and apartments and condos and buildings and retail shops all around that would fit.
They'd put a shovel in the dirt tomorrow. But we got Lot M. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore, and you may be surprised by how the right treatment can improve on your love life. The truth is, ED can ruin the moment. When you're getting intimate with your partner, you aren't able to perform the way you want or used to be able to. Okay, that can be frustrating. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there's a wide range of advanced treatment options for every stage of ED that can help you get back to performing again, maybe even better than you have in years. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, delivering advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. They've used advanced medical science to empower male performance that goes far beyond pills. So call today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men Clinic. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm seeing a couple of texts here. The Sean Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. At least Denver is more center. Lone Tree screws all of us up north in Westminster, Thornton, and Broomfield. Not really. I mean, just get on 470 and you wrap your way around. I don't know if people understand that when they build the new at Burnham Yard, you're going to have to use public transportation, basically. You don't have to, but I mean, like, it's going to be way, way, way easier to use that.
Well, there's actually
than to
like
park there.
zero parking. It's
much,
which they're doing intentionally. What do they call it? They've got a name for it. It's like urban.
Yeah. You're right.
I forget what it's called, but there's an actual name for the development style that they're going for, where they don't want you parking.
Then
there.
you could do like New Jersey on game days. You can take that $8 train ride and just charge them $40 for it. You know,
have you seen what's going on for the World Cup?
Oh yeah,
the World Cup is. Scott's right about that. There's no way to get there, aside from spending like a lot of money. Period.
Yeah. Well, they've taken a train that goes right to where the Giants play. That's usually like a $13 ride from the city.
Yeah.
And the ride's now $100.
That's how I got to the Super Bowl.
What'd you pay for it?
I forget because I didn't take one of the media buses that day. I don't know. I got on the train and I don't know. I wanted to experience New York. I forget. It wasn't that expensive though.
Well, it's
not for that.
It's
the World Cup
for the World Cup though.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you do that if the train says if you're in Denver, you're going to be out in Lone Tree. If you're going to take the train going south, guess what? That $12 train ride now is going to be $60 every Sunday.
That's how they get you. Don't give you a choice.
Yeah, we get it. Oh, go ahead.
I'm still glad it's to be in Denver. Are we like? Is that where we're at right now?
No, that's where it's going to be.
Maybe.
It's going to Denver.
I'm holding out hope that it gets back put out to Lone Tree.
Are you you're a Lone Tree guy?
Yeah, well, it's closer to me.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and it's not just going to be the stadium. It's going to be a whole thing. It's going to be all sorts of things. I don't know. Listen, man, I'm all for making the city better if you can and the whole thing. But the concept that it has to be in Denver because it's the Denver Broncos, to me, is naive.
Well, one thing that's definitely naive is people assuming or making any sort of insinuation, I should say, that people won't drive to Lone Tree. People would drive to Pueblo if they had to drive to Pueblo.
Of course.
So although I'm not an advocate of going to Lone Tree, I'm smart enough to realize that stadium will be full. Every seat will be at max capacity.
All right.
And it does not matter where they put that thing.
Yeah. Which again, I give the Penners so much credit. Like, they could have easily just told everybody to pound sand, but they did the survey. People want it in Denver, and they're making their best attempts to get it there. Good for them, man. They're definitely going about it the hardest way.
I will say this. So you live in Centennial.
Not anymore, I don't.
But say you do.
Okay.
And
used to.
You're out visiting somebody. You're visiting people. You went back to St. Louis for a ball game. You're talking to St. Louis people. And they say, hey, where are you from? You saying Centennial?
No,
or you saying
right.
You're saying Denver.
I just say Denver.
Yeah. It's the Denver metro area.
Yeah.
Centennial, Littleton,
I'm from
Aurora.
I'm from the Baker neighborhood in Denver.
I'm from Sun Valley, Denver.
My wife the cat cave pointed that. She goes, we live in, I don't know what the name of it is. Ridge Pine Central, or I don't know. It's some name. And I go, but that's not, it says Renaissance on our sign. Oh, but we're the Renaissance neighborhood inside of the Ridge Pine Central. That's part of Lone Tree. Yeah. Really?
Because you're right off Ridgeway Highway.
Yeah. She goes, don't you know where we used to live before? And I lived there for 20 plus years. And I never knew like the name of like.
I thought it was Aurora.
It was Aurora. And then I opened the door and it's Centennial. And then, I walked 5 feet to the left, and I'm in Morningside. But no, I'm really part of Piney Creek too. But no, I'm really part of. And I'm like, I don't know where the hell I am.
Denver.
Subsection of that.
Yeah, Dan, what's the name of your neighborhood?
The subsection of the subsection.
Okay. Anywho, I'm not looking to get I'm not advocating to go to Lone Tree. I'm just pointing out what's going on there. Texter, who's all upset with me. It's fine. Put it in Denver. Fine by me. I don't care. I ride the light rail all the time. Doesn't bother me.
But it is, you almost wonder, because I know the light rail goes to the airport, and they'd always talked about moving light rail north, further up north. If you were to put into Lone Tree, for example, or say you're even to put it in, somewhere between Loveland and Denver,
Sure.
somewhere up north, just
Sure.
the same
Sake
type
of
of
argument.
relation as Lone Tree.
Sure.
When you just want to build a light rail station all the way out there anyway.
You would just do that.
Why don't they just build the light rail all the way up to Vail? That's what I want.
They've talked about it.
There's been a lot of conversations about doing something
Yeah,
like
we've been
that.
doing that for 25 years.
Got the train out there to Winter Park. They've talked about that for forever. They are going to build in Burnham Yard 2 new light rail stations too, and ones that I think it goes like above, so you're not getting hit by the light rail. You can walk a little bit more convenient. The plans are amazing.
I think aren't there actually supposed to be 3 stops
Yes.
at the stadium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So north, middle,
And
south.
Listen, if they can pull it off, it's going to be spectacular. I'm just saying to this guy who's talking about driving the people to the north, just a heads up, it's built for you to take public transportation. Getting in and out of this area with a vehicle is going to be a major pain in the butt. But light rail is going to be, and public transportation is going to be the kind of the way to go. So tailgating, you realize that. I don't know if these people realize tailgating's over with this new stadium. Does anybody care about that? Like, tailgating's a wrap.
Well, it's what they want. They want you spending the time in the bars and the nightclubs and in the restaurants and the bowling alleys. So
100%.
rather than you bringing your own beer and hot dogs, go buy a beer and a hot dog.
That's right. There's going to be very limited places. There is still some parking, so there would be some tailgating.
That to me is the. And I'm not a big tailgater at all. Matter of fact, but I do realize it's a huge part of the culture of specific NFL football teams.
Dude, when I used to go to the CU games, that was the best part of the CU games was the tailgate before.
Well, CU actually did something really cool when they converted Fair and Field there into a tailgate spot.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
And now they've just got all these tents that you can rent the space from, buy the tents or whatever. It's
really
it's
cool.
actually turned into an awesome deal.
Yeah. The tailgating scene outside of CU games is
fun.
I think it's great. I think there's plenty of places to do it around CU.
They've got an alumni tent in there that's awesome because all the alumni, you just stop in there every game. And, if there's 2 guys in there or 20 guys in there, you got a chance to bump into somebody that you know, and you got free food and drinks.
Is there anything you would change to CU to Folsom or any part of it? Is there
to Folsom? Oh man,
would you put backs on chairs for the stands, for example?
That very, very few, if any, college stadiums have backs on the on the bleachers.
Right.
On the student side.
On
the
any
whole
of it.
stadium.
I mean, honestly,
there's hardly any backs on anything there.
I'm sure there are examples of it, but off the top of my head, I honestly can't even think of an example.
Not between the 30s. Not like there aren't backs on those. Like,
can you think of one?
I'm trying to think if they have them or not. It feels like I don't know.
I bet there's stadiums that have built little sections of it.
Well, you know what they've done, which is an amazing idea, and I didn't realize this till I went to a game last year. You can call ahead and rent a back, like a seat back, and they put it on the seat for you. So you got to pay for it ahead of time. You rent it, and then they put it on that seat. So if you sit in a specific seat, you got that cushion and a seat back right there. You rent a seat. How cool is that? I mean, I'm not ever going to do it.
Have you ever not brought one into Red Rocks?
Oh my God, Scott, I'm embarrassed to say I cannot even tell you the last time I saw like an event at Red Rocks. Wow. I've used my bike up there. My wife's done yoga on the rocks. I've taken people up there many, many times, but I have not seen a concert there. I can't even tell you. I cannot even tell you. I'm way overdue for seeing some sort of show at Red Rocks. It's terrible that I haven't. They have no seats backs on there at all.
But people will bring in, whether it's those little cushion ones or those ones that hook on the rail, and then you at least got a back. That's the hardest thing is your back for that.
All right. Anyways, the latest and greatest there with good old Burnham Yard. Let's get back to the basketball stuff. By the way, we were talking about this Pat McAfee deal. Is he really worth $60 million?
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. I mean, I don't know what the literal dollar figure is. He's saying he's worth 100. You said that's what his camp is asking for. If they are even in the negotiations of $60 million, the answer is hell yes, he's worth the money, because there's no chance any organization's having a conversation unless he's bringing in double that. I don't know, at least 1.5 that,
Well, it's kind of like we always complain about the players' salaries.
What do we always?
They got the money, don't they?
I think it was you, baby. somebody told me this in this industry. You know, when you're in radio, the one thing that like we could justify our salaries by is endorsements. You know how many companies want to pay to have your name on their product, and that's how our employers make money off of what they make return off their salary on us, right? Well, I promise you, Pat McAfee is bringing in more than $60 million to ESPN.
What is special about Pat McAfee?
Well, he was the first to not be afraid. And I'd give him credit for that on even Biz and all those guys. They came after Pat, didn't they?
Yeah, they came after him. They've had, you mean as far as trying to get him in trouble?
Well, I just mean the new era of unafraid, unapologetic, not trying to fit within the cultural norms of what sports media has always looked like.
Well, that's what got him paid.
Yeah.
That alone is what got him paid. And what you said earlier, they wanted to get a little younger and try to find a different demographic.
Well, what really
now,
got
McAfee's almost 50 years old.
Yeah,
what really got all these guys
That's
paid
funny.
is the ability for these guys to make an absurd living on the internet. Because when you can make an absurd living on the internet without censorship, without rules, without guidelines, well, we don't need you, ESPN. We don't need CBS. We don't need anybody. And so now ESPN and everybody else, they've got to start conforming to the rules of the internet. Otherwise, they'll just lose them to the internet.
All right, well, that's the latest going on there. We'll get back to the game from last night and the flopping and the whining and the crying. We got more from Sam Presti as well, who had a doozy of a press conference yesterday. So we'll get to him. But up next, time to know your Broncos. Tyler Oniendam, the first Broncos player taken in the draft, is in the spotlight next. We're getting closer and closer to soccer time, Scott. You're going to be our go-to soccer guy, but I'm trying to catch up here. Like what's what and what the stories are, and I'm getting there. I'm getting there with Team USA.
Right.
I'll be there by Friday night.
What's the name? The road to what's it called?
Oh my gosh, what is it?
Journey to the World Cup.
Something like that on
Journey
HBO.
to 2026.
Yeah, I'm watching that for sure. It's been great.
It has actually been pretty good.
So Friday night is Paraguay against the U.S. in, gosh darn it, where is it? It's not in
L.A.
Is it L.A.?
It's
yeah,
in LA.
I think you're right. You're right. So that's going to be a fun Friday night. It's like 7 o'clock our time,
Right.
9 o'clock, 7 o'clock Friday night. Like fantastic.
You know, Paraguay and Uruguay are in the same continent, and they're only separated by a little bit.
It makes so much sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're really close to each other.
Because the stands.
The name is like very similar too.
Yeah.
Like it's like I'm surprised they're not on different sides of the country.
And then there was a little island just off of South America that was called Urine. And it,
I'm sorry, what?
It sunk.
I hear that leads out to the Yellow Sea.
Yeah, actually, exactly. When the Yellow Sea was still viable.
Anyways, I'm looking at this ranking, and we'll get to know your Broncos here in a second. The U.S. isn't in the top 15
in the world.
No, I mean,
yeah, I would probably think that.
Japan at 15, Croatia 14, Senegal 13, Colombia 12. We're not better than Colombia. Belgium 11, and then
Colombia's 12.
Hey, Norway 10.
Yep.
All right.
Who's top three?
I would say
Germany, Brazil,
Germany,
and
Argentina. Brazil will be up there. France will be up there. Italy will be up there.
You guys are not naming the number one.
We did
Argentina 3, France 2.
And
Wow.
what's Germany?
Germany's not top 3.
They're not. England 4, Brazil 5.
England 4.
Portugal 6, Germany 7.
Germany 7.
Top team.
Number one, and not Argentina, not Brazil. Panama.
No, really? Seriously?
Really?
Hold
on. Let's think about this a little bit differently. What countries
and
would
Japan's
murder
too.
their goaltender if he gave up a goal?
I don't think this country would.
What
murder
countries
their
would
goaltender.
set the home on fire?
Yeah, I don't think. Do you want me to give you a hint?
It's not France.
Hold on.
Nope. France is.
Problem is we've tossed out
France
a lot
is
of
2.
names
France
here.
is 2.
France is 2.
Power
What was
ranking,
3?
yeah.
Spain.
What was 3?
3 is Argentina.
Argentina.
Did
And
you
it's
just
not
say Spain?
Brazil.
Spain.
Spain is number 1. There you go. Scott got it. There you go. Spain. España. Anyways, we'll get into it, man. Summertime.
Hey,
Sports.
thank God for it. Honestly, I'll get into it too.
Sure.
I mean, we
Why not?
got nothing else to get into.
Well, then go watch
I
this
agree.
little docuseries that still comes out. There's another docuseries out that you can watch. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Called Pulisic, which is their best player.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fabulous. I don't know if you watched that.
From Hershey, Pennsylvania.
There's another great docuseries on Clinton Dempsey, former World Cup guy, who it's called "You Don't Know Where I'm From, Dog," DAWG, and that's fantastic too.
How about this one? And I didn't realize till I saw a little bit from Landon Donovan. The United States. So there's a bunch of groups, and it's groups of 4. I'm not sure how many groups there are, 8, 10, something like that. The top 2 teams from each group move on.
Yeah.
And then you get into the knockout round, which is typical like NCAA tournament, you know.
So it must be 8 because to come out of your group, you're in the top 16.
Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, then that would make sense. How many times do you think the United States has ever won a knockout round game, and how far do you think they've ever gotten?
I know they've been to the 16 because Donovan went to the 16 once, and I believe they won their first game.
You are
at 16.
correct.
Or lost
0-2.
So this is the answer?
Well,
This is the right answer?
Scott's damn close here. They've only gone one time they've only won one game ever in the knockout round, and it was in 2002. And Landon Donovan was like, "That's ridiculous. We should have done better since then." So you realize the U.S. winning the World Cup would be the greatest sporting achievement ever in the history of United States sports.
Yeah, where the women have won it 3-4 times.
It's just a totally different thing. And I think the United States as a country has just done a much better job probably since Title IX into the 70s, enabled women to, good for the United States, by the way, it's enabled women to have a better shot at excelling and playing in more sports than other countries. It's something we've done better here than other places. And the result has been, at least in soccer, it's been great.
According to the machine, in 1930, USA got third place.
The 1930 World Cup? All right. Yeah. Well, Landon Donovan said this is the first they've ever got, so I was taking his word for it. I can't tell you what happened in 1930.
As we know, the machine is not as reliable as you would think the machine should be at times.
I'm just going off what Landon Donovan
The machine is what I refer to AI as.
And they don't tell you that the machine that year there was only 4 teams played in it.
I didn't fact check Landon Donovan. I just took him at his word. But it did make me think in terms of sporting events in the world, ever, in the history of the United States, winning the World Cup would top like the Miracle on Ice.
In all seriousness,
yes. If not overcome it, maybe even bigger.
It would be the greatest accomplishment in United States men's sports,
international sports
ever.
history.
Yeah, that's how hard it would be for the U.S. men to win. It would be their greatest achievement in sport ever, which is pretty wild when you think about it.
In all seriousness, why do you think culturally in America soccer is just not the same as the rest of the world? It's got to go way back, man. I mean, because this is built into us culturally. It's ingrained for decades. America has just not adopted soccer the way the rest of the world has.
Too much money?
What do you mean? I mean, if there's money to be made, you would think that Americans would like it.
It's not about making money. It's if you the Pele story. You said you watched that documentary too. The Clint Dempsey, and eventually get to where you play. But you know what you do in soccer? You get better with the ball on you.
Well, I'll tell you this, man.
I mean, that's all you need. Basketball.
You're saying it's too much money to get good at it?
Well, now we're ruining it and now it's to the point where I think a lot of countries, no cable, no TV. Guess what you got? A ball and a bunch of your buddies. You go around, you kick it around. America, we have all these distractions, everything to do, and now we want to get into soccer. Let me just give you a clue. Let me just give you a little.
Please do.
I'm going to use $3,000 to join a club team in Colorado, and that may be
for how long?
That for 1 year.
How many? Oh, that's a bargain. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going low, and I think that's low.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. I saw a team start to develop, boom, boom, boom. They're just starting, boom, boom, boom. Had 30 kids out there for the trying out. They're going to put a couple teams. I go, that's pretty good. 3,000 kid. That's $90,000.
There you go.
So I started looking it up. There's one club in Colorado has over 1,800. Like I said, I think that's a low figure. 3,000 times 1,800. You know what that figure is?
Oh, I could figure it out.
5.4 million.
I would have got there.
There's another club in this town that has 2,200. And I didn't do the machine on that. Go 2,200 times 3. Do you realize the money on use? This isn't basketball. This isn't your baseball clubs.
Yep.
This isn't volleyball clubs that they have now. Swimming. This is one sport. You got one club, and actually I think it was more than that. It was like 1,873, but I just round to 1,800. That's $5.4 million a year on youth soccer. One club.
I got you.
There's about 30 clubs, 40 clubs in Colorado. How much money per year?
Yeah. Well, maybe there needs to be twice as many, and then the price would come down. Like seriously, maybe then
the elite is to be elite. Listen, I did forever. I when I was a high school coach, and I did this back in my hometown. I came from a real poor small town, and so I did a basketball camp for 11 straight years, and I never changed the price of it. I think it was $40 or something like that. So I had 3 sessions a day, and I just wanted kids to be able to go there, and we still had to rent the gym and stuff like that. So we need to charge something, but $40 wasn't too bad. Got a T-shirt or a ball at the end of the camp. It was great. Did that straight, never raised price. Became a high school coach here, so I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to charge low price just to get kids in the gym. I want kids in the gym, try to teach basketball. Hardly people showed up. Someone says, it's too cheap. You go, what? Next year I charged 125, and
Here
I had to keep people from coming.
Right.
And
It's the Martha Stewart.
But it's so stupid.
I was just gonna say,
I mean, it's why sell a $9 pie when you can sell it for $55? And people all of a sudden want to buy it because it's $55.
You know, that's what Martha Stewart did.
No, but it went completely against who I am and what I believe in, and it just made me sick.
I don't blame you.
People just assume it's a better product.
That's what Martha Stewart did. That's
I thought the exact same thing at my $40 club that I did $125.
She said, I sold more pies charging more money because people thought they were getting a better pie. It's a little economic sort of advice there.
But I think, so back to your answer on the clubs, more clubs. No. Biggs will say, good, look at all that. It's youth sports.
I don't know. But
the reason we're not any good is because youth sports is a racket in the United States.
Nah, but that's really not the answer. I know what you're saying, and it's annoying as hell. But I mean, every sport's expensive. Baseball's expensive. Every sport's expensive. Football's expensive. They're all specialized. If you really want to be the best, it sucks the kids feel the pressure to be specialized. It sucks that everybody's hiring these personal coaches. Yep. But they're all relative. I mean, my daughter's into swimming. You want to know how expensive swimming is? To get into a pool? To jump into a pool? Do you want to know how much I'm spending every summer on swimming?
It's
year round.
Do you mind saying?
I mean, it doesn't matter, but I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, year round, it's thousands and thousands of dollars.
I'm sure it is.
And it's so they're all like that. But so the deeper answer was soccer. I don't know what it is. Everybody on the text line's like, oh, because it's boring. I agree. I do. I think soccer is boring. The rest of the world doesn't. Why is it intriguing to the rest of the world?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting when your kid's playing.
It's also more exciting when you learn the sport a little bit and you figure it out. And you figure out you don't need a 115, 111 game that can be intriguing, sit on the edge of your seat, and you can be a 2-1 game. It's a boring sport forever and ever. And I've tried to take the time over the last year to learn it.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's games you watch, and it'll be Arsenal lost 2-1 in a shootout.
I got you, but that was a boring game. I watched the whole thing.
I thought it was outstanding, though.
Oh, come on. They played the game in the middle of the field. They didn't take many offensive chances.
Both teams were afraid to make a mistake.
Yes,
you're right. I
both
agree
teams
with that.
did. They didn't want to attack.
But
they didn't want to counterattack.
And you figured it out.
Boring.
You figured it out.
That was boring. That game was boring. I watched the whole damn thing, and I played soccer growing up.
No, it wasn't boring. You know what it was? Two teams playing close to vest, making you make a mistake, which was a strategy, which to me, I would have just said that's boring. But you know what? There was the strategy.
I saw what the strategy was, and it was a boring strategy by both teams.
Somebody grow some testicles and let's go for it.
They didn't want to do it. Neither team wanted to do it, and it was like, all right, we're gonna. You earned the shootout, guys. Congratulations, Champions Club UEFA. There you go, shootout. And then two guys from Arsenal missed the net, which to me is like, I do not know how paid guys that make millions of dollars can miss a net on a free kick. I've taken free kicks. It ain't that hard to hit the net, Scott. It's a big, huge freaking net. Yeah. It's not that hard.
Get it blocked.
All right. We'll
Dude,
get
by
back
the way,
to
I saw a little boy. He had to be 10 years old. Do one of those, dove the wrong way.
Yeah.
Balls come behind me. They were having a shootout for a tournament. Threw his leg up. And
kicked it up.
Hit it in the middle and kicked it out. I went, that was one of the greatest saves I've ever seen in my life. And it was like this 10-year-old little boy.
We'll get to no dumb questions here in just a little bit. But, Dan, let's get to know one of our Broncos. Thank you, Connor McGahee. Who's in the spotlight this hour, Dan?
All right, today we're going to get to know the first pick of this year's draft for the Denver Broncos, Tyler Onyedum, guys. That is phonetically how you say it. Onyedum, if you want to write that down. 6'3", 295 defensive tackle /
What's his first name?
End. Tyler. Stupid first name.
King.
Tyler
Pharaoh.
Onyedum.
Tyler
Chancellor
Obi-Wan.
Onyedum.
Oh, you're going to call him Obi-Wan?
Obi-Wan.
Emperor.
I like that, Scott.
All right.
Okay, so third round, 66th overall. Like I mentioned, he was the first pick of this draft for the Broncos after the Jalen Waddle trade. Spent his first 4 years at Iowa State, transferred to Texas A&M to finish out his collegiate career. So, some fun facts about Tyler Onyedum. As a 6-year-old, guys, he had a touchdown mishap. In a flag football game, his dad signed him up, and on his very first carry, he ran the wrong way.
Oh, my God.
But still thought he'd scored a touchdown.
That's awesome.
Have you guys ever had your kids do that, or did you guys do that as youth? Run the wrong way on the field or the court?
I don't know that I've seen my kids do it, but Scott, I know you've had this as a coach. You've definitely had a kid score on the wrong bucket. I've had that.
I can't say I have.
Not on purpose.
No. I didn't mean on purpose.
Yeah,
I mean, they just get lost in time and space and
I
forget what bucket
had
they're
one reaching and grabbing for the ball and popped it up in the air and did that.
So you've never had a kid turn and just run the wrong direction
No.
and put a layup in or something like that?
No.
I got to admit, I've coached. I don't know. Well, I'm a baseball guy, so what would they be doing? Running the third base?
I had a guy come up to baseball and was facing the umpire and said, "Come on, throw it."
That's a fun one, man. That's a good one. What? How old were you when you started playing football, Tyler?
7th grade.
Oh, okay.
I always wanted to play younger. My dad played at CU. I wanted to play football like my dad. He made me play soccer and every other sport and didn't let me play until 7th grade. And it was a great decision in hindsight.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic decision.
Was it tackle in 7th grade?
Yeah, it was tackle.
Okay.
They didn't have flag football when I was a kid. So, yeah, it just went straight to tackle.
All right, what else about Tyler Onyedum?
All right,
Onyedum.
I'll write this. I'll put something in the studio.
I got it.
Onyedum.
All right.
He grew up in a strict household. He was born in Houston and raised in Richmond, Texas, with parents from Nigeria who immigrated in the 90s. He grew up in a, quote, very strict home and was an only child until his younger sister arrived while he was in high school. He calls her his rock. Also, a younger cousin from Nigeria also lived with him like a little brother. Do you think that's beneficial for pro athletes to grow up in very strict households, guys?
I don't know if strict is the right word, but motivated households for sure. You know, households that teach accountability, work ethic, all those sorts of things. I think it's very difficult to have a kid that will reach the professional level at any sport without that ingrained in them probably from the time they're 5 years old.
It sounds like he's got a good mom and dad. As far as I can tell, good family.
Nigerian immigrants.
You know, you take a little extra effort to get here, right? Like, you probably take nothing for granted. Probably work your ass off. Probably learn a lot of lessons.
And not afraid of hard work.
I doubt it. I mean, it's brave. I mean, I just think it's remarkable what people do when they come to this country and they can make a life, make a family, and make money and do the whole thing. It's impressive. So good for him. I know that George Payton and Sean Payton, one thing they put a lot of stock in is the leadership sort of qualities from guys. They're quick to brag about how many captains and leaders and that sort of thing they have on the team. So I'm guessing that's who he is, that's what stock he comes from, which is good. You know, Dion famously said, you know, you want the responsible guys to be quarterback and then you want the guys in jail to be defensive linemen. Well, you know, I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not, but you want responsible guys no matter what.
Well, going off of that, DMac, so we talked about Jonah Coleman yesterday. I can't remember the name of the award, guys, but he was academics all honors in college at Washington. Well, Tyler Onyedum also earned academic all Big 12 honors multiple times while majoring in communication studies while at Iowa State. So he's a big, strong dude who's also book smart. It kind of seems like the Broncos are taking this approach of they like drafting guys not only who can play football, but who are also smart in the classroom as well. It seems like they're kind of going down that path. Do you guys like that path for the Broncos?
I knew a lot of communication studies majors at Syracuse who were athletes. Wasn't the most academically motivated crowd that were in communication studies. It's kind of a mixed bag of people who were into it and those who thought this is the easiest path to get a degree. And I'm not, because I flunked out at Newhouse. I flunked out of the communication school. I got into communication studies, speech comm. And why the speech comm school was not in the school of communications.
That makes sense.
I gotcha. But I ran into a lot of athletes that were taking speech comm and communications.
Yeah, I started in business.
You started there?
Yeah. Transferred out of that.
Didn't you have 4 different majors?
Yeah. Business. Got out of there when I realized I had to get a subscription to Barron's or Wall Street Journal, and I did, and I had no idea what it was saying. And I went, no. transferred to because my grandmother, my stepfather, and mother were all teachers. Went into elementary education. And then did that for about a year and a half. And then my mom told me, Scott, teachers make about $30,000 a year, $38,000 a year. I go, what?
So when did you realize your real major was basketball?
Well, then I went to secondary education. Never did.
Okay.
Because then I wanted to be a teacher, but then be a high school coach. Because back then,
you're getting closer.
You had to teach in high school. You had to teach in high school to be a high school coach.
Right.
So I majored into secondary education. Went there for a year, and again, the salary thing became a problem. I never once thought I was going to be a pro player. Transferred into communications, but it's because I was pals with the sports information director and all of his people. I wanted to be a college sports information director. So
wow,
that was very specific to know in college.
That is wild.
So my last year plus, I majored in. Went to the communications college, and to try to get my. Anyway, long story short, I needed 120 hours to graduate.
When's it going to be short?
I had 120 needed 120 hours to graduate. I had 123, and I was 21 hours short.
So you still don't have your degree?
No.
I didn't know that.
And then I went because we still got all the paper. I got the thing. I said,
"Wait, tell us another story."
I said, "Hey, you don't have enough to graduate. You're short graduate." I said, "I got 123 hours. I only need 120." He said, "Yeah, but you don't have
wrong.
I don't have
wrong hours."
I dropped chemistry a few times. I have 4 hours of chemistry. I needed. I need 4 more hours of Western Civ. Yeah, just stupid courses.
Okay, well that's
anyway. I went back.
Yep.
15 years ago, I was going to go ahead and get my degree.
How'd that go?
Figured I'd go into college coaching.
Mm-hmm.
And?
At what point did you drop out of that one?
I didn't drop out. It's when they told me, "Oh, yeah, you're 44 hours short because half these courses don't qualify anymore." And I'm like, I ain't going back to school for 2 more years.
What's the last fun fact you got there about Tyler?
Just real quick, guys. He's been reunited. He overlapped at Iowa State with current Broncos defensive lineman Ioma Uwazurike back in 2021. Onyedem calls him his big bro and says they'll be in each other's weddings. So he's pumped up to link up with him again in the trenches. And he was teammates with Brock Purdy, guys. Back in his early Iowa State days, he shared the field with Mr. Irrelevant himself, Brock Purdy.
Well, he must know Sorsby as well, I would guess, if he's going back that far. He's got to know Sorsby, too. So there you go. All right, we know him. I haven't heard the guy talk. Did he stand out to you at all, Tyler? The other day, did you even notice him?
No, I did not. You know how it goes, man. I mean, if you don't choose to watch a specific player, especially on the defensive side, it's real easy to not catch him.
No dumb questions coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here to tell you about my friends over at Trajan Wealth. It's one thing to save for retirement, it's another to feel ready for it. And Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything clearly, gave me choices, and never pushed me into anything I didn't need. I'm a client now and I couldn't be happier, so call Trajan Wealth today if you want to learn more. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. If you want more peace of mind about your investments, just start with a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. Their fiduciary advisors make it simple to see if your plan could be working harder for you. Schedule your complimentary meeting at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. It's your goals, your time frame, and your comfort level, and that's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We got this text generally asking, how do parents afford this? I'm 33, no kids, but make about $140K a year. Doesn't even seem possible to pay for youth sports at this point.
It's tough, man.
It's not cheap, man. It's not cheap. I don't know. How do you afford it?
Well, you know how you afford it? Or tell you afford it?
I got me.
You got to have this philosophy, and someone told me this years ago. When's the last time you saw a Brinks truck fall in a hearse? Somebody going to get it. Somebody else going to get it. Why not use it now?
There you go.
And I will say this, and it's
funny.
I mean, it's something, but I enjoy it.
I loved it. I miss it terribly. It was the most fun. Well, the baseball organization I did start, the point of it was to let kids who couldn't afford things
try to be more.
Well, that's what we did. We made things cheaper. We made no profit whatsoever. But what happened was, here's the irony. We started winning because we started doing things the right way, get good training, the whole thing. And as soon as we started winning, other parents expected us to be the same exact thing as the private clubs that were making all sorts of money. Like, it's kind of like the Martha Stewart and the Pies. All of a sudden, like, they would have absolutely paid more to win more. Parents want to pay to win. That's what I found out. And all of a sudden, the whole purpose of why we existed in the first place was thrown in. It was out the window because we started winning too much.
Yeah.
How funny is that?
See, I want to just teach a skill and let the kid grow into it. And when they get to high school, maybe they're good enough, maybe they're not.
Yeah.
But if they have a skill, everybody says, a kid doesn't have fun. Well, I've never seen anybody who's skilled at a sport not having fun at it. It's the ones that don't have it and they struggle a little bit.
I've seen the ones that got the helicopter dad. I've seen those kids not have fun.
But that's a whole nother variable. Yeah, that's a whole nother variable right there. You're right.
Have you guys ever had a spider problem? Like a problem.
Like don't like them, or that there's too many in your house?
I don't know. I experienced something last night that I've never experienced in my life.
Right.
My daughter's having a sleepover at 10:30 at night, and they come running into my room and like yelling at the top of their lungs. I'm like, what is the deal? They're like, Dad. My daughter's like, Dad, you got to come downstairs and kill these spiders. We found a whole family of spiders.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like,
are they in the basement or something?
Yeah, they're down in the basement.
Okay.
I'm thinking she's being dramatic, So I'm like, oh my gosh, it's 10:30. Can you guys just go upstairs or something? She's like, no, you have to see this. So I go down there. They tell me where the spider family is. Lo and behold, there's a nice little family going on there. I'm like, well, now I feel a little bit bad. If I killed a little child spider, I don't feel bad. But now I'm murdering a whole family.
Is it the Brady Bunch? Is it the Partridge Family?
It's definitely Brady Bunch. We're talking about 12 plus in this family.
Spider genocide.
So yeah, I go on a little spider genocide in the bathroom.
It's like the Jackson family.
Okay, I'm killing spiders all over the place. Right,
just stepping on them.
Now they go outside the bathroom and they're running around the basement and they're like, no, there's one over here. There's one over here. There's one over there. I kid you not. I must have killed more than 20 spiders last night in that basement, and they're like they're where you can see them, like they're just all over the place.
Yeah, how about the ones you can't see?
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. Now you know what you should have done? Turn on the movie Arachnophobia and let the girls watch it.
That movie messed me up as a kid.
I still hate that movie.
It messed me up. And my brother freaking sneaks up behind me and he starts sneaking a little squishy ball on my neck right during that messed me up. Anyways, do I burn my house?
It's not great.
No.
Good luck sleeping in that basement again.
I've never seen anything like this. I've seen 2 or 3 spiders.
Who's ever going to sleep in that basement again?
I know. What's that? Yeah, trust me. I know, but I don't want to pay $500 for a stupid pest control company that puts me on a monthly plan. So now I'm going to try to do it myself, and I'm going to spray it myself because I'm a man and men do these things.
There you go, man.
You'll
get that done, man.
It's between either buy 3 gigantic bottles of spider killer or burn the house down, and I haven't decided which.
Well, you don't own the house, do you?
Well, even better.
No dumb question. Is this one of them where you got to get the whole house tented?
I don't see. I'm actually wondering that. Like, is it that
termites.
extreme?
That's for termites.
But that's not for just any pests?
No, that's for termites.
No dumb question. If there's spiders, are there termites?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
There should not be 20 spiders visible. I'm sure
there's an
I'm sure there's
infestation.
hundreds of spiders, but I mean visible.
Dude,
just
what do you think?
Anywhere I look, I could just pick up another spider.
Dude, you probably got a huge spider nest in like the walls and in the foundation and all the cracks and
I might need to fumigate this place.
You probably do. Like, what do you
they
think?
do have
That's
bug
it?
bombs you can just put down there and shut the door down in the basement.
This is super creepy, man, because when you fall asleep, spiders are going to be crawling up your nose.
I know.
There's no way to avoid it.
We do have somebody on the text line.
Yeah.
Says that they do pest control. They'll come out to my house.
Well, I would take advantage of that phone number right there. And we have learned over the years, by the way, that you definitely bring things up so you can just take care of them.
No, that was not it. No. That's not what I was doing.
You got a spider guy now.
I'm legitimately.
Now you got a spider guy.
I mean, I'm not above using.
There's a Home Depot right up.
I already went on Amazon. I bought insect. They're like little glue patches that they say you'll figure out where they are in the household by putting 30 of these suckers down all over the place.
30?
I don't know. I bought a 30 pack and I'm going to put all 30 down.
It's called a Catch Master.
I got some of those.
Yeah.
I already got the pesticide that I'm going to spray on the inside.
Did you try some Ortho Home Defense?
That's exactly what I bought.
Yeah. So he looked at 2 of the top 4 things.
It arrives tonight between 5 and 8 p.m.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I got my creamers coming about that thing.
Well, good luck on that. It's the big story of the day coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. You ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Others? Well, their rewards just aren't the same. Boring. Fan Cash. That's the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you cannot get at other sportsbooks. So convert your Fan Cash to profit boost, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with, and download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
We've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those B's, that might be Cardi D's.
All right, aside from the line of the year, what was your big takeaway from yesterday's game? Mike Brown's complaining about the refereeing. Sam Presti defending SGA with flopping, and all of that. And Presti is really funny. Let me just play this really quick.
Relative to Shea and the narrative on that, he's playing against 6 people. He's got 5 defenders, and the 6th defender is social media.
Okay. So we had a lot of basketball sort of impacts yesterday. What was your big takeaway from all of that?
Did I a sucker for New York celebrities, I guess? I don't know. Somehow I'm like feeling really excited about the Knicks. Why?
I don't know. Why? That's a good question. Answer it yourself. What is it?
I don't know.
Were you bummed watching the end of the game?
Whoa. Oh, I was 100% rooting for the Knicks. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I don't have a reason. I don't know. I guess I got suckered into it. I just found myself rooting for him, and then I was like, why am I rooting so hard for the Knicks?
I'm thinking because you're seeing all those celebrities and all that money down in the court, you're saying, my people.
Yeah. I mean, those are the people I relate to.
My people.
Yeah. I'm at my most comfortable around, rich, famous celebrities.
Yeah. And to quote Charles, I'm still supporting the fat girls from San Antonio.
Which side is Cardi B on?
Well, I don't know. Who knows?
We've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those B's, that might be Cardi D's.
I was pulling for the Spurs too. I just got too New Yorked out, and then I remembered, oh yeah. I can't stand New York fans and sports because I'm originally from the Boston area, and I have no reason to like them now. So I'm like, yeah.
Isn't it funny
my
how
natural New York instincts kind of kicked in.
Like the Boston, Philly, New York, 3 big metropolitans right there.
Yeah, all hate each other.
All hate each other.
Hate with a red hot passion.
I don't know. Is there actually something sympathetic about the big city that can't win? There's nothing sympathetic about it about the Lakers. There's nothing sympathetic about Boston.
When I'm hearing Spike Lee talking about he could have sold his tickets for $500,000 and he didn't, it made me instantly root for the Spurs more. It's just you're out of touch with reality.
Well, that's true.
And I just cannot. The Chalamet,
especially
and the
if you
Ben
say
Stiller.
no to that.
Oh, and laughed about it.
Like Tyler said, I would have sold it and bought second row.
And I'm thinking to myself, how would $500,000, like if I could get $500,000 right now, like my life and what I could do and all that, and you just toss that away, like that it's that insignificant to you. That blew me away.
There's levels. There's levels to this life, DMac. Yeah,
there are, and I cannot really get behind fans that can laugh about that and throw that away and their teams. And that right now, and I'm sure that's not all Knicks fans. I'm sure the vast majority of Knicks fans are just regular people that have grown up in the area.
They can afford $9,000 seats.
Well, right. Well, I'm going to guess the vast majority of Knicks fans are those that are trying to watch the game outside somewhere for free out in Central Park. And by the way, yes, I understand the watch party outside of Madison Square Garden was shut down because of the president. But there were other watch parties throughout New York City. They were cutting to them. There were all sorts of them.
Yeah, the mayor put one up.
There was a bunch of them. So, there were other places to go watch it on a big screen. You don't have to watch it, you don't have to Avs Alley it right outside the arena. You can go somewhere else and watch it with a large group of people. And I have sympathy, I suppose, for those sports fans that have seen nothing but losing for 53 years for their team. But at the end of the day,
no matter what the leagues do to try to make sure they're good.
But they're getting defined, though, by these super rich celebrities.
Yep.
This Knicks team is being, and that's probably not even fair to them.
It's not even, I don't know. It's not even just them. You had an entire arena that somehow could figure out how to pay $12-15 to get in the door.
I have no idea how they did it. And I have no idea who would hold on to those tickets and not resell them. I can't. Someone like, would you sell your tickets for $50,000? And I'm like, of course I would.
Yeah.
Because I value my family and my life more than watching a basketball game. But Spike Lee that's why I'm turned off by the Knicks. And I thought it was going to be really, really cool. And instead I just found all of them obnoxious. And I like Larry David. I do. but I need to see Larry David looking like he's bored, sitting front row. Like I need.
Was he at the game last night?
He was sitting front row, feet on the floor, looking like he had something better to do.
He's a Laker fan.
Exactly. But not tonight. He grew up in New York. He did grow up in New York. He did. And guess what? He's worth like $1 billion, dude. You know why? He invented Seinfeld. So what does money matter to him? It doesn't. He'll sit there in his sloppy corduroys and his, sweater jacket. And I'm a Larry David fan. But he looked like he just had better things to do, but he was there like, I don't know, because he had to be there.
If you're a New York top list guy, you had to be seen there last night.
I thought it made me root for the Spurs. I was really turned off by the celebrity factor, of that game last night. So I was rooting hard for the Spurs.
It felt fun to me. I get it. I understand why it would be a turnoff. For some reason, the whole thing just felt a little bit fun and a little bit unique. And I do think the fact that the big city hasn't done it since, 99? They haven't been there since 99.
Oh, they
lost the finals.
20-something years since they've been there. They haven't won.
Yeah, I meant been there.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I don't know. Something about it. I'm pulling for him. I like Jalen Brunson. I know Scott doesn't like it. I like Jalen Brunson. I don't think he's like SGA personally. Why do you think he's like SGA?
Because I've watched him.
He doesn't flop like him.
Oh yeah, he does.
I mean, he'll play the game, but he plays also with the physicality that SGA does not.
Listen, he's a good player. I ain't saying he ain't a good player. He's a really good player, but he takes advantage of the rules.
I don't care if he misses 7 out of 10 shots. That dude's a dog.
Part of me, too, is I'm watching the game, and I'm realizing watching this style of basketball, I'm like, oh, man, this is the exact style of basketball the Nuggets excel in. But what they were playing against Minnesota is not what they do great. And I don't know if they do great against what the Thunder were doing either, to be honest with you. But for whatever reason, they really do compete well against a team like the Spurs, and they could slug it out with the Knicks for sure. I know they could. But they just don't really fit right now against Timberwolves or the Thunder. And you're going to have to see one of those two teams one way or the other.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Am I right?
Yeah, I think, listen, they don't fit against anybody if they ain't healthy. If Aaron Gordon's best days are behind him now, then they don't have a shot.
Based on what you're seeing here in the NBA Finals, what changes do you think need to be made for the Nuggets?
You need some athletic young people with
if you could steal one player from the Knicks and the Spurs, who would you steal?
Harper.
Dylan Harper. 20-year-old rookie, 6'5".
Yeah.
Isn't he Peyton Watson?
No.
He's not.
He's faster, quicker, and can break people down.
Okay. Better ball handler. Which Adelman talked about quite a bit. Peyton's not bad, though, huh? So Dylan Harper. All right.
Compared
okay.
to what?
Hey, man, I'm listening. Who would you steal from the Knicks? But for the record, I'd love to have Dylan Harper on the Nuggets.
I take Harper, Castle.
Well, okay.
Number 11.
Forget about Castle. Give me. You know what I mean? Like more of a support guy.
Sam Penny.
Okay.
I can't remember. I always forget the guy's name that was in Brooklyn, came to New York, the small forward for the Knicks.
Mikal Bridges.
Mikal Bridges. I take Mikal Bridges.
He didn't do much last night.
No, but he's a nice player.
What about Josh Hart?
He's a dog. He's a dog. He beat Denver this year.
Jordan Clarkson?
No. He's at the end. He'd be a good guy off the bench that in the regular season.
How about a slug like Luke Cornett?
No. Well, you could probably get him. You probably could get him.
You wouldn't want Luke Cornett?
Well, I mean, as a backup, I mean, you've got Luke Cornett.
Do you?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, you got Luke Cornett. That you got a better scoring Luke for
we do?
Cornett and Big Val. He's a better scorer.
Is he back?
Well, he's got another year in his deal.
I got you. Is he back?
If they want him back.
When do things start happening, by the way? When?
July 1st.
Okay.
Or midnight, June 30th. Midnight, June 30th. You'll start hearing rumors the week before, and then you're allowed to sign and do stuff midnight of June 30th.
Well,
12:01 July 1st.
Dylan Harper was a first-round pick and the second pick in the draft.
Yeah. And Champagny was a first-round pick, right? Castle was a first-round pick. Wembanyama was a first pick.
Yes.
Vassell was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Who?
Devin Vassell.
Vassell? No, he's not a bad player.
Well, he's a starter for the Spurs.
Yeah, he's not bad.
They're
loaded.
They are so young.
And they're Oklahoma City 2 years ago, but have a chance to win it this year. They win Game 4. They might win this thing.
They win Game 4. It's funny because that's why I was saying with the Avs, don't let them win a game.
Yeah.
Like the Knicks just let them win a game.
Well, but that was Game 3, not Game 4.
Yeah, but
that feels radically different.
And San Antonio let New York win Game 2. So,
yeah, but how good is San Antonio probably feeling right now?
Well, better.
Well, all it takes is one more loss, and they're not feeling good.
Well, and I'd say same thing. Knicks takes one more loss from them, they won't feel good.
So that's for sure.
So healthy.
How weird did that be? Both teams lost both at home.
Healthy, assuming the Nuggets were healthy. I know that's a lot to assume, but assuming they're healthy, how far away do you think they're from those two teams we watched last night?
Yeah, see, I mean, not that far, but I mean, degrees, but it's just like it's a dumb conversation to me because when's that ever going to happen? With this crew that we can't paint a dream. We can't sell a dream that it will never be real again.
Well, these two teams are healthy.
Aaron Gordon's never going to get younger. He's never going to get more healthy. It's just not going to happen.
So get rid of Aaron Gordon.
Go down the list of our issues. And these guys are not the healthy dream does not exist within the reality that we have to live in.
Yeah, but AG's the only one.
Yeah, but he's a huge part of that.
All right, so move on from AG.
And how?
You trade him.
And for what?
Well, whatever.
I know. And yes, I agree. Yes. But I mean, if it were me, I'd trade Jamal and Aaron Gordon. I would.
Well, this is not complicated. This is an easy way to think about it if you're the Nuggets brass. How far away are we and how likely are we? Like, these two teams are healthy. How are they healthy, Scott? How are they healthy at this time of the year?
Well, De'Aaron Fox missed a handful of games against OKC.
He's healthy right now.
He's healthy now.
How did it happen? So, and if that's the answer, if we got a guy who we love but is perpetually healthy, this is not a hard decision. This is actually a really easy decision.
No, I think if everybody's completely healthy, you probably got 4, and then you got to have luck. You can't have 21-7 points off turnovers. That changes the game. You got to make threes. You mentioned Josh Hart. Christian Brown should be your Josh Hart. Very similar games.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't healthy either. I don't know, man. Tyler's right, and I'm right. If you ain't healthy, you ain't got a shot.
Then move on.
And what was it? You or somebody said that old players that get hurt just become older players that stay hurt.
Correct.
Well, that's the NBA Finals right there. That's what we're watching.
And look
at that's the measuring stick right there for the Nuggets. So that's it. That's all you got to think about. Whenever they're making whatever decisions they make, it's nice that there's a little time and space
and
right
really,
now.
you've got a really super young team versus a veteran team.
All you have to look at these two teams and think about that. That's all you got to do. So with these decisions, you know what? These decisions may not be as hard as we all thought. When they're hard? They're hard at the end of the season when you're so close with everything.
You know when they're hard also? Is when you let emotions play into the equation.
Give it a little time, give it a little space, look at these teams, and then these decisions become much easier.
Let me tell you, and this is probably not fair, and I apologize, because he's done some great stuff as a general manager, and talk about Kent Conley, and I say he's dead to me. If I were to say his one big mistake as a general manager is he gets too close with the players.
Okay. Don't make that mistake either. Then.
You don't trade a guy and then take him out to dinner.
When did that happen? It happened. All right. Twice.
That I know of.
He traded a dude and then took him out to dinner.
Basically.
Okay. You can't do that.
No.
Why? Now, if you were to tell me you took a guy out to dinner and then you didn't make a trade, I'd be like, well, there's a problem. But what's the problem with taking a dude out to dinner after you trade him?
There's reasons for the trade that you probably need to disassociate yourself from that person. And to me, by going out to dinner, you're not doing that.
Okay. I would say if your relationship gets in the way of making good decisions, that's definitely a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I may be way off base, but that's my perception. Is that I feel Tim gets too close to players.
This is like a scene from Moneyball, my friend. You can't it's
I want you to go cut so and so, right? Don't do it to our boy with the Rockies.
It's like Robert De Niro in Heat. If you can't walk away from a relationship in 30 seconds when the heat is heavy, you're doing things wrong. If you're a general manager, what a great movie. They're going to do Heat 2, by the way, which is going to be awesome.
Are those two guys still in it?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm all for Heat. Heat's one of the best movies of all time.
You know what you do a Heat 2, all the stuff's breaking down. You see two old guys on a park bench eating ice cream going, wonder what's going over there.
Well, it would be Robert De Niro. He took one from Al Pacino. I don't want to spoiler alert, but, he ain't coming back.
Well, that's right. He did that.
Yeah, they were out at the airport, dodging things. And at the end, Robert De Niro broke his own rule. He broke his own rule.
Got too close.
He went after the bad guy. He didn't have to. He was free. He was gone. And he made a bad decision. He went back for it. Not to spoil the movie, but you got to walk away. And as a GM, you got to walk away, man. You got to walk away from stuff that ain't good for the team. And you know it. And so if it's Aaron Gordon, it's Aaron Gordon. So be it. It sucks. We all love AG. But if that's the case, that's the case. If it's Gabe Landeskog with the Avs, I'm not saying it is, but if it comes down to that, you got to be ready to walk away.
Oh, DMac said it. DMac's the one that said it.
There he is again.
Yep, there he is.
2 weeks in a row.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Gabe.
If you figure out that this is the issue, you got to walk away from it and just live with the consequences. That's the way it goes. And that's just it. Because you're not the Spurs and you're not the Knicks right now, are you?
No. Or Oklahoma City.
Or Minnesota. Who wasn't even that? They weren't even a good team. They didn't even like each other, as it turns out. That sucked, by the way. You wanted to at least think that Minnesota was like, they at least liked each other.
Now, the problem with the Nuggets,
they didn't even like each other.
They're the Toby Keith song. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. Once in a while, they look as good as they ever were, And you want to hold on to that, but they ain't that good.
No, it's time for it's a big reset.
And again, you really haven't had a hit in the draft since Christian Brown, Peyton Watson. And I would consider that a good draft.
Well, you're looking for the draft as like Wemby number 1 and Champagne, whatever. He's in the first round and Dylan Harper's the first round guy. And you're hitting, hit. You're hitting home runs left and right. And Presti, for as weird and as obnoxious as he is with everything he's doing.
Collecting first round pick.
What the hell? I mean, look what he has done.
Yeah. No, from that standpoint, he's unbelievable.
And then you got
That's why I want time to shut up. Because, listen, you've cornered the market on great draft picks and players. Shut up.
By the way, Mike Brown, they haven't lost a game since late April.
The first
Knicks.
time they do.
He's crying. That is so soft by Mike Brown, who everybody loves. How about you just get up there and be like, hey, we're moving on, next game. But you got to sit there and cry about refereeing and free throws for a team that's been that good? That is so soft, man.
Yeah.
Mike Brown, my God.
Opportunities for fouls to be called to at least try to even the free throws out. Now, we didn't play good. San Antonio played great. We could have played better. There were a lot of things that we didn't do that we did in game 1 and game 2. But to go 24 free throw attempts in a second half, that's 48 for the game if you think about it the way that they called that second half, compared to 8. All the shots we took, we got fouled 4 times, roughly, for 8 free throw attempts. Again, I don't complain much. I never thought I'd see that in an NBA Finals game.
Go Spurs. Let's football go coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, there's only one dealership you need to go to. It's the best dealership in Colorado, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been a customer for a very long time over at Phil Long Ford because I think relationships matter. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys, and you're going to have a different kind of experience with Phil Long Ford. You can trust them, and you're probably going to become a customer for life. They're going to get you in, get you out, respect your time, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, and you're going to get the best price. You don't need to drive all over the state looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, Phil Long Ford has already got the vehicle of your dreams, and they've already got it at the best price. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Cardi D's. All right. Thank you to Brad and Mountain High Appliance. Man, are they great. Seriously. What an incredible business. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, what you got?
Guys, Marvin Mims has changed agents heading into his contract year. He joined Athletes First, represented by Brian Murphy and Cameron Hahn. Big deal, not a big deal. With this change, do you guys expect Marvin Mims to be a Bronco next season?
That's a really good question. Tyler?
Well, I know this. Nobody changes agents when you're happy, right? So if you were happy, if you felt like things were heading in the right direction with the team,
right,
and what you wanted with the Denver Broncos, then you wouldn't be firing your agents. So what this tells you is that Marvin Mims wants a new deal. That's been stuck in the mud. Broncos have not been overly inclined to offer him a new deal, and he thinks if he changes his agent, that might change things for him.
What are the ethics, Tyler, with agents and recruiting players? I'm going to assume if you're with an agency, it's probably bad form to talk to a guy to recruit him away from that agency, or are there no rules in that sort of world?
Well, I suppose there's some morality ethics that you could put into it, but no, there's not any rules to it. I mean, nothing's preventing an agent from talking to another player.
Players don't have some sort of contract like, I'm with you and that's it, and it's like Jerry Maguire.
They will.
My handshake is
I actually don't know how that works, to be honest with you, because the way it works, agents get 3% of the deal. Is it 3%? Why am I blanking? I think it's 3. They get 3% of whatever they negotiate, whatever the percentage is. And so if your agent negotiates a 5-year deal, you fire him after year 2.
You still owe him for the 5 years.
I would certainly think.
Yeah. No, you still owe him for the 5 years.
It's going to be, two things. It's going to be almost impossible to keep Marvin Mims here next year. Second, we'll see how the season's going, and I'm not advocating for it, but if you want to rank the most tradable guy on the team right now, it is Marvin Mims by a mile at the trade deadline. It'll be fascinating to see how Marvin Mims fits into all of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if the Broncos don't have interest in bringing him back at all, I suppose they probably should trade him.
But something happens and he has a blowout first 4 or 5 games a year. Again, he's even more valuable, but maybe he becomes a staple part. Somebody else has
you really just never know. You never know what injuries are going to happen. You never know. Like, his real value is kickoff and punt return. Like, he's an all-pro at that. Okay, that's not easy to find, but other guys can do that job too. I'm not saying they'll do it as good as him, but can you do it good enough? It's complicated, man. Nobody wants to get rid of Marvin Mims. Marvin's a cool dude. But you're right. Changing the agency is that a tell that, we're gearing up for something. Why else would you make the change?
You don't.
It hardly ever happens. I shouldn't say that. You don't hear about it that often that athletes are changing their agencies ahead of free agency. It tells you a lot where his head's at. Next story, Dan.
Guys, how much will the addition of Jalen Waddle, elevate Bo Nix? So this is an article on ESPN. 32 questions for all 32 teams' quarterback rooms. So it says, indications are that Bo Nix should be okay in time for training camp, and according to Sean Payton, what we played yesterday, should be fully healthy by the end of this month.
Yeah.
Coming off the ankle surgery he had. So it's full steam ahead for a team with high aspirations. Now, guys, Bo Nix finished 15th in the league in QBR and 28th in yards per attempt last season. So although he was obviously what the Broncos needed him to be last year, there's clearly some room for improvement. Jalen Waddle could unlock more of Denver's offense as its receivers ranked 27th in yards per reception last season. If the addition works out, Nix could have the Broncos right back on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. So is Jalen Waddle the guy that can unlock Bo Nix to the next level?
As long as the Broncos are as good as George Payton, Sean Payton think they are, then yeah, Jalen Waddle could in theory be enough. If the team is even remotely not as good as what they think, then Jalen Waddle's not going to be close enough. And my gut tells me the team's probably not as good as what they think, and Jalen Waddle's not going to push them over the top to win a Super Bowl this year in what is a brutal, brutal start to the season.
Well, I guess who does believe he's the missing piece? Garrett Bowles.
I mean, our team was just missing one piece, and we were missing that Jalen Waddle. We were missing that electrifying dude that can come across the middle, can get the deep ball, can have that speed around the edge. When we hand it off to him, when he comes in motion, and all of the above. I mean, the dude is electrifying, and he's one of the nicest dudes I've ever met. And I know him and Cortland, which I've had a relationship with Cortland for so many years, and seeing what he can do. And those two are just freaks of nature, man. I mean, it's going to be really hard for defenses to try to scheme us up when you have two electrifying.
All right, so Garrett Bowles says he's the missing piece of the puzzle. Now, Garrett Bowles is Mr. Foxhole. He loves everybody. I get it. But could he be right about that? Is that a moment of honesty from Garrett Bowles?
On paper, it sure seems like the perfect yin and yang, doesn't it? As far as wide receivers, two guys are going to do it two different ways. Both can get open. Both can be utilized a certain way. One guy's rolling. You're going to have to single cover one of those two guys, which I think puts a lot of pressure on the defense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Can't both see that.
You know what? And I really do like the complementary nature of the wide receiver room. You got the tall, physical jump ball guy in Cortland Sutton. You got your deep ball guy in Jalen Waddle. It'll be fascinating to see who the third wide receiver is. My gut says it's probably going to be Marvin Mims because Waddle, most people look at how small he is, and they're like, oh, he must play on the inside. Not really true. He's played the majority of his career on the outside, so Mims might actually be the third piece.
It'll be interesting because you got Troy Franklin, you got Pat Bryant, and, they are both highly valued guys by the Broncos. Super highly guys. Mims was not Sean Payton, right? Sean Payton didn't draft Mims. I don't think he did.
He was there.
Yeah,
when they drafted Mims.
Sean's first year.
Sean drafted Mims?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Technically, George did, but
I
think we all know who made that.
It was
choice.
his hump. That
started his hump.
By the way, the Broncos marketing team, if you don't do like some sort of PR photo with Cortland Sutton and Jalen Waddle as twins like Schwarzenegger and DeVito, you're missing out on something.
Or the Step Brothers photo.
Everybody does the Step Brothers. No, it's the size difference. That's the difference between the two. It's not, the Step Brothers everybody's done. Kirk Cousins and Fernando have already done it, and it was funny. No, look at twins. Look at Cortland Sutton yoked up at 6'5", and Jalen Waddle at 5'8", and put them in the same outfits as DeVito and
look at the
Schwarzenegger.
poster. See if you find that poster for twins.
I'm telling
you.
The
movie poster. That would be funny.
And because they're the 1-2 combination on the team.
Yeah.
Seeing them next to each other when they came up to the podium last week was comical.
And you tease it, twins coming to a stadium near you.
Look at that. You can't see like Waddle and Cortland Sutton dressed up like, it's a little bit of an insult, of course, to Waddle, but come on, man. How would that not look hysterical? There's another famous one of them walking down the street with their jackets slung over their shoulders. I don't know if you can find that one real quick there, Dan, but that's the other kind of iconic picture from that movie. Boy, do people know what I'm talking? Tyler, are you?
I've seen it.
Okay, all right. Heat check. Dan, you know the movie?
I do.
You're aware of it?
I do.
No way he's seen that movie.
Have you seen the movie?
I said I'm aware of it.
You're aware of it. Okay.
So he hadn't seen it.
That is correct, Scott.
I don't know if it's that great of a movie.
It's pretty funny. There's some funny lines.
The premise of it is more classic than anything. Yeah, I couldn't even really tell you that much about the movie. They find out that Schwarzenegger searches him out.
Yeah, Danny was basically raised in an orphanage, and he was raised basically by the scientists in the perfect lab. And
where is the one?
Is that the one you were talking about?
No, it's down there in the corner right there, with the jackets slung over their shoulders. Yeah, you that's not the picture. It's more of a head-on. Whatever. You get the idea. All right, Dan, you got any other stories there?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention Atlanta Falcons quarterbacks coach Alex Van Pelt said Monday there's no genuine quarterback competition between Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix until Penix is clear for full team practice sessions following his ACL surgery. So I guess I just wanted to ask you guys this. In regards to the 2024 draft, two quarterbacks taken ahead of Bo Nix were Michael Penix and J.J. McCarthy. Are these make or break years for both J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix coming up this season, guys?
Absolutely. 100%. Third year in the NFL, you got to establish yourself as a starter. That's it. The end.
Who's more likely to start between those two? Michael Penix?
I don't think Penix will be ready to start the season.
Or J.J. McCarthy.
Who's the other quarterback in Atlanta?
Tua.
And
then you got Kyler
Murray
with the Vikings.
I don't know if Penix going to be ready to start the season.
Who is more, I suppose,
J.J. McCarthy's already lost the job.
Yeah. Neither?
Kyler Murray, actually, they probably both already lost the job.
You're right. Neither is neither an acceptable answer?
One due to injury and one due to talent.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly where
Then I suppose you don't bring either Tua or Kyler Murray in unless you plan on playing them.
I mean, I hate to be a jerk here, but based off injuries, I suppose Tua would give, if Penix was healthy, a quicker way to start.
Well, Tua has the ability. I think he'll be the starter, but he also has the ability to bomb out and flame out as Penix is getting healthy, and so you're able to put Penix in there.
I think Kyler Murray's odds of success are actually pretty high. I think he's going to do pretty good for Minnesota.
Do you guys think Kevin O'Connell regrets taking JJ over Bo Nix?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a really good question. Was it his decision?
I would assume so.
He's
their head coach.
No,
He
wasn't their GM.
The GM
and they fired their GM.
I guarantee it's the GM. You think he's sitting there watching film on J.J. McCarthy?
I'm sure he gets a vote. I mean, I'm sure there's got to be some
Listen,
contribution.
J.J. McCarthy was more highly ranked and rated by most people. Sean Payton liked him.
I don't know. They're both highly ranked, man.
Sean said he liked Bo more than JJ.
Hey, man, I'm glad we got Bo. I had a lot of hesitation about J.J. McCarthy.
Me too. I did too.
Loads of it. I like Jaden Daniels, obviously. Nothing to think about there. Drake May was actually kind of like, I don't know, is this guy going to be for real or not? But that's because he was kind of, North Carolina. You don't know.
Well, one thing we've learned about
they're all pretty good.
J.J. McCarthy is the dude's afraid of competition. I mean, we heard that with his conversation about Kyler Murray.
I sit on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray's like, yeah, it's great, man. We're buddies.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy. It's like high school. You got that dude you don't like in the classroom. He sits on one side. I sit on the other.
Yeah.
I still try to cheat off of him when it comes time to test time.
I'm glad we got the guy we got. Hey, something ended that was a bit of a bummer last night. We haven't talked about all show. Yeah, details next. Oh, man. Me and Cat Cave are so sad. The Colorado Eagles, guys,
They lost game 6 and 7?
They lost game 6 and 7 at home. Oh, my God. You know, and those fans in Chicago, first of all, there's hardly any of them there. And you compare it to a sold-out blue arena with the cowbells and Big Rob screaming on the Jumbotron and Slapshot, the mascot, and just the energy and the excitement and everything that goes on with the Eagles, and you compare it to Chicago, just based on energy and support alone, the Eagles should win. And Jason Megna came back, and he'd been out for a while, and like, oh my God, he's back. He's the captain of the team, and they got down 2-0. They tied it at 2-2, and you're like, all right, here we go. Just like the Avs, man. Like they just didn't have it in them, man. It's just such a freaking bummer. So both of our teams go down in the Western Conference Final. Took 7 games, but yeah, the Eagles guys lost 2 games in a row, back-to-back nights on home ice with a 3-2 lead. Ouch.
So 3 of our teams lost in the final 4 of the playoffs.
If you want to throw the Eagles into that, sure, why not? So I feel bad for the team. I feel worse for the fans. That fan base, man, and that organization, the Eagles, they're outstanding. Like they are incredible. They love that team, man, and the way they support them and what they do for them. I mean, that is an interesting lesson just in sports. Period.
And didn't somebody say they were talking about moving them?
Oh God, I hope not. Is that the case?
That's what I heard.
Why?
Didn't they build Didn't they build the whole arena just for them?
No, they're moving to Greeley.
They are?
Yeah, we talked about this last week.
Are they for sure?
Yeah. They're building a new stadium in Greeley for the Eagles.
Well, maybe that's a good thing for them. But
I'm sure they'll do great up in Greeley as well. North Side doesn't have that stuff.
Oh my God, I never want to go to Greeley again. No offense to our friends in Greeley.
Your Eagles love might be dwindling with the Greeley move.
We talked about it last night, but yesterday there were supposed to be the end of days. It was incredible what was being predicted. Did any of that happen? Was it horrible? Was it just
rained?
Because it rained hard here for about 10 minutes, and then it was sunny, and people were walking their dogs.
I was all panicked about it. We got a bunch of flowers outside. Brought all the pots inside.
Oh, dude,
I didn't want the hail to destroy them all.
People were not that people around here need much of an excuse, but people here were scrambling to get out of work yesterday to head for wherever they were headed. Anyways, Cat Cave and I talked about it, and we were just like, well, it's both tornadoes, and we just watched it on TV. But it wasn't on the Channel 7 thing on the spot. I kept promoting that because I thought for sure if you're going to do Game 6, you'll just do Game 7.
Yeah, you're a smart programmer.
It was on Flow Hockey, which cost $40 to have a subscription to. But I told you we did have a subscription to it because 100 years ago, they carried like youth wrestling, and we watched our kids like wrestle on it one time.
So you've had it for this long, paying for it?
We have not known that we've had Flow TV for 8 years.
That's how they get you.
$40 a year or a month?
$40, I guess, for a lifetime. I guess. I don't think we've been re-upping it. I think we paid a one-time fee, and we've just had. You know what? I don't know how the hell we had it.
I'm pretty confident there's no such thing as a lifetime TV subscription.
Tyler, I agree. That does not make any sense, but what can I tell you? Whatever you needed for Flow, we had it, and we were able to watch it, but I felt bad because people were like yelling at me.
Doesn't even know what he's spending money on.
That's a good $500 a year, right?
Got the boat, got the clay courts. Might as well have Flow TV as well.
Yeah, that's me.
4,000 over the last 8 years.
Right. Yes, I'm living the high life because I have Flow TV.
Just saying.
And I can watch high school table tennis.
Know what's on your credit card.
Okay. Anyways, I feel bad for the
What
Eagles.
What is this Amazon charge?
Okay. Can I tell you a real quick story? No dumb question. My wife, we went to a store. We went to Home Depot right here because we need a couple things at the house. I haven't been in a store to buy a thing in forever.
What?
Amazon, dude. You just go on whatever you need in the house.
Yeah, but now that they charge in for tax and everything else.
I forgot.
I know the taxes. They used to not do that.
It ain't that bad compared to the experience in the store. Go to a store.
I like going to stores.
I'm not surprised.
Home Depot
I
is
like
the
going
one.
to
Home Depot is the one store that I always go to.
I need to pick up a 2x4.
There you go. Well, have fun at a store.
I like to just take my time and walk every aisle. It's like me time when I go to Home
You
Depot.
got 2x4s on Amazon, I'm sure.
Of course you can. Of course you can buy 2x4s on Amazon. You know what I love? I love going up and down like 15 aisles and nobody's there to help you. And when you finally find where you're supposed to be, you got one choice. Not like a half dozen or one. And if it's the wrong color, yeah, I guess you're out of luck. And I look at my wife and I go, watch this. And we're standing there in front of the thing that only has one of the thing, it's the wrong color. I go to Amazon. Is this it right here? I go, order. It should be here today. And but she wants to go to the store. You like going to stores. I got it. You guys both like it.
I don't hate it.
You guys are store people.
Mainly Home Depot.
You're Home Depot. Well,
I do love I love going to Home Depot.
I got nothing against Home Depot. There's one right next door. We just went there. We did find something else we needed, and it was there, and we bought it. So to that credit. But she wants to buy a cat door for the porch. And I'm like, but it's got to be the right color and the whole thing. So she's looking at Facebook Marketplace for it. And I'm like, okay, good luck with that.
I may have one that's white.
That'd be fine. You have a cat? You have an extra cat door for a porch?
Well, we haven't put it on. You put it like on a sliding door.
That's how you do it. 10 and a half by 15?
I'll look. I have one in the box right now.
You got to be kidding me. Why aren't you using it?
Because the warden doesn't like the cats going outdoors.
Why did you get it?
I have no idea. Because we have a dog, but it's too little for a dog.
You bought a cat door by accident?
Well, I don't know if it's a cat door or for a small dog. It's only about this big.
Who made this purchase?
I didn't.
So Julia, the warden, ordered something for a dog, but it's too small for your dog.
I think so, yeah. It sure looks like it.
I would love to take that off your hands, brother.
I'm going to take a picture of it, and I'll send it to you this
If it's 10 and a half by 15, because trust me, we walked around the store looking at these things. Yeah. If it's 10 and a half by 15.
But it's one thing to hook on one side of the door, and it just locks up like a regular
big enough
door.
for DMac to fit through it?
And then
Easy.
And then the cat or small animal can
yeah,
that's
what we're looking for.
Yeah, and
they were like $200 in the store.
And the governor said I wouldn't have one of those because raccoons could get in the house.
Well, I'm not afraid of that. My porch is up top.
Oh, you're doing it for the porch?
Yeah.
Oh, so the cats just get on the porch. They haven't jumped down off that thing yet.
We had to put up a little a bird wire thing. He did jump down. That's how he escaped. Ross, the idiot cat. But we put up a little.
That's a good jump.
He found a way to climb from one thing to another, to bing bong ba-ding. He didn't jump all the way down.
Yeah,
he figured out on one side of it.
Did a little parkour on the way down.
That's exactly what he did. He did some cat core. That's exactly what he did. So we just bird. I don't know. We figured something out. Anyways, bummer for the Eagles. The NBA Finals was exciting. Hockey is done. Our next big hockey thing is on Thursday. You know that, right? By the way,
the big one.
By the way, I just saw it today. So, boy, when it rains, it pours. On Thursday is the next open OTA for the Broncos. The coordinators are going to talk. So it's the first time we'll hear from Davis Webb. What would you ask Davis Webb? You have a question for Davis Webb. What would you ask him?
How will this offense look different from what we've seen the last few years under Sean?
That's a good question. Maybe a good one to get an answer to, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Who is going to make the play call on the first 3rd and 8?
Okay. How flexible is he with what he gets to call?
Yeah. There's going to be limitations. Sean's going to give it a game or game and a half before he starts chiming in.
Do you think it's going to be that quick?
It's going to be quick.
Well, how much of a game plan is set that you know what you're going to do no matter what?
Oh, never.
Never.
I mean, you script your first 15.
And after that?
And even your first 15, you're lucky to get through 3 of those in order.
Well, we get to hear from Davis Webb for the first time Thursday. We have not heard him talk about nothing.
Yeah, we haven't even heard his voice.
Don't even know what he sounds like.
What if he comes out and goes,
"Hi." Davis Webb.
Hello, everyone.
He's he's a long hair flow guy.
Seems like
yeah.
And then Joe Sakic on Thursday as well. So Thursday's like a mega day.
Yeah, big time sound day.
Big time sound day. So that'll be happening then. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Andy Lindahl. Hi, Andy.
Howdy.
Watch the basketball game last night?
Parts of it, not all of it, but enough. Look, I'm just happy San Antonio won. I don't want either one of these series to end.
Tyler's pulling for New York.
Well, I don't care who wins necessarily.
Oh,
I just
okay.
don't want it to be done quick. I'm not ready for just baseball.
What do you mean?
I want more basketball and hockey for at least however much. What do we got?
The Rockies just
another
pulled
week
up,
we could get of each.
Who did the Rockies just pull up? An outfielder,
Cole
right?
Carrig,
Cole
one of their
Carrig.
top prospects.
Oh, hey,
Cole Carrick's up for the Rocks.
Hey, get excited, Andy.
Well, the Cubs are here. Nate's favorite team is here.
Oh, he knows that he's not expecting good things. Cubs have been
From
terrible.
who? Oh, they've been up and down.
They've been really down because I hear about it every day.
They've had 10 game
I only
wins.
know about the Cubs because it's trust me.
They've had 10 game win streaks and
They are
10 game
not-
losing
they-
streaks.
Yeah, well, they are not in a good place, and he's fully expecting the Cubs to get swept.
And yet they're twice as good as the Rockies.
They are, but he still thinks they're going to get swept.
By the Rockies?
Yes, Nate is in a bad place with the one team he has left that he loves. So, I mean, a bad place.
Is he in a visitation plan for the? Is he going to see them
Well,
in person?
he divorced the Bears, a long time ago.
The Hammond Bears.
That's all. Yeah, the soon to be
the Indiana Bears.
the,
So did
the
Chicago.
Gary, Indiana Bears.
Yeah.
That'd be perfect if they moved to Gary. So, yeah, I don't know. He's not expecting great things.
Is he not going to go down to a game?
I don't think so. Not this time.
Really?
So.
The Red Sox.
He's got some other stuff going on that makes it a little tougher for him, but ultimately, I don't know how hard he would have tried at this. He's down on it. He's down.
Usually for Father's Day, I get a week. I call it the week of DMac, which is pretty arrogant.
Like the summer of George?
It's like the summer of George. Because usually Father's Day is like on the 17th.
21st this year.
My birthday, I know, and my birthday's on the 22nd. But this year, Father's Day is on the 21st, and my birthday's the next day. I've never had Father's Day and my birthday like more or less the same exact time.
So the question is, no dumb question, are you going to get screwed out of two gifts, or are you going to get...
Yes. So I'm trying to think if I'm going to maximize this for me. I got a combo meal these 2 days somehow for me.
What gift do you get anymore?
I know what I want. I know what I want.
Fishing pole?
What's that?
Fishing pole?
Usually I like going and climbing a mountain on my birthday. I've done that many, many times, and I could still do that perhaps if this doesn't go my way. But I want to stay at the Raleigh Hotel downtown because the Red Sox are playing the Rockies, and I want to be able to see games on both days.
Why wouldn't it go your way? Things sold out already? Is it a hot ticket or?
I'm thinking the price for this is going to be kind of ridiculous.
Well, they got to make their money somewhere, I guess.
Like a night at a hotel. First of all, it's really expensive. Have you guys ever looked into the Raleigh Hotel?
No.
We've stayed there one time. My wife surprised me one time. It was actually awesome. But the Rockies were not playing. It was, and the Red Sox, I'm going to guess, similar to the Cubs, it's going to be 50,000 people down there. I'm sort of assuming.
So you're thinking about maybe spend Saturday night or Sunday?
It's a Sunday into Monday sort of deal. So Father's Day is a Sunday, and then my birthday's on
It's probably
Monday.
an early game. They usually, Father's Day games usually early.
Yeah.
So 1 o'clock game, then you're out on the town Sunday night.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Then I'm just going to force my kids to come spend time with Dad.
Yeah. And
then we jam birthday and Father's Day all into one.
Drinks and dinner Sunday night.
Right.
Then you wake up at the hotel being
Don't you think?
satisfied. Yeah.
Sounds good?
Yeah.
How much is that worth? Would you spend $1,000 on that weekend?
No.
Okay, what's your number?
Are you getting lucky?
We did $1,000 games yesterday.
We did.
We did.
And come up with too many.
And we both settled on we wouldn't do it.
Well, and last night's why. That Knicks game's exactly why.
Okay.
Yeah. So I saw a bunch of fans that complain on
Pretty
Twitter.
pissed.
Oh, they need to lower the prices. This really ruined it. Now there's a bunch of corporate people in here. There's no vibe. Yeah, the real fans can't afford that, bro.
So did you guys realize?
Paint your face guy ain't paying $50,000 to go to a Knicks game.
Listen to this. So there was a story in The Athletic, or a commentary in The Athletic a couple of days ago, and it was about the outrageous cost of going to World Cup games. And it was,
What are they running people?
Oh, we talked about it.
We talked about it yesterday. Yeah, if you want to sit section 500 for USA Paraguay on Friday night, $1,000.
Tell them the parking situation
In
too.
the
It's
door.
like $100 for a 20-minute walk.
$150 to walk 21 minutes, $300 to walk 11 minutes.
Public transportation right there?
To get to SoFi. But did you see what they're doing in Jersey?
No.
It's like $225 to be able to take the damn train down
Shut
there
up.
to go to the game. I kid you not.
$225 to take the train?
The train to take public transit. And that's what the focus of this story was. And it was about how outrageous it is and how, the cost of sporting tickets has not reflected actual inflation at all.
Mm-hmm.
But did you guys remember? Do you know who the first team was in North American professional sports to introduce any kind of dynamic pricing?
Oh, wow. Meaning the game,
That certain games
the bigger
would be
game.
more expensive.
No,
Was it
I
the
don't.
Rockies?
It was the Colorado Rockies.
Because of the Yankees and the Red Sox
that
back
makes
in the day.
sense.
Was that the summer?
It was. I think it was like 04 or 05.
Yeah.
And I remember because the little the fold out schedule you get at the on the counter at the liquor store or whatever. And I remember like every game had its own color code.
We were like, what is this?
And it was like standard game,
Yeah,
premium game, fireworks game, and then there was one specific color code that was the most expensive, and it was navy blue. I always remember this, and that was just Yankee games. And that was the most expensive ticket that was on there.
Well, that's a good
think
idea,
I was across the street.
We were.
When they first did that, and the outrage.
Oh, really?
That they
Right.
would just do it for the Yankees, right?
Exactly.
The one time they want to go.
So it was, and so like the Cubs and the Cardinals are the
Red
more
Sox will be in
premium.
there
Red
now.
Sox you would put in the premium list.
Wasn't this after the Yankees won the series, too?
Yeah, I mean, it was, so it's 04 or 05. So
Yeah, but
01
whoever-
was the end of that dynasty.
Whoever came up with this, it was a good idea, though.
I mean, it was great
For
for,
those
the
that need
owners.
to make more money.
Absolutely.
I mean,
yeah.
it's not like less people went to the games, and you do have to create a business, right?
They cleaned up on it, absolutely. Now, if you wanted to go to like a Padres game on a midweek, they were just like, please come, whatever it takes.
$8.
Yeah.
We'll pay
It's
you.
dollar hot dog day.
All right, well, is that a
Yeah.
bad thing, or is that a smart thing?
Well, what
It's
perspective
bad.
are you
What side
coming
are you
at it
on?
from? For the fans,
Do
it
you,
sucks.
Do you
Well,
own a
wanna
sporting
spend
team?
do you want to spend $1,000 this weekend to see
Yeah.
your,
Do you
your
want to
Red
spend
Sox?
$1,000 to go
No,
see your
but
hometown team?
I don't, but
Are you one of the
I'm-
30 oligarchs that owns a Major League Baseball team? In which case, awesome.
No,
Well,
but
For the rest of us.
I am fully prepared that the game will cost more because of who's it against.
Because of the because
Yeah.
that's again,
sense.
that's the Rockies that made that for us.
We showed yesterday, Dan had a chart put up behind us on the aftermarket cheapest ticket in the building last night.
For MSG, yeah.
MSG was over 10,000.
Yeah.
And it was like upper level
Yeah.
in a corner.
Yeah. Listen.
Who goes that?
Right.
Here's what I love is coming out of last night's game because I think it's been a problem everywhere for a while, not just New York. I think when you get the uber rich in there, you do not, again, you don't get, I'm serious, you don't get paint your shirt, paint your face guy. You don't get
that's
shirts
done.
off with the lady. You don't get the
No.
blue collar rabbit dude.
You
that
don't
makes
get the
this their
matching
life.
T-shirts in the stands.
There
sure
was.
But you don't. But I think it changes the environment in the
Dude.
building.
Okay, so what you're saying right there, and I caught this from some of the local New York media last night. Not the national guys that parachute in, but the local ones. They were like, yes, it's loud as hell in here because that was the expectation. Like even the corporate partners know to show up and be loud as hell. But the local New York media was like, but it's different.
Yeah.
It's loud because of expectation. It's not loud because it's the standard Knicks crowd reacting to the game that's happening directly in front of them. And like, yes, it was booming in that place last night when that game started. And it was awesome, but
It wasn't Oklahoma City in a fervor
Well,
when they're
what,
trying to
what I heard though
will
is
your
when,
team
when
past
things
the opponent.
when things went south, I heard the environment in there was actually terrible, and it kind of makes sense because
was.
it's you're not depending on Spike Lee and Tracy Morgan to be loud.
Right.
You're thinking the stockbroker who's 5 rows behind them, who has also spent $10,000
and actually spent it.
Yes.
Didn't get a break. Or,
Now he's got to be the one. Those type of people have to be the one that are carrying the day, and they're the quickest ones to give up because they're the most spoiled.
Well, get this too, though. It was interesting because Nate told me about this after Game 2 of the NBA Finals, and we had somebody text in and confirm his assertion. So Nate had to do In the Paint for Dan Tanner back when the Nuggets won that
Game
lost
2.
that game, game 2.
Yeah.
He had to?
Yes,
I was
because
filling
Taylor
in.
was out of town.
Okay,
Yeah.
So,
I was
but
filling in.
anyway,
Like a
but
prison
look,
sentence.
Nate went to the game.
No, I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Nate went to the game, but he had told me after, I'll never forget, he goes, man, it was a weird environment because people spent a lot of money to get in that building, and we were not expecting the absolute dud of a game we got out of the Nuggets.
It was an anger.
And he could feel the regret in the moment of how, I can't believe I paid for this.
Do you kind of blame
No,
people?
I don't
No,
know.
not at all.
But a guy texted in, because we were asking the question, a guy texted in and said, it was, I so regret the $1,000 I dropped on 2 tickets in this case to get in there.
Yeah, because people don't go to every game. They only go to maybe 3 or 4 games, and if they're doing that, they might only spend that on one game.
Well, if you got the old
year.
FOMO or you want, look, I get it. I got a son. You know how many times, and for what we do, you don't always get in there. But look, the closest thing I got, I was telling Nate yesterday, I'm at Super Bowl 48 at that Super Bowl hotel that we were all at, and we stayed there as the media that week, and then I had to move to the team hotel on the weekend. But I asked my son, what jersey do you want? I'll get you a jersey. And he loved Demaryius Thomas. He and Demaryius just had a cool thing.
Okay.
He's got a Demaryius Thomas with that horrible Super Bowl 48 logo on it. You think he wants that? And you know how much
caught a lot of
extra I
passes
paid?
in that game.
We had no time to really go and hit the city. I went to the one store. Remember we had the event where they did the Nike drop shop at some place in wherever the big shopping district was down there.
Okay.
And I went there, and those things are even more than the hotel. And these are the only 2 places it's going to get. I probably spent $50 and $100 more for this dumb jersey just because I didn't want to let my kid down. How many people bought tickets thinking, I want to take my kid to see this?
Yeah.
And that's what you get. And all of a sudden, you're like, I could have taken my kid to Disneyland for what I spent on this.
Well, when you have Spike Lee on the pregame show saying, I could have got $500,000 for my
I
ticket.
saw that. That was ridiculous.
And I didn't.
Who was he hitting, by the way? Was LeBron James the one that he about assaulted as he was?
No, it was Draymond Green.
Is that
Yes,
that
Draymond,
was?
yeah.
God, he gave him
Draymond
like
Green.
15 elbows.
Who was your favorite celebrity sighting last night or celebrity
How
moment?
about DJ Khaled on his phone the whole time? Did you see the outrage about that?
I also
we're just kind of into the Cardi D's comment from
that'll be what that's remembered for. Really,
I chuckled pretty hard when Jose Alvarado goes flying into the crowd and he's like, "Oh God, he injured that old man." Hey, it's former New York Mayor Mike Bloomberg.
Whoops.
It was entertaining to
we
watch.
got Bloomberg's grandkid being like, "You okay?" And he's like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But the spoiled bratness of the entitled New York crowd turned me off at the end of the day, and I was just like, "Go Spurs!" Like I'm pulling for you, Spurs.
What about
Go
Larry
for it.
David sitting next to Howard Lutnick?
Well, it looked like Larry David was bored with sitting on the.
He sure did.
So I'm like, take Frumpy David, who I love, by the way.
Right.
But I need to see.
But he's always frumpy.
Yeah, but,
That's
right.
his thing.
But you know what? I don't. As just a regular fan with regular amounts of
Right.
money, seeing that is just a turnoff.
But
man.
isn't that funny?
It's a turnoff to me.
Wasn't he just Jack Nicholson New York style? When did Nicholson ever look? Every time they showed Nicholson at a Lakers game, as I
especially
remember,
the
he'd
last-
always just be like,
The last few years, he was like barely alive.
But
Like, are
NBA
you watching this thing? Do you
NBA
know where you
games,
are?
They just didn't cost that much money back then. It just wasn't like that.
I get
and
it,
then
but
the
I think-
Rockies introduced dynamic pricing, and we're all screwed.
But
now.
I think it's funny because now we'll see what's Dolan going to do. What's your move now, dude? You're going to drop the ticket prices because now I wonder how
Well,
many
no.
people are
Well,
like.
No, this is all secondary marketing.
Game
I know, I get
four-
it, but
Game 4 is the even tougher ticket because
People thought
they thought they were going to get a
there'd be a
sweep.
sweep.
They thought
They
they were going
wanted
to get
to
the
see the
chance.
trophy.
So it's like, yes, you won't have the Trump factor, and like there will be like more life around the arena and everything else like that. By the way, somebody just elbow him in the side, like, "Hey, there's a basketball game going on."
The falling asleep.
But there will be more life to it. But also, like, yeah, the price got even more out of control.
By the way, it's good
good
to
luck.
see. It's good to see the president of the United States has the same behavior as everybody at Ball Arena. When you're halfway done with your food, you just dump it on the floor. It's my biggest pet peeve at Ball
put it
Arena.
there.
Have you ever seen Ball Arena? Oh, of course you have.
Oh,
At the end of games, take these half-eaten nachos and the cheese and throw it on the floor.
you ought to,
There's garbage cans.
you ought to see what
It's so
They're
easy.
right
you should
there.
see in power after some of this, especially if something didn't go their way.
Oh, those
Wait,
They're
people-
everywhere.
at what point in our lives, though, do we think, I throw things away normally, but not here at a sporting event when there's trash cans just
Right.
up the alley? I'm just going to throw it on the floor.
Well, at least they didn't throw it at each other. Because that's the other thing. Throw it at each other
You
and
could
everybody
do that.
fights each other. Now all the videos are coming out of guys that couldn't get out of there without their, the Spurs jersey
Well, that
guys
was
getting
that
harassed.
was terrible,
Yeah,
too.
but isn't that sports now? Isn't that it? How every darn event I feel like we find a video afterwards of here's guys slugging each
Yeah,
other.
there's gonna
and
be-
sometimes they're in the same jersey.
There's always going to be
that's
people
true.
being drunken animals. Like there's nothing you can do about all of that. Game itself,
Great game.
Are we overreacting
To what?
to the Spurs have found a solve for the Knicks? Like, the Knicks still scored 42 points in the second quarter last night. Like, a few guys had cold shooting nights. And yeah, like the Spurs were better in transition defense last night. Wemby was doing his thing in the paint, but like, I just thought more than anything, the Knicks didn't play that well. I didn't view that game as a turning point in the series.
Karl Anthony Towns, 50 points through quarters 1 through 3 in the first 3 games, 0 in the fourth quarter period.
Yeah.
What's up there?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
He fell out. Landry Shamet had a terrible game. Jalen Brunson, yes, he scored, but he was inefficient as hell last night.
Again.
You know,
but
like,
I do think
outside of like Anunoby and Josh Hart, like most of the Knicks just they had a bad shooting night.
But isn't it wild, whether it's hockey or whether it's and hockey's craziest for it, but even basketball, we're seeing it right now. And look, we saw it in both games bookending the weekend, Friday and Monday. When one team has to make the big run to catch up to the other, I feel sometimes you lose the energy. And you don't have it.
To come all the way back.
To be able to kind of finish the climb.
Look at points off turnovers, and that's essentially the game. It was 13 turnovers for the Knicks, 21 points, 8 turnovers for the Spurs, 7 points.
And that's what Kat said. After the game, Kat's like, yeah, we turned the ball over tonight. That's the problem.
It's not only that they
felt
turn
like
it
David
over.
Adelman,
It's
quite
not
honestly.
Not only did they turn it
turnovers-
over, but they allowed points off those turnovers.
Right.
And for the 8 turnovers the Spurs had, they only allowed 7 points. It wasn't as bad.
We had to figure some Spurs pride would show up at some point.
That and, they kept him out of the... Again, they didn't push tempo. Wemby sat in the paint. If you got to shoot from outside, you're screwed. And that's going to be San Antonio's recipe for how they beat teams for the next decade.
Yeah.
Or 15 years, or however long this guy's prime is going to last. I don't know. But, yeah, I thought the Knicks, I thought their movement sucked last night.
You talked about the ball moving around last segment of the day yesterday.
And I didn't think it was great last night.
That.
And also, like, I understand what Mike Brown was trying to do last night. He was trying to go podium. He was trying to gripe about the officiating, gripe about free throw disparity, and try and turn the whistle back in his direction. I don't think it was effective. I don't think it's going to be effective because there's a really simple retort from the officiating crew from last night. If you want free throws, go to the paint.
Yeah.
You didn't shoot from the paint because, again, Wemby was in the paint last night. So they didn't get shots. They didn't create shots in the paint. We talk about this with the Nuggets all the time. Like, you can gripe about free throw disparity all you want. If you're not attacking, you don't get free throws. That's how it works in that sport. You had more free throws in the first half and you played better. In the second half, San Antonio got set in their base half-court defense. You didn't go to the rack because Godzilla was right there in the lane, and you're not going to get free throws. What Mike Brown did at the podium last night, and we're going to play the audio, to me, it sounded whinier than anything else. I think Brown's comments would have been more effective if they were pointed at his own team and not at the referees last night. He sounded like a whiner after that game last night, and I don't think that's effective.
Well, sometimes referees reward that. Remember this.
But I think in certain situations they do. My argument is that this wasn't the game for it. I don't think Mike Brown had an argument for it.
Okay, but I also think it's out of the coach's play. Let's be honest. I think some Nuggets fans wish David Adelman would have taken that tack a little bit during the Minnesota series.
You're absolutely right. It is out of the coach's playbook. What I'm saying is he ran the wrong play.
Okay, but
I think it's going to be a mistake.
Well, okay. I'm not telling you you're going to be totally wrong, but let's just see what happens in that game.
They lost that game because of how they played, not because of the whistle.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that, but I also feel like Chris Finch did that a couple times in Minnesota and was rewarded for the Nuggets the Nuggets thing couldn't do anything physical while the Minnesota Timberwolves were allowed to continue to be physical.
Sure.
So
I didn't like it. I thought it was whiny. I think it can be done more effectively. I think Mike Brown's a better coach than that. Series is now 2-1. By the way, Andy, you know the old saying, series doesn't begin until the road team wins a game? So what is this series?
We're waiting for the home team to win a game?
This series is triple
that is nutty.
started, isn't it? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is a lovely Tuesday afternoon. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Keep it here with us.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for Southern Steer Butchers. If you're looking for great quality protein to pick up for your next event, your next barbecue, your cookout, whatever it may be, a grad party, dad day coming up here in about a week, a week, 10 days, it's Southern Steer Butchers. You want meat that's greatly, it's got great flavors the way they do it. They vacuum tumble their meats, and it tastes very good, whether it's the wings, the chicken breasts, the steak tips I'm always telling you about. Fantastic flavors over there. If you want something just naked, you can get that as well. It's just the right place to go if you want some fresh ground sausage, fresh made brats, fresh made sides. Again, they've got Wagyu beef if you're looking for that, picanha, often in stock, some hard to find cuts. And I know a few of the customers, the few times I've been in there the last couple of weeks, been very excited about what they have to offer. Go find out for yourself. It's Southern Steer Butcher. They're off of Arapahoe Road in Dayton and Greenwood Village. They're right across from Fay Myers Motorcycle World. Real easy to find. It's Southern Steer Butcher. Find them at southernsteer.com.
Oh, we hope you're having a lovely Tuesday afternoon. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. There is hockey tonight, Game 4. Knights Canes at 6 o'clock. Andy, there is debate in the hockey circles. Are we watching the greatest Stanley Cup final ever?
Man, see,
here's the quick.
I've thought a lot about this because I've heard ESPN mention it so many times.
Here's the quick answer: it's too early to say. It's way too early to say.
Yeah, what if Vegas just takes the stranglehold tonight and then we're done in 5? Was that the greatest gentleman's sweep of all time? Do we need to get Windhorst in
seriously,
on it?
Because all 3 games have been awesome. In many ways, like Game 2 was probably the lamest one, and it took a while, and then it was the last 10 minutes of regulation was insanity. It has been a wonderful Stanley Cup final so far. Every game has been fantastic. But that's all I can tell you is it has been great so far. Whenever somebody raises the Stanley Cup over their head, that's when that debate can happen. But it's been terrific. It has been a wonderful product so far.
So this is kind of wild to me. I think it's been good. And you know what I've liked about it? Okay, I always have this debate with folks, but here's what I've liked about it. You don't know what to expect game to game, and I think that's fun. And even once you get in the game, you don't know what to expect.
Period to period.
Because when Vegas got up 4-0 the other night, my buddy came over and he's like, "Oh my God,
yeah,
but
maybe
then, we got to figure something else out." And then all of a sudden, there's a couple goals, and Marner misses the penalty shot, and then we got a game again, and
then they scored 4 goals and send it to OT.
But for a while, that was another butt kicking, and I'm like, God, Vegas is just so dominant. But here's what I think is funny: it's okay. I'm sorry, dude. There's a lot of levels to this in my mind. It's just so funny. I didn't know you were going to bring this up because we didn't get in full of our conversation today. I've been thinking a lot about it because ESPN kept mentioning it, like I said the other night, Friday, Saturday night or whatever it was. And I'm just thinking to myself, there's 2 ways. This is good, fun hockey, but it's fun hockey because there's scoring, and I think people are used to not having scoring in the Stanley Cup Finals. So I think if you were to go to some of the old school hardcore guys, they'd hate this. You know what I mean? Because, again, it's just been –
it's not Game 1 Avs Wild.
No, you're right.
It's not that outrageous.
No, yeah, but again, Nate, we've had a 5-4 game.
Yeah.
We've had a flurry of goals. We've had some lazy play. We've had –
goals are fun.
And don't you wonder – I'd love to ask a Joe Sakic or a Forsberg or a Watt or a Foote, even a Josh Manson. What do you think of when you see – puck off a butt in one game that goes in and changes everything.
Yeah.
And then puck off the back wall that finds its way to the skate of the goalie. I mean, that still is the most absurd game-winning goal I think I've ever seen in any sport, frankly.
And it's what it is a stupid sport that when you shrink down the sample size, then the outrageous is ultimately what tips the scales in a game. The crazy crap that can happen.
Right.
And so if you push it over 82 games, you're just like, we'll get one back. In a 7-game series, you may not get one back. You probably won't. That will, at least I would think, that's going to be the stupidest goal of the series, but I guess give it time.
We can't say.
Yes.
We don't know.
Right, exactly. The tying goal with Ehlers just getting jammed into the net. That's what this series has been. We've had 2 overtime goals. We've had chaos. We have had controversy. The Torch Challenge. The storylines are amazing, and maybe to your point, that's the next thing this series needs is just an insane
1-0
goalie duel. Exactly, where they both have 38 plus saves, and it's insanity, and all the goals are at a premium and everything else like that. Maybe that's the next thing this series. But so far, I would say this series has been defined just by the wild swings of it in a sport where it's really tough to do that.
All right, I'm going to give you an American Idol option. You get a vote, America.
Okay.
Do you want my hockey question? Or do you want a championship broader picture question? Because I got each of them loaded up for you.
Okay.
I don't know which way to go.
Okay,
so you tell me what you want first.
Give me the hockey question.
Okay. Obviously, everybody likes scoring. I've said to you this in private. The Stanley Cup Finals can be a bit of a slog. Let's not be, and I love hockey. But when you're, and look, baseball kind of has a little of this going on too, but I think the pitch clock has maybe helped this a little bit. I think some of the new
Action
rules
keeps going, yeah.
helps it where you get, pitchers having to face 3 batters, so it's not just bring in a guy versus a guy versus a guy, and we get a 1-0 game all the way to the end of the World Series, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but I think people know what I'm talking about with playoff baseball. And look, man, how hard was it to watch at points some of that LA Kings series where, again, just clog it up, right? Dallas does this too. Nowhere to pass, nowhere to go, no plays can be made, wait for a breakaway, score a goal, we beat you. That's kind of what they do.
Yeah.
That can be not a lot of fun to watch. So since everybody agrees we're having fun seeing some actual goal scoring going on in the playoffs, should hockey change up some of its rules? And I've been thinking about this on a couple of – first off, I've told you for years, and hockey guy, get ready, you're going to hate me and just load it up. 303-504-0925, unleash your rage. I get tired. I think hockey should change its blocking rules in some cases. I don't think you should be allowed to necessarily put your face in front of the puck. I think there should be some limit to how much you can clog up play.
See McNabb in the cage the other night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that?
Good move.
Now, again, that was at least a high shot. The one I'm more bothered by is I'm going to drop down. And look, this is, to make it clear, this is not just because this is what Vegas did to the Avs a lot. It just, I think, clogs up the game and makes it. I would like to see you. My motivation for this is I'm tired of seeing my star players get hurt because they had the unwritten rule says you block every shot. And again, Nathan McKinnon took a dang shot off the knee. Not great. Changed how the whole series went. I don't think anybody should be asked to put their face in front of a 100-mile-an-hour puck for the sake of the good old unwritten rules. And I think if you took some of the we're going to block, you're going to block every little thing in the neutral zone because you laid on the ice. Yeah, to me, at least make it to where you got to keep your skates. That probably doesn't save Nathan McKinnon's knee, but I get tired of we're just going to lay down and I can't send the puck anywhere. And if you did that, you'd actually get the puck movement, and I think we'd get some more of this quote unquote wide open hockey that people seem to be gravitating to in this series.
I mean, number one, I think it'd be really hard to police. I mean, really hard.
You don't get to go down. You don't get to
call.
leave your skates to block it.
Right, but
that's why the goalie's wearing pads. Hell, it was funny. Tyson Berry had that quote to us when he was in here with McKinnon talking about chili ones. The goalie's wearing pads for a reason.
Right, exactly.
I don't need all, we've just seen, and whether it's this year or not, I don't need star players getting hurt because you went down and took a puck.
You're crouching to try and cancel out, the blank space between your legs.
Look, if you want to keep that, fine, but no more laying on the ice, no more sprawling out in the middle so nobody can get anything through.
Mm-hmm.
You want to keep it to keep your skates and it's fine, I guess fine. But I would even say not even going down to a knee. Again, leave me some space so passes can get through. And guess what? You'll see a little more controlled, quote-unquote, hockey like this. But when you got guys just laying in the lane and nothing can get through and, here's my face in front of it again, they still can block passes and shots with their sticks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not taking it totally out of the game. I'm just tired of watching guys wear one to the face. And again, I'm still a little... I wish Nathan McKinnon hadn't done what he did, bro. That's not your job. Just like it's not your job to fight a guy, it's not necessarily your job to wear one off your knee, and now everything's changed in the series.
See, but I would push back on that.
Good.
It is his job.
Why?
It's his job to win the game.
Yeah, well, I need you not bruised from a shot that the goalie's got the padding to absorb, and you clearly don't. It changes your ability to give me what I need out of you the rest of the series.
Hockey hurts, and his job. He's a two-way player. He's not like a striker in football. He's got to get back and play defense. There's 5 guys out there, and the other guy's got 5 guys, and you put a body on a body, and his job on that play is to make sure the puck doesn't get through.
Okay,
that is his job.
You don't need to turn your knee to it.
And that's where it also gets really tough is you're trying to legislate instinct out of the game.
Okay, but we've seen it done in football.
It's the natural. Well, in football, you're going to hit the guy. You just have to change where you hit him.
So I'm going to ask you to not turn your body and shove everything in front of the puck. We could keep it to where it's like a pick in basketball. You got to stay towards the shooter or the passer. You could stay on your skates if you need to.
Keep your nuts good and square.
Hey, you got at least a cup.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, what drives me nuts is Nathan McKinnon, and he probably would tell you he did it. I get it. They all do it. They know it comes with the job, all that. I'm just telling you, as a guy that wants to watch, I want to watch the Stars play.
Of course.
And I don't like it.
Well, I don't want to watch the Stars, but.
No, but I want to watch the superstars of hockey.
Bad
with your
team
little tick. I want to watch them out there. And I hate it, especially this, because you like you said, the sample size shrinks down.
Yeah.
And you can't afford to be without a dude for a week, even if it's just a bruise. You can't afford that because guess what? We're going to pretty much have games every other day. And a week becomes 3 games, if not more, depending on if it's 5 to 7 days in your week.
The sport has done so much to try and legislate up scoring in it. Again, on this one, I think you're asking not the impossible, but the bridge too far.
I just feel blocking some of these shots the way they're allowed to do it is akin to letting the DB mug guys all the way down the field so nobody can get a route run in the playoffs. So,
but I mean, they got rid of mugging. Like, you're not supposed to be able to clutch and grab.
And the scoring went up, and everybody's happy.
Exactly.
But again, everybody keeps telling me this is the greatest Stanley Cup final ever. Well, they're scoring
pretty good.
goals.
It's pretty good.
They are scoring goals.
That is true.
It says people, guess what? In modern time, in 2000s,
26.
In the decades, whatever century we're in, people like scoring in their sports. What was the biggest complaint about what happened with the Summit, who had an incredible, awesome opening environment to celebrate their first game? We got no goals. None. Zip. Just saying. Do you want the big picture question about championships now, or are you not done arguing with me yet?
No, I just I'll let you die on stop blocking shots island.
Yeah, that's fine. Everybody can hate me. I don't care. I don't care. But I think you could open it up, and I think you'd try to protect guys. Guys are going to get injured enough as it is doing this thing without jumping in front of 100-mile-an-hour pucks on top of it.
Let me be clear about something. I hate you for a lot of reasons,
I know you
but
do.
not this one.
I know you do. One day, towards the end of the run,
we'll air the
we'll
grievances.
list them all. We'll just have a Festivus show. And maybe one comment. It'll be like you ever hear the people that went to counseling and somehow instead of solving the problems that existed, they brought up things that just brought up new problems.
A lot of your takes are not the best. This one's fine. I'm not on board. You're gonna have to keep working to sell me.
Nah, it's fine.
As soon as I'm elected the commissioner of the NHL, which
the sport won't exist.
Should be coming any day
What
now.
would you do about the stupid goal rule?
Stupid goals.
Then what would you do? It has to actually be intended to go near the net in order for it to count.
If you're gonna score off the end boards, you got to call glass.
Okay. It's hand up.
It's like my rule. You know
just a finger in the air before you let it go.
My basketball rule is banked threes should only be worth 2 points.
You want to? Okay.
They should only be worth 2.
All right.
Yeah, you shouldn't get 3 for a banked triple. No. It should only be worth 2 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bigger question. You can decide if you want to answer it, if you want to take it to the other segment. I just think it's funny because we do this with Super Bowls, and it reminds me of this series.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I will another hill I'll die on. One of your best Super Bowls ever was the Broncos and Packers far and away, and it wasn't because I'm a Bronco fan. It was because both teams were dotted with Hall of Famers.
Sure.
Both teams, there are great storylines going with both sides.
Has there ever been a Super Bowl without multiple Hall of Famers?
What about that Raider Bucks? Although, I mean, the Bucks had plenty, I think, but
yeah, Warren Sapp, John Lynch.
Yeah, keep
Those
going.
Guys are,
Did Rondé Barber get in?
Was the linebacker?
Did Rondé Barber get in? Yeah, Derek Brooks.
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
I don't remember a lot from their offense. No, but
Brad Johnson's not in the Hall
But
of Fame.
again, when you try to tell me St. Louis and Tennessee was a better Super Bowl simply because the last drive of the game mattered,
Sure, I
that
know what you're
doesn't
saying.
carry water with me.
Right, right.
I watched 3.5 quarters of crap.
You want 4 quality
Yeah,
quarters.
you don't get 5 good minutes and call it the greatest of all time.
Yes.
And that's what's been interesting about this series is largely that game the other night was boring. Even the one Carolina won, man, what hell of a story. But I'd have taken more of the last 8 minutes and less of the first, 45,
Yeah.
50? You know what I mean? Like, to me, like the Broncos and Packers traded blows. They went back and forth. It was a hell of a lot of fun. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Give me that. And I don't need both teams in the 20s. I'll take a 2017 or a 24. I want to feel like it was tough though when they kind of slugfest each other.
What if one of the teams scores 16? Are you okay with that?
If it's the Broncos and it's a win, I guess I by birth have to be, right?
16 to
Oh
11.
my God! What if they did win a Super Bowl by the
Scoring
magical
only
6? Would
16?
would this show not be allowed to complain about that point total ever again?
We would retire.
Who
after
the
that.
hell would they have to play
That's
for
it for
16
us.
to be enough? Seriously.
The Raiders.
That ain't a Super Bowl,
I
mate.
know.
It doesn't count.
I'm well aware, but I was answering your question. That's who they would have to play. Although maybe
Oh,
Fernando
man.
Mendoza will be good for 17 points. Who knows?
Was there?
All right,
Boy, hey, with the Broncos, if the Broncos and Seahawks had met in the Super Bowl with those two defenses,
Yeah.
could it have happened? Could we have got 16-13?
We could have.
Especially with Stiddy still at the helm.
Hammer the under. Give me the question. We'll go to break and then we'll come back and talk about it. Give me the question.
That was it. I told you.
What's the question?
There's not a question.
Oh,
What's the question?
Just greatest of all time is about. You want the question? Give me your greatest of all time, but it's got to be a full good game. I'm not taking any of this. The ending was great. I know what the hell it wasn't. The Patriots Rams, that was terrible.
Okay.
When Belichick shut down the Super Rams.
Okay.
God, I forgot they've met before because they were totally different. Did Kurt Warner? Wait a minute. Did Belichick shut down the Rams twice? He did.
Your hockey
In the YouTube
take, while not good, was a lot better than your tease.
Sorry. Sometimes that happens. Oh, like that's never happened with you.
You did okay.
Now you know how the dates goes.
I've never had a lousy take and then a mediocre tease
listen.
before. That could never happen to
Listen,
me.
there's a lot of things where my tease has been better than the. Whoa! Don't be calling anybody. Hey, is it time for should we talk about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Speaking of,
I was going to say, Andy really enjoyed the end of that drive. Let me tell you. Some questionable
they were
play
looking for a
calling on the
13
way.
day. They were looking for the 13 play drive, and you gave them 4.
All right. We'll
Try to hit the Hail Mary.
We'll take a break. We'll play a liner and then stick around for an outstanding Roller Auctions live read coming up next.
Now let's trade.
That's right. I promised an outstanding Roller Auctions live read, and I plan to give you one. Right now, you can go to roller.bid. That is Roller Auctions website. You can also go to rollerauction.com if you want to. But they've got an outdoor living appliances, home goods, and general merchandise auction that is available for you to be able to bid right now. So if you are looking to beef up your outdoor space, you're looking to dine al fresco more often and have a comfortable patio or porch situation, you want to go and check out this auction. There's some great stuff for you to be able to bid on. I told you yesterday they got some great outdoor picnic tables that you can check out. Also got as well some fireplaces, some fire pits in there that you can get some great prices on, some good grilling equipment. Go to Roller Auctions website. That's roller.bid right now. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right there, and you are entered to win Rockies Pirates tickets coming up here in just a few weeks. Roller.bid/altitude. Sign up and check out this outdoor living as well as appliances, home goods, and general merchandise market. Get some great deals right now with Roller Auction. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We've got a lot going on here on our fine radio show today. First off, Andy, we're going to have a busy week. Coming up on Thursday, there's going to be open Bronco practice, big OTA day. I don't think we're going to see Bo Nix out there. So it's not Bo TAs. It's more like no TAs. But then Joe Sakic is also going to speak. We will hear from the Avalanche's director, president, overlord of hockey operations, as he will tell us this team's plan for the upcoming offseason. And a lot of our discussion following the failure by the club at the hands of the Vegas Golden Knights, who are now 2 wins away from winning the Stanley Cup, was about coaching. And about this team, is Bednar the answer going forward? Should they stay the course as a President's Trophy and a trip to the Western Conference Finals? Is that enough to run it back, or does this team need a new voice? And while I have been an advocate for change, I would say change for change's sake is not always a good thing. And to illustrate my point, I present to you the current case of the Edmonton Oilers. The Oilers have generally been in this window of Avalanche greatness, one of the other top teams in the West, and it makes sense. That's the team with McJesus and Draisaitl have been pretty damn good. Avalanche, in fact, had to defeat them a few years ago in the postseason to get to the Stanley Cup final. So we know how good they are. They, after an underwhelming season, they fired their coach, Chris Knobloch, and now, according to reports, Andy, did you see who they're looking to hire?
I wasn't aware of this, but you had informed me. It's a name very familiar to these parts, especially those that hate the Red Wings.
Mike Babcock.
Yeah, I remember him.
Is reportedly who they're zeroing in on to hire. Mike Babcock. Now, Mike Babcock, he's not coached a game in the NHL in quite a while. Because if you recall, his last gig when he got hired was in Columbus, and the Blue Jackets they were looking for a spark, and they hired Mike Babcock, and then apparently Mike Babcock then went around asking his players to show them the pictures in their phones. He wanted them to give them their phones, and then he wanted to peer through their pictures.
Which is weird.
That's pretty weird.
Did he ever state what he was searching for?
Not really.
Just general curiosity?
He also asked for the GM's phone. Hey, give me your phone. It was some weird psychological ploy that he was going on with, and the players were like, hey, this is weird. This guy wants to violate our privacy. The players didn't like it. They complained to the Players Association, and Babcock never coached a game for the Columbus Blue Jackets. That's a bad coaching stint. Then there was, of course, his job prior to that in Toronto, where, according to no less an authority than former Maple Leaf Nazem Kadri, who played for Babcock in Toronto, and Kadri told the story in his book, that Mike Babcock went to rookie Mitch Marner, easy to intimidate rookie, and said, rank all 23 players on the team by work ethic. And Marner did it because he was a rookie and was scared of his coach.
And then probably caused some problems with his teammates.
And then Babcock took the list and, told everybody about it.
Yeah, I've had some bosses like that.
Unbelievable.
Hey, in confidence, tell me your opinion about a guy I'm thinking about hiring. Oh, well, I'm going to tell that guy everything you told me.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And then
now we got to work together.
Kadri and Tyler Bozak, as one of the veterans on that team, went into Babcock's office and told him, that wasn't cool, man. And then poor Mitch Marner was hated by the rest of the locker room, by the veteran players. And in Kadri's book, and I read the excerpt of it, and in Kadri's book, he did whatever he could, because he really liked Marner, to try and defend him and melt that ice between Marner and the veteran players to be like, this is on Babcock. This isn't on the kid. Okay? This is just a kid that's trying to find his way in the league and doesn't know what he's doing. But that happened, and that led to all kinds of weirdness in Toronto. So this is a guy that likes to engage in, Andy, I wouldn't call it necessarily good motivational tactics. I would call it psychological warfare with his players.
Sure. When was his last great stint of success? Was it with, because didn't he was with the Red Wings, he was with the Ducks, right? Wasn't he with the Ducks when Jaguar, they lost to Buffalo? Was he the coach then?
Yes.
I want to say
yes.
So look,
he was with Anaheim, then he went to Detroit, then he went to Toronto.
He had a pretty good run with Detroit too. He won a cup with Detroit, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
Maybe a couple? Can't keep track of all the guys they have because the Avs are so bad at that time, and it just made me depressed.
Yeah, I think he knows hockey.
He does, but again, the tactics wear thin after a while, especially as you get into a newer and newer world. You're not going to be allowed to just go ask him to peruse people's phones. That's still a really weird request. Why?
Or sometimes they wear thin before you even coach a game.
Yeah, before it happens. But there was this complaint in Columbus. How's he even allowed to be interviewed in Edmonton? I would think the complaint still stands.
Yeah,
you did this.
You would think the Players Association would be like,
have
hey,
you signed a paper I would ask to look through anybody's phone again?
Hey, do you guys mind? Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, don't go Big Brother on your players, okay? They don't really like that. All of which is to say, Andy, if you're giving me the options, Jared Bednar or Mike Babcock, I'll stick with Bedsy.
Yeah, listen, it's and we've heard the rage, for the people that are going to be upset about this, and I understand it. And look, at the same time, I don't know how to feel about this. I really don't. And it sucks doing sports talk and not being quite sure because you just lay it out right there. There could be some of your options. I always caution people. We all want some sort of change we can point to when there is a massive disappointment and things didn't go the way that you thought they should have or that the season suggested that they should have.
Yeah.
And yet, I still would point to, if Vegas finishes off Carolina in a gentleman's sweep, then you got to just understand whether we like to swallow it or not.
Yeah.
That's a damn good team that made the right coaching change, but then it also go back. Could that be something that ignites the Avalanche?
Right.
I don't know. But I always think of the Frank Solich comp, and I know it's college football and not hockey, but Frank Solich was a coach that at the time, 8-9 wins, which was an extremely good college football season, and went to a bowl game, and the people of Nebraska said, not here. We have higher standards. We only play for national championships.
Yeah.
You suck. And guess what? Whether it's just sports karma or whatever it is, Nebraska has never been really as good as when they were with Frank Solich.
Wasn't it
from
Bill
that
Callahan?
time forward?
Wasn't that the next hire
they went to
after
Callahan,
Solich?
and then they've tried 100 different things. Remember, wasn't Brett Bielema there for a minute?
How'd Scott Frost work out?
Scott Frost. You just have to.
I don't think. Did Bielema go through Nebraska? I don't think.
I can't remember. He didn't. No, who was the guy? Bielema. I got the wrong guy. Who was the guy? He's just got a stupid look on his face.
Bo Pelini.
Bo Pelini.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's who
there it is.
You can see
You
the
landed
dumb
the
look
plane.
on his face when I said that, right?
Yes.
Bo Pelini had a couple of Babcock type tactics. Didn't he refuse to let him be the black shirts there for a while? Didn't he pull that moniker from him?
Yes.
When he playing that kind of psychological? So again, you're kind of dipping in the same pool when you get a little too uppity about what is good enough and what isn't. I mean, again, Bednar did win I know that the President's Trophy is not what anybody's seeking, and oftentimes is more of a curse than anything else. But the guy has met some standards. And if you're going to tell everybody that the conference finals and best record in the NHL is not good enough, well, then you might have guys like Mike Babcock as your only guy to really interview. What do you think about Laviolette going? I mean, we talked about Laviolette going to the Kings. I mean, some of the guys you may want to talk to are already out of there anyway. Would you have an interest here?
Yeah, exactly.
When you know it's cup or bust, you know the kind of people you're going to get for cup or bust. I'm telling you, it's not everybody. You think David Carl was sitting there going, yeah, let me make my first job cup or bust if they had interest. And I'm not sure they did, but let's just say there was interest. You think he's leaving college to take his first pro job to be cup or bust?
I don't think there's a hockey coach on the planet that wouldn't jump at the chance to coach McKinnon and McCarr.
How long is that lasting?
That's as good as it gets.
Now, I will say this. The thing that's different about this organization, the ownership here, whether it's been basketball or hockey, they tend to show you patience. But that doesn't mean the fans are psyched about it.
The Nuggets haven't had a coach fired after 1 year since D'Antoni.
Holy cow, you're right.
Yeah. And it was...
Was it D'Antoni?
It was, yes. D'Antoni was the last one. It was Hanslick before that.
Okay, I thought it was Hands.
Yeah, but D'Antoni was a 1 year.
And Bristow both, that was a...
Right.
You're both gone.
But
right?
you generally... Even Brian Shaw got a second year. Didn't go good, but at least he got a second year.
My God, remember...
You always get a crack at it around here because honestly, and I point to this example all the time, they could have easily canned Bedsy after the first year.
Oh, there's no... Bedsy talks about it.
Nobody would have even batted an eye, but they stuck by him.
But here's the problem, Nate. I said all that, and to be honest with you, I can't say ironclad it's the right decision. Because
I can't tell
somehow,
you
as
either.
we've talked about and laid out, somehow you keep coming up short against the same profile of team.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pro Football Focus gave us a ranking of the top 10 coaches in the NFL. We'll tell you where they ranked Sean Payton when we come back. He is in the top 10. And was he too high or was he too low? That's next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. This is showing up a break too late, but we were telling you about how, you know what, you got to get the old, you want the long drive in your life. You want to feel good. You want to feel like yourself. Maybe you're not feeling like yourself. Maybe your sleep sucks. Maybe you got brain fog. Maybe your energy levels aren't where you want them to be. That all could be a sign of low T. Maybe your body doesn't look the way you want it to. If you've listened to this show over the balance of its run, you know, for the most part, I showed up at this show overweight, not liking the way that I had looked, and it's been that way most of the show. And so last August, I went ahead and changed that and worked with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can get those testosterone levels checked, but it's not just about testosterone. They've got 4 body composition plans targeted that can help you if you want to go and check them out. These programs include the GLP-1, which is what I'm on, the PDA, NAD Plus, and GH peptides. I'm thinking about talking about some GH peptides with them as well. You can combine this if you want to with the low testosterone treatments. And I'm just GLP-1 right now. But you can get yourself back to where you want to be. Get the renewed sex drive, the workouts in the gym better, the improved sleep, stronger energy throughout the day. So get in there and have that first visit. It's $99, includes a T and a PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone the day of the treatment, your appointment is free. You'll have a meeting with a Colorado licensed medical provider who can go over all of the options for you. That medical provider for me has been very helpful, not only with the GLP-1, but amount of water to drink, the balancing of things, watching the diet, making good changes. So when you're done with the shot, you still keep your results. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Happy June 9th, everybody. It's a nice day.
Well, I said calm down. It's
See?
It's devil's breath out there is what it's working towards. My God.
Andy, it's a nice day, June 9th.
Oh, my bad.
There you go.
The kids were enjoying Sunday,
Thanks for coming along.
Do you know what Sunday was?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Daughter had to mention that to me 3 times.
Yeah,
I don't know why she's into it.
I didn't, and then I heard somebody say it at the show we were at, and I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Oh, great. Yeah. That's funny.
Okay, so, Andy, do you think Sean Payton was ranked 6-7 in the list of the top 10 coaches in the NFL?
Well played.
Thank you.
I would, you know what? I'd have guessed between 6 to 9.
Very nice prediction.
And I, you spoiled it.
Yeah.
He's not quite dead in the sweet spot of those two. If it was July 8th when we have, July 9th, we'd have more fun with that. But.
Pro Football Focus, top 10 coaches, top 10 best head coaches entering the 2026 season. Sean Payton comes in at number 8.
All right. Wait, give me the 7 ahead.
Number 1, Sean McVay.
Tough to argue.
Right. Number 2, is there a little bit of shine off this rose, to mix my metaphors? Andy Reid. This team sucked last year. No, number 3, Kyle Shanahan.
I like Kyle.
He wins a lot of games with
what
I consider
put ahead
to be
of both those guys. I'm surprised you mentioned
quarterback
that. Keep
play.
going.
Number 4, Mike McDonald.
Okay, that's the guy to me that should be number 2.
Hard to argue with a guy that just
slipped
a
won
ring
the
on his
Super
finger.
Bowl, and on top of it, nobody thought Sam Darnold was going to be anything. Look, and Sam Darnold, frankly, when you look at you've talked about this, you look at the balance of the season, it's not like he was special. He wasn't leading MVP conversations. I mean, that's a great defense. And Mike McDonald knew exactly what he wanted out of his. Frankly, let's be honest, he used the formula the Broncos have been trying to get to a Super Bowl with for a number of years. He made it happen.
Let's see, with Kubiak gone and Ryan Grubb entering as now the play caller OC. Let's see what Sam Darnold looks like this upcoming year. But Mike McDonald at 4, Dan Campbell 5, Matt LaFleur 6,
Really?
D'Amico Ryan 7, Sean at 8.
Interesting. See, what I think hurts Sean. I feel like there's probably some more likable personalities in front of him. LaFleur's another interesting one because you talk about shine off the rose. I would say both Campbell and LaFleur, I would say. Is there a little going there? Neither team really did fully what you expected a year ago.
Like
you know what I mean?
Jared Goff was down last year. And
that was after, as you had mentioned, Ben Johnson gone. When you talk about OCs departing and quarterbacks not being the same.
Who did they bring in? Drew Petzing. Let's see if you can recapture something with Jared Goff. With Matt LaFleur. I'll say this about LaFleur, as soon as Parsons got injured last year, that was not the same team. Hell, we saw it in one game.
No, I'm with you.
They were not the same team. With Ryan's guy's done that defense was something special last year. They gotta find better consistency out of CJ Stroud.
I'm a big D'Amico Ryans fan.
Very
There's
good
a part of me
football
that
coach.
still wishes his wife was from Denver and not Houston.
Right.
So that they would have come here.
3 years in Denver, Sean Payton, 32-19. He was 14-3 last year, went to the AFC Championship game. This is interesting, and they point this out. This is in the little blurb that they wrote underneath it. He is the Broncos' offensive leader. And Andy, here's the thing. Even with Davis Webb's the play caller, it's still Sean Payton. Okay? It's still Sean. Payton shoulders a considerable amount of play calling responsibility. However, Denver's placed 17th, 17th, and 20th in the last respective seasons in offensive EPA per play. And balance has not been quite established with the run and the pass.
No lies told.
Can't argue. Nevertheless, Payton deserves credit for assembling the sport's highest-graded offensive line and helping Bo Nix continue to grow. I would agree with that. Yeah. This is an awesome offensive line, and Sean basically did put this group together with a few pieces that were already in place, but he made it. I mean, an offensive line is only as good as the 5 of them working together.
That's a Zach Streif thing, though. I think that guy deserves a huge shout-out. Now, again, that was Sean's dude.
Sean's dude.
That's Sean's protege, if you will.
As they write, on the other side of the ball, Peyton plays a less active role than defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, yet Peyton's ability to retain Joseph, the mind behind the fourth-ranked unit in EPA per play since 2023, is also very valuable in and of itself.
Well, that's an interesting sentence to me.
Yeah, how much is that?
How much is I didn't get the right opportunity because I don't think
Right.
Vance Joseph is going to go jumping at any shot. I think he learned that a owner and quarterback needs to be in place.
Yeah, and also, like, there's super rich owners here, and VJ probably does pretty well.
Yeah, there's that.
So I don't know how much credit Sean gets there.
The other,
but either way, like he hired VJ, and VJ is still the defensive coordinator.
If all that description is going to hold true, how much growth do we need to see out of Bo Nix this year?
Yeah, I mean, I asked Legwald about it yesterday. You know, like what the next step in there is, and
look, Bo Nix is a very good quarterback, but can you get him to great?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because to me, great is a different. Great is you're sniffing top 5, and I think there's only 4 to 5 great quarterbacks
at any
one
given time. Right.
I think we put too many people at the great level. I think Bo is a good starter that a lot of teams would take. Probably more would take than not.
But I would say right now, like if I'm telling you my 5 great quarterbacks in the game today, it's going to be Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
That's my 5 great quarterbacks in the game today.
Guess who still needs to get there?
Yeah.
Guys like Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Guys like Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
They're not great either.
Right. They're
really good.
A lot of tier 2 quarterbacks, your Dak Prescotts of the world. Absolutely.
Jalen Hurts.
Yep. Jordan Love, 2 second-tier quarterbacks.
Yeah, they're all really good, and you take them.
We brought up Jared Goff before. I think another guy that goes into that category. And
is he arrow up or arrow down?
We'll see if he can get Arrow back up this year. We'll see. That's one of Dan Campbell's challenges. Final paragraph. Peyton has a bit more left to chew in getting back to the Super Bowl, especially after the Broncos lost an ugly AFC Championship game, and his offense, now fielding receiver Jalen Waddle. If his offense can improve and Denver can rely less on fourth-quarter magic, then Peyton will reach even rarer air. I would absolutely agree with that. This is a Denver team where I believe this Broncos team is once again going to be very good defensively. I believe this team will continue to win games on the margins. I think Sean he's a good clock management guy. I think he's a good challenge guy. And his staff gets credit for this, but he assembled him. He's good on that stuff. He's good on game day. I believe it or not, I trust it. I trust the kicking game very much in both Lutz and Crawshaw, which those things they're critical to be good with a team like this. And there are playmakers, especially now with Jalen Waddle in the fold in this offense, but that whole thing of like, okay, can you just find some offensive consistency quarters 1 through 3?
Right.
You know? And I know maybe we make too much of the Giants game, make too much of the Eagles game. Hell, make too much of the playoff game against the Bills. We probably do. But one of the reasons you played so many one-score games last year and had so many come-from-behind victories was because, you were losing.
Well, what did Jeff tell us? They were just, how many, they were rare in 3-and-outs, 27th, something like that, and 3-and-outs? Too many 3-and-outs for this team.
Yeah, one of the highest in the entire league.
Not what you want.
Right. And a run game, especially after the J.K. Dobbins injury, that couldn't find the consistency underneath it.
And the weird, look, man, there's also the weird, I'm just going to call it a hiccup between Sean and Bo around the Raider game in November. Remember that? And all of his insiders, all of a sudden we got, we've got the quarterback space in his name on ESPN. Chase Daniels out there. Mm-hmm. He's just got all his guys, Peter Schrager's saying it. Fox Sports guy. Fox Sports.
Colin Cowherd.
Mm-hmm. Fox Sports! Food, folks, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Spring.
Yeah, all of a sudden they're telling us that, hey, I don't know. Sean may be losing patience.
Yeah.
And then it looked like everything was kumbaya for December.
That's Sean Payton's Mike Babcock-esque psychological ploy.
There you go.
By the way, 9 and 10 on this list. At number 9, Mr. Diana Rossini himself, Mike Vrabel. At number 10, Jim Harbaugh.
Boy, I was going to ask you about that. You know what? Maybe it's a discussion for next segment. It's been 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah.
Should we look back on all 3 coaches that were of the Broncos' apple of their eye are on this list?
They are.
Should we grade how it's worked out for them?
Sure. I'm with that. Absolutely.
It's June.
No,
it's 6-9.
I honestly I think that's good stuff because I know you have another big Bronco question to ask, not just of me but of the audience
for the table,
the country, the nation, and the land of Bronco.
What about the county? What about the district?
Bronco land.
What about the cul-de-sac?
Broncos Nation.
They're all here.
What about Broncos Creek?
Every member.
We have lakes here. We got creeks. We're not Minnesota.
Don't drink from Broncos Creek. You'll get dysentery. It's terrible. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're talking
There's
Broncos
amoebas in there.
right after this.
Well, I told you I'm hungry, so maybe I need to go ahead and get something from Wahoo's Fish Tacos. They deliver. We've got one right by us over here at Park Meadows Mall, and that's the place that I'm always there once a week with Leggy. We're hanging out over there. I recommend the chips and queso. I love the blackened. I like the blackened chicken. Every now and then I go for the blackened fish, but I love their Cajun seasoning that they put in on there. They also have a bunch of great flavors. They had some steak streak tacos they were doing mixed with potatoes just about a month ago. It was fantastic. It was a little bit, it was just kind of a temporary thing on the menu, so hopefully they'll bring those back every now and again. They'll feature shrimp. I know Jeff Legwald loves to go with the Wahoo's bowls, tacos. I believe they got drinks they can offer you as well, margaritas. Why not? Have a little one of those. But it's a great place to go and enjoy, especially if you like a patio. Great patio at Park Meadows, great patio at Highlands Ranch there off of Highlands Ranch Parkway, not too far from Lucin Boulevard. They're a great place to stop and go. 4 total locations. Swing by one closest to you today. And again, they do deliveries. That's Wahoo's Fish Taco.
Hey, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We hope you're doing fantastic today.
It's an angry Tuesday.
It is.
Like.
It seems to
the
be.
The roads, people are angry. I found you kind of found the same.
Calm down on the roads, people.
Yeah, especially C470 people. There's a ton of just work vehicles going, dump trucks, things like that, and everyone's trying to cut everybody off and go around. Not all 3 lanes are available. Just everyone relax.
When there is
I know it's hot.
Large quantity of cars on the road, okay? There is no hole that is going to magically open up for your 87-yard touchdown run.
Right.
Okay? Just get in line with everybody else.
Let's try to keep it moving. Nobody have an accident.
Stop being a beehole and following everybody too closely, okay? Just relax out there. Everyone's doing their best.
We hope.
I hope.
Most of the time.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sean Payton.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans.
Yep.
Jim Harbaugh.
Those are the 3 finalists when the Broncos coaching job became available after Nathaniel Hackett was an absolute disaster in 2022.
Let's recall that
Remind everybody of the circumstances.
Jim Harbaugh was number 1. He was the most desired. They were flying to Ann Arbor. Was it the day of or the day before they hired Sean? They were going to Ann Arbor to try and talk Jim into it one more time.
So as I remember it, not to split hairs with you, my
split away
favorite partner. They wanted D'Amico Ryans.
You're
but
also my favorite partner on this show.
Oh, good. How you feel about that, Spring? That's got to hurt you. They wanted D'Amico Ryans, but they knew his wife being from Houston was going to be a problem. I think really deep down, the number 1 guy is going to be D'Amico Ryans.
Oh,
but
interesting.
They just didn't feel like that was going to work.
Okay.
They knew she wanted to go back to Houston.
Yes.
Happy wife, happy life. Harbaugh then was the guy. As you said, They went out to Ann Arbor. The way I understood it, things were agreed to on a Friday night. News was going to break. Things were going to happen. And as they left Ann Arbor, Jim Harbaugh got cold feet, said no thanks, and they pivoted towards Sean, and it made the news cycle, I want to say, that NFL Sunday after, right? Wasn't the story? I think it was a playoff Sunday.
And Jim won a national title.
Jim won a national title.
Yep.
Yeah, he would go on. He said, I have unfinished business to do. Because I remember Adam Schefter tweeting out about the contract extension. He's going to stay there.
Connor Stallions, etc.
All that stuff.
There's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm. I do not apologize.
He did. Yeah, he does not apologize to anyone or anything.
Yeah.
Went full Conor McGregor there.
Jim's kicked Sean's ass pretty regularly.
He has, but the balance of things.
But Sean's had the better team.
I feel like Sean's had the better teams, the better records.
Yeah.
And for all the drooling that Jim Harbaugh has done with Justin Herbert, has not found as much winning as Sean has with Bo Nix.
No.
And that's the wild thing. Because if you're just showing me the 2 quarterbacks in Madden, I'm taking Justin Herbert.
I would agree.
But when it comes to winning football games, it seems to be Bo Nix.
Yeah, now I would also argue.
Now, again, Herbert's beat Bo head-to-head.
I was going to say, if you dropped Justin Herbert behind Bo Nix's offensive line, I think then we'd really have something.
Yeah, maybe, Nate.
I mean, you take Slater out of that offense last year.
Oh, that line's
both
terrible.
Tackles.
Yeah.
I mean, both tackles.
But again, here's what I don't want to take away from Bo Nix. The kid just has a little something at the end of games. That
he does.
He finds a way to get you to the finish line. I think that's why a lot of us wish it would have been fun
He
to
does.
see what Bo could have done in the NFC Championship.
Right.
Because I don't think it would have changed much from being as close a game as it was. Like, I don't think if Bo's there, you go out and you get a 21-point lead on the Patriots, but I think Bo's got a little something for you at the end because he seemed to all year.
You win the game if Bo Nix plays.
I'm with you.
But it's not like you're going to drop 40 on him.
No, I think you probably I think Bo knows that 4th down play is not available to him.
Right.
I know that.
Right.
I think he looks at that defense as like, yeah, this ain't going to work, and either takes a timeout or gets out of the play.
I believe this, and I don't say this to be a cop-out answer, okay? But sports, like any other thing in life, but we talk about sports, is about situation. And Sean Payton has thrived in this situation in Denver. I wouldn't say it's perfect. I would say that probably the organization makes some compromises to his personal style, to his occasional abrasiveness, but also given football team that he has in front of him, Again, what I believe is excellent, not just good, but excellent game day coaching and situational awareness. I think that Sean Payton has been a perfect coach for this football team. And I guess any other, like an argument of, yeah, but give Jim this team or give DeMeco this team, it just becomes bizarro football analysis, you know? Would DeMeco Ryans, first-time NFL head coach, would he have thrived right off the jump in a Russell Wilson marriage, in a football insane market? Would all of that have instantly worked with a first-time head coach? Tack on to that, okay, think of Jim Harbaugh in that situation and how damn weird that guy is. Like, how would all of that then gone? Like, one of the most and probably most underrated parts of the success of Sean Payton in Denver was how he managed the transition from Russell Wilson to what they are today, because that wasn't easy. And it wasn't just a personality thing. It was also a massive contract thing. So they had to manage cap. They had to manage, I'm sure, what was unbelievable internal frustration. And he had to manage the locker room. He had to manage the 1 year that he spent with Russell Wilson. And while it was ugly, all that matters is the result. And the Broncos were 14-3 and in the AFC Championship game. I don't know how the other guys would have done in that circumstance. And while I'm sure it would have been different, I don't know if the team would be in the place that they are right now.
Yeah, because here's the biggest thing, and I'll give Sean credit for it, even though I wasn't for it at the time. I don't know that either Harbaugh is the one I question. I'm almost positive DeMeco Ryans does not go to ownership and say, I can't work with this guy. You got to get him out of here.
Right.
And frankly, I'm not sure Harbaugh does it either. They got rid of Russell Wilson because Sean Payton, and he let us know that when he benched the guy for the last couple games of the year in 2023.
Yeah.
He said, this ain't it.
Right.
I'm done.
Right.
This guy ain't it for me.
Yeah.
And he knew it after the Detroit game where Russ was trying to change the play and Sean lost his mind on him and all that.
Give him a pay cut and piss him off.
Yeah. And so Sean just simply said, nope, we're done. Got to get rid of him.
Yeah.
I want him out of my building. And to your point, I don't think Harbaugh does that, but I'm not positive. Maybe he's, got the same.
Or here's the other part of it, or somehow does it worse.
Yeah.
Not that there's any easy way to get through what the Broncos had to get through.
Yeah, but if the guy's still around the building, you probably don't have this full-on culture change that they've had.
Right.
There's probably sides it for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
and who knows? I don't know that Harbaugh is picking. Again, let's say Harbaugh's your guy, and he doesn't have Justin Herbert here. Are you the team that has J.J. McCarthy?
Great question. Could be.
Because that was his guy in college, and I
Right.
love him to death, and
Right.
blah, blah, blah. Now, again, I don't know that Jim says everything he said about J.J. McCarthy pre-draft if he knows that he would have to draft him. He had Justin Herbert. He knew he was never going to take that kid.
But here's also here again, let's bizarro world it for a second, okay? Maybe J.J. McCarthy is good with Jim Harbaugh as his
could
coach.
be.
And maybe maybe Bo Nix with Jim Harbaugh doesn't work. Maybe Bo Nix with DeMeco Ryans doesn't work. I mean, a massive part of Bo's success is because he was handpicked by that guy, and that guy, his philosophical aims for what he likes football to look like aligned with that prospect who happened to be the sixth quarterback available in that draft. The other guys, they might have watched Bo Nix tape and been like, nah.
Yeah.
Not my guy.
No, I'm with you.
Or they could have drafted him simply out of need for a quarterback, got him in the building, and been like, why doesn't this guy complete throws outside the numbers? It's driving me nuts.
See, if you have DeMeco Ryans, does he give Russ one more year to try to cut the cap hit down? You take Brock Bowers, and then you realize Russ ain't it.
Right, exactly.
Or Listen, I don't think there's any world that fixes Russell Wilson. But could a West Coast offense, a Shanahan true style offense, have helped Russell Wilson? I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I just don't think Russ is good at quarterback anymore.
No, he fell off a cliff,
unfortunately.
man. He fell off a
So
cliff.
I don't think there was a system because
He was
DeMeco Ryans
done.
would have brought that system.
Right.
The true West Coast Mike Shanahan, let's run the ball first kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Wasn't it, what's his name? Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick would have come in here.
And then remember.
Bobby.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think ultimately when you look back at it, it's all kind of worked out. I'm not sure how much better Harbaugh would have had the Broncos, to be honest with you. Because, again, there's just this.
Everything worked out with the situation. It just did.
Yeah.
You hired the right defensive guy.
And now listen.
You developed the right prospects.
That said, every year we don't like the Harbaugh-Peyton matchup because Harbaugh seems to get the better of it.
He does.
At least when his guys are playing.
Right. He does.
Which his guys didn't play at the end of last year.
No, they didn't. But when he's got his dudes.
But that being said, Sean's got more wins. Sean's got more system. It's Sean's building. It is the culture. You know, George Payton has slid back into the warm bath that is the background of just doing the scouting and the grinding and the drafting of dudes.
I mean, this is just it. Is so much of that job is, and I praise Sean on game day all the time because I think he is one of the best game day coaches that we've ever seen in this town. But so much of that job is how do you navigate the internal politics of whatever the organization is throwing at you? Okay, what in all 32 owners are weird in some way.
Sure, they all got their thing.
31 of them are, and the other one's awesome. But they're all like they all have their own nuances of how do you deal with this organization and how do I navigate that part of the job? How do you meld together with the front office? How do you marry football operation and scouting and all of that? Sean, again, like while he's far from perfect,
and we're not saying that,
he has been doing this a really long time.
That building is right and ready to win again.
Yeah,
because of what he's put in place.
Yeah,
now again,
it's locked and loaded.
I do think the ego gets out of control. I do think you trip over your own feet and cause things like weird press conferences and call-ins with a quarterback that wants to let you know, quit talking about my ankle injuries. I think that's still a weird thing that's hanging out there right now.
And maybe that is a thing that ultimately is what trips up this organization's attempted journey to the top.
Okay, so that brings to the other question. With all this in place and knowing this is firmly Sean Payton's team 4 years after the hire, season 4 coming up anyway, should Bronco fans be upset that Vegas isn't buying this squad?
So
you guys you got into this with Leggy yesterday.
Win total 9.5,
which is about where they were around the time that he first got here.
9.5.
It's not grown much. What was it a year ago? Do you remember? 9.5, 10.5. It was somewhere right around the same spot.
I think they were also 9.5 last year.
Yeah,
which,
sounds about right.
Right now, I think it's Ravens and Rams are both high number on the board at 11.5. Those are the top two on the board coming into this season. I don't have it directly in front of me, but they're not on the 10.5 list. Denver is not. The 9.5 is where they sit. Super Bowl odds 20-1.
Yeah,
right now.
A lot of teams have kind of passed them, and the Rams are already ahead of them.
Exactly. Like there's not. Again, the odds are down on Denver. The numbers are down on Denver. Now, the simple explanation here are the simplest explanations. Number one, too many one-score games. So naturally, the thought is regression. And normally I very much subscribe to that, but the reason why I push back on it a little bit on this team, not that if they play that many one-score games, they would be successful again, but the reason why I push back on it is because no less than Sean Payton himself has made that the centerpiece argument for running it back, mostly with this roster that was very good, for going to get Jalen Waddle to improve his offense this upcoming season, but that we need to be better because we know we can't count on that stuff. I think a lesser football mind would look at it and say, we're clutch. And Sean Payton looked at it and said, sure.
Let's not do that again.
But we're lucky.
Oh, yeah.
And we can't do that again. So I like that Sean's embraced it. But naturally, too many one-score wins, and you get viewed as a regression candidate.
And I think they are. Remember last year the theme was nobody's talking about the Denver Broncos?
Yeah.
This year, I think everybody will be talking about, I expect a slide back. That's what it already feels like from the early return.
Yeah, last year everybody was talking about how nobody was talking about the Broncos.
Even though we were talking about it.
I think we made that.
Constantly.
We did that a lot.
That was a whole
last year.
bit.
Yeah, we sure did. So
It was the whole thing.
So one-score games. The other one is general lack of faith in Bo Nix. I think he is viewed by the football world as a third-tier NFL starting quarterback. He is not looked at as a franchise cornerstone. He may be that in Denver, but that's not how he's viewed on the old list of the great quarterbacks in the game. And quite simply, when it comes to win totals and Super Bowl odds, a lot of it is going to be quarterback dependent. So Bo Nix is what kind of hurts them there. And then I think the third thing is just generally a belief in defensive variance, that it's just hard to be great on defense year after year, to which I would look at it and I would go, I don't know, man, they got dudes at every single level.
I agree. You've kept a really good defense together, but that really good defense showed some holes towards the end of the year too. So
yeah, not perfect.
Well, but you asked him to be real perfect for a long time.
Sure
too. See, again, this offense needs to ask him to be less perfect. All right, Nate, I got to sabotage the show.
Sabotage away.
No. You know what? Spring, we don't have enough time. But there is massive news. Massive news! Not only in the sports world as it affects Denver.
Okay.
But to this show in particular.
Wow.
We are about to celebrate something I never thought we'd celebrate as a show.
Really?
In the sports world.
Really?
And we're going to come back and tell you what it is next because it requires the full band. Come back. Find out the history-making moment we just experienced on Kreckman and Lindahl.
McKinnon across center ice. 1:20 to go in the power play. McKinnon, his shot blocked. He's got it back. McKinnon gets around McNabb. What a move. McKinnon. Backdoor. Landeskog. He scores! Oh, captain! My captain!
The news, massive. Earth moving. Stop the presses if they even exist anymore. We are very pleased to announce right here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Like, Andy, this is the culmination of, let's be honest, probably hours. Some might even argue hours too many that we have discussed on this very radio show one of the weirdest awards in all of pro sports. And we are pleased to announce it's coming home, baby.
It's finally here.
It's headed
west of the Mississippi, I think, for the first time.
To the Rocky Mountain region. That's right. Congratulations, Avalanche captain, big number 92, Gabriel Landeskog, the first ever in Colorado Avalanche franchise history to be awarded the Mark Messier Award. Yeah, the Messier.
The Messier belongs to an Av.
Let's go.
You want Messier around with Landeskog anymore? He won the Messier.
Straight off the shiny dome of him and him alone, Mark Messier has deemed Gabriel Landeskog worthy of the Mark Messier trophy.
Mark Messier woke up today, took off the Game 7 hat he's been wearing on his ESPN appearances.
Yep.
Walked into his well-appointed, leather-bound book study, sat at his gigantic oak desk that took 3 people to haul up 4 flights of stairs in his posh estate, sat in his big leather-bound chair that smells of pipe smoke, looked in the mirror off yonder and said, Mark, it's time to make the decision. Let's call Gabe Landeskog up and let him know you win my trophy.
Mark, who should win this Mark Award, Mark?
It's time to quit screwing around. The cup's halfway done.
And what Mark said was,
look, Mark.
For those that aren't aware, if you're maybe just tuning into the Kreckman and Lindahl show, the Mark Messier trophy has long been an obsession of ours. We discovered this thing a few years ago.
Every year we've learned a little more.
We have.
To your point about the hours, I think we've been following it for 4 or 5 years, and every year we put an hour more of study into it.
Yes. What we discovered was the Mark Messier Leadership Award. It's like, you know how all the other hockey trophies, for example, Gabe Landeskog also won the Bill Masterton Trophy.
I ain't worried
today.
about that.
But the Bill Masterton Trophy is a trophy named after a guy named Bill Masterton, and it's voted on by the pro hockey writers.
By a committee.
It's the same with the Hart and the Norris and the Lady Bing.
All of it.
They all they're named after somebody, but then a committee of other people decides who wins this award that's named after another guy.
That's bestowed. It's an honor bestowed about the other guy. You know what, guy? We followed your career. We love you. You are a great part of the game, sir or madam, and we are going to now name this award after you.
But the Mark Messier Award is on an island in and of itself, almost quite literally, because it is a committee of one that decides who is worthy of winning the Mark Messier Award. The committee of one being Mark Messier.
Him.
He's the only guy.
That's it.
Yes.
We've tried to get him on this show to talk about it. Maybe now he'll do us the honor.
Hey, Spring, hit him up again. Say,
we might as well try again.
We got a Messier Award winner. So here's how, in fact, I'm reading this off of the NHL's own website, okay? Here's how the voting system works, Andy. Mark Messier solicits suggestions from team and league personnel to compile a list of potential candidates for the award. However, the selection of the 3 finalists and ultimate winner is Messier's alone. History. Presented in honor of one of hockey's great leaders, the Mark Messier NHL Leadership Award was first handed out in 06-07. Mark Messier was like, damn, I could lead the hell out of a hockey team. I should have my name on a trophy.
If you aren't going to name one after me, I'm just going to create one.
And we've been quite bitter in these parts because no Avalanche had ever won the award. In fact, and Andy pointed this out earlier, it is almost always given to an East Coast player.
Yeah.
Like
he doesn't stay up past 8 for any hockey game.
4 of the last 5 before this year, Patrice Bergeron, Steven Stamkos, Jacob Trouba, Alex Ovechkin, somehow Anze Kopitar snuck in there and got one in 21-22.
Did Messier play for the Kings? No, just Gretzky.
Yeah, he was Edmonton and New York. But Mark Messier very rarely gives it out to anybody that plays in these parts. And my goodness, how did no Avalanche ever win this award? How did Landeskog never win this award before this year?
Prior to this.
Yeah. Well, it turns out that he had to undergo the rarest injury in the history of the sport, miss 3 years, come back and be able to play once again. And then finally, somebody knocked it through Mark Messier's thick, bald skull. Hey, there's a guy in Colorado, might be worth the award. And then Mark Messier sat down with himself and decided, Mark, let's give it to Gabe.
I don't know if there was a debate. I don't know if he got mad at the mirrored Mark Messier as he yelled at him.
Does he have a list of pros and cons? Does he like make his decisions that way? Or is it like a choose your own adventure book and he writes out a few chapters and decides, if I'm going to give it to Gabe Landeskog or if I'm going to give it to I don't know who else the finalists were this year. I just know that Gabe won the thing.
None of us knows because there's no committee to ask. you know why it never gets blown who's going to win the Messier? Only one guy knows.
Can't leak it.
And unless you heard the argument in his study, you don't know who he's debating him amongst himself.
I tell you what, Andy, that's a scoop. I don't even think Adam Schefter could get his hands on a scoop like that.
You want to impress me, Emily Kaplan? Get that one.
But yes, it is the Messier Award, annually given to the player who exemplifies, we should add to Mark Messier, great leadership qualities to his team on and off the ice during the regular season and who plays a leading role in his community growing the game of hockey.
Really, it's the guy that reminds me of me.
Right.
You get the award.
And congratulations, Gabe Landeskog, first ever Avalanche winner of the Mark Messier Award.
It's come home to Denver, baby. You know what? This is up there with the Nuggets championship. Never thought I'd see either one.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Did I think it would reside in the 303-720/ whatever the hell the new area code is. 970-719. What else you got?
It's earth moving.
It is.
That the Messier has come home, or at least come here. It won't be here long. It's going to be another 50 years until another member of the Avalanche wins this thing.
We won't probably be around. Will we be in the sad condo by then?
We will be. Is Messier, is he going to, are they going to develop some sort of chat GPT Messier thing and he'll AI himself so a supercomputer years from now after he croaks will still determine who's going to win the Messier Award?
Princess Leia video image that R2-D2 shot? Right. That'll be Messier. He will pop up. He will AI that thing. And he will tell you, here's who wins.
Somebody will still win the Messier Award, even after Mark kicks the bucket. It's good to know that it'll live on after
Will
he's
a hockey
long gone.
writer committee take up this movement? Does he have a son? What kind of offspring is he working with? Do we know?
He could. I don't know.
Will they be the ones that pick the Messier? His grandkid?
Great question. Remember how they would always drag out Roger Maris's kid? And
yeah.
Anytime somebody was hitting home runs again.
Hey, your dad's record's about to get broken again. What do you think of that?
He's like, cool. I get front row seats for the next week.
I'll go to free games.
This is going to be awesome. I will awkwardly shake hands with Mark McGuire.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let me scroll down to the personal life section on the Mark Messier Wikipedia. Let me find out.
I got to find out. I don't know if he's got a kid or not.
Let's see. Personal life. He's got a son named Lion.
All right, Lion Messier.
Yeah. Former defenseman, spent part of 2 seasons with the South Carolina Stingrays.
Isn't that close to Lionel Messi?
Messier and his wife Kim have a second son and a daughter. So there's at least 3
There's
Messier
offspring
kids.
to keep it going, is
Yes.
all I'm saying.
Okay, so
Not interested they'll be in it, but.
And actually, it works out because there's 3 of them. You always have a tie-breaking vote
Now there's
in
a
the
committee.
in the Messier committee. There you go.
Does one just opt out?
Screw that guy.
Did Dad miss an important baseball game because he was deciding the Messier? So I hate the Messier.
Like, remember that Osborne's show?
Yeah.
And it was like, there's the 2 kids.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait, doesn't Ozzy have 3 kids? They're like, yeah, the other kid didn't want anything to do with this crap.
He's out of here. He left long ago.
The other kid didn't want to be on TV. So screw you guys. Andy, this is huge. And a huge congratulations to Gabe Landeskog. Andy, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, as a keen observer of the Messier Award, there has never been a more deserving Messier Award winner than Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah, just finally glad you saw it all.
He leads the hell out of this team. He's such a good leader that he couldn't even play hockey for 3 years, and they were just like, we won't have a captain.
Yeah.
It's still Gabe. Sorry, guys. By the way, this being the Masterton and the Messier Award for this year, Landeskog becomes the first player, this is according to a press release from the Avalanche themselves, Landeskog becomes the first player in NHL history to win both awards in his career.
Will Messier go out of his way to make sure that never happens again? Will he wait for the Masterton to be announced, and then he'll zag?
So again, like not only like first to capture it in the same season, he's the first ever to have won both awards, like in a career, and he did it in the same year. That's the greatest leadership season in NHL history we just saw.
I agree.
Out of big number 92.
We love him. The flowing locks of the Norse god, Gabe Landeskog.
This is amazing.
Did the Norse gods come down and talk to Mark Messier in a dream, and that's how this happened?
They had to really come down and hammer it.
Yeah, he's all up there on the council.
Exactly.
Thor, really.
Odin came and spoke to me.
Great Odin's beard.
I got to give this thing to Landeskog.
They're scaring the hell out of me. I'm done. I'm done fighting you.
Did Messier begrudgingly give this to Gabe out of jealousy of the hair?
Did he just get too tired with all these, with the Vegas life, and he just woke up and was like, I got to get this thing handled?
Could be. Did
the producer call him and go, look, dude, we need this Messier. We need it done.
And Mark was like, crap, I forgot about that.
Give me a...
It's that blonde guy from Colorado.
Yeah.
Give it to that guy.
Give it to him.
That guy, he seems like he's leading.
I'm not giving it to any Conn Smythe winner. The hell with Mitch Marner. I'm not doing that. I was a Ranger, not a Leaf.
Huge
It won't
stuff.
happen.
This is huge news. And again, a massive congratulations to Gabe Landeskog.
Massive congratulations to Kreckman and Lindahl. We've been pining for this moment, and really the only show in town that has.
You know what we did, Andy? You know what the kids would call this? We manifested this.
We aura farmed a Messier.
We did. And now, okay, we gotta Spring. You gotta talk to Gabe.
We gotta get Gabe. We gotta get Mock.
Because this is what we need. Okay, I need to see the trophy.
Okay.
I need to be able to lay eyes on this thing.
On a Landeskog Friday.
That'd be even better. Yeah, did he get it because he lent his name to Ska Friday?
I think all
did
the
Messier
vibes
hear
line
about
up.
It all happened. Okay. Man, I'm gonna have to go take a lap around the parking lot in the break here. I'm too excited right now.
I feel like I almost wish we could just end the show.
Because we're not gonna have better news to share today than the fact that Mark Messier has deemed, through his brilliant Mark Messier-ness, that Gabe Landeskog is worthy of the Messier name, the Messier trophy. Really, it's the Messier brand.
Sure.
That is now behind this thing.
It's now. He gets a bump. Will he get the Kreckman and Lindahl bump? What would that be for him?
Messier?
Yeah.
His head will be even shinier. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So as a part of the pregame tonight for Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals, there is a filmed segment of Landeskog discussing his Messier Award, as well as a nice moment where he gets surprised with the Masterton Trophy as well. First ever to win both awards in a career, let alone in the same season. Andy, that's like Jokic leading the league in both rebounds and assists in one season. Gabe just pulled a Jokic NHL leadership version.
Yeah, that's
huge.
That's Hall of Fame.
There's
In it.
also
You're in it. You're done.
So as a part of this video, there's some good messages. Gabe's watching the messages that everybody sent him. McKinnon, McCarr, the surgeon are all in there. Then they get to Gabe's dad, Tony Landeskog.
It really caught you.
Dude, let me tell you what took me aback.
Oh, I heard it.
It should surprise nobody because it's got to come from somewhere. Great hair.
Incredible hair.
I mean,
great. Yeah, aloud, my partner, Nate Kreckman, goes, "Oh, my God, his dad has great hair."
just phenomenal old guy hair.
Yeah, Silver Fox.
Oh, without a doubt.
Bedsy looks up to Gabe's dad's hair.
Gabe's future, very bright follically.
Sure. Well, sometimes it comes from your mom's side, though, so you got to.
So far, so good. All around, so far, so good.
Yeah.
So it should not surprise anybody that Gabe Landeskog comes from just a great head of hair. Yeah, it's good. It's a nice video. It's very touching. And everything.
Chet, tune into pregame tonight.
You should.
And by the way, we've got the game here on 92.5.
That's right. We got Game 4 tonight, Knights Canes, coming up at 6 o'clock. It's high five time right now. And we begin with a very whingy Mike Brown. What do we got for us here, Spring?
Celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's on Tuesdays only. Get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com.
Guys, this isn't just any $10 Tuesday, by the way. This is Messier Award $10 Tuesday.
You grab the pie, watch the video.
Yep.
You'll never forget this Tuesday. Hey,
I know I won't.
Mike Brown talking after the Knicks lost Game 3 last night to the Spurs. The Spurs shot 24 free throw attempts in the second half. The Knicks only had 8, and Mike Brown was not happy about that. Here he is after the game.
It's going to lower our odds big time if we play Game 4 and in the second half they get 24 free throw attempts to our 8. And maybe we were fouling.
No, you were.
But they fouled too. Cat gets the ball off a loose ball rebound, and he shoots it, and he gets whacked across the arm, and they hit the ball, and it goes out of bounds on the baseline. There's no foul. There were opportunities for fouls to be called to at least try to even the free throws out.
I legitimately don't know. Andy, when you watch Towns and Wembanyama battling down low, okay, and it isn't just the position battle, but that's ultimately what it is. I mean, it's body, but it's elbows, it's grabbing, it's pulling. It is these guys just intertwined with each other. It's a freaking war down there. And like this side of just telling them, like, fellas, we don't touch. Leave some room for Jesus. Like, outside of that, I don't know what the officials are supposed to do with it. I do believe, though, and Richard Jefferson and Legler both talked about it on the telecast, this series may very well be a flashpoint for the NBA. And I think we should be very aware of this here in Denver with Nikola Jokic and everything that he goes through of like, okay, the league needs to talk about what these guys are doing to each other down on the block. Because it is a freaking war down there.
Yeah. Do you feel like this is finally the linchpin moment where it breaks and now they're going to have to talk about just the officiating in general? Because we talked about it yesterday with too much falling down for SGA, but he gets some calls. So what do you do about that? Yeah, you got big guys mugging the crap out of each other. And look, it wasn't just this series. We've been seeing it all playoffs. You know, we saw Julius Randle. Jokic was getting crushed by those guys. He was crushing them back. There's been a ton of physical play. You've already got a number of the muscle injuries happening. I mean, but what do fans want to see? I guess ultimately, what do you think the fans want to see? I don't know that they want to see a free throw contest, but then what's the balance here? I don't mind watching two big guys battle in the paint if nobody's leaving bloodied for it or getting a nose broken or losing teeth.
Right. But right now, like there are possessions and they're doing a great job on the ABC telecast of getting in and showing it. You're just like, that's not basketball.
Fair enough.
Like what I'm watching right now is not basketball. This is something beyond that. And again, like we've watched Nikola Jokic deal with it low over the years. I mean, hell, last night Wemby pretty much grabbed Jalen Brunson by the throat and threw him to the ground.
That's not basketball.
Which, by the
That's
way,
not tough guy.
Did you hear Shaq at halftime?
What did he say?
Shaq was just like, I don't blame him. I get sick of those little guys too.
Well, and I'm sure Jokic wanted to do that to a few people. Get out of my legs, dude. You know?
It again, 32-22, by the way, is not that egregious of a disparity. And the Knicks shot more free throws in the first half. The Spurs shot more free throws in the second half. I thought this came off as whiny on the part of Mike Brown. But just in general, that's the way this game is going. And if anything, the Knicks' failure came from, if anything, the Spurs were able to beat him down the floor. If Wemby gets in front of the rim and there's not a defender nearby him, that's 2 points. It's guaranteed 2 points. It doesn't matter how high you throw that lob. I mean, that guy's head it's in the square of the backboard when he goes up and catches the ball. So, again, like the Knicks have a lot of things that they need to fix after this game. That said, it was still a very close game.
Well, and look, you said it, and Richard Jefferson's been talking about it since the Nuggets series.
Yeah.
The team going to the rack is getting the calls.
Right.
All series long. That does seem to be one consistent trend from playoff start to playoff finish.
No, and Jalen Brunson has to be better than he was last night. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
After the game, there were some videos of some Knicks fans physically attacking Spurs fans in the New York City area. And after the game, those videos were quickly seen by members of the media and relayed to players who commented on it. Players on both the Knicks and Spurs denounced those fans' behavior. Here's Victor Wembanyama after the game.
My thoughts, of course, is that, I mean, we can't forget it's a game. We're just playing a game out there. And I am all for, passion, but to the respect of each other, it's unacceptable.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. And Andy, we can talk till we're blue in the face about the jag-off behavior of sports fans and people when alcohol gets involved. I want to focus on another part of this this violence was born out of team passion, right? And stupidity, but team passion. And last night, the Garden was absolutely friggin' electric when that game started. And what's funny about it is, I thought the Spurs handled it better than the Knicks did. The Knicks were sloppy in that first quarter. Now, they came around. They played a very good second quarter last night, but they were sloppy early on in that game. And I do think some of the pressure, some of the insanity that's happening in that city right now, like, you do have to wonder, how's the home team weathering all of that? You're putting a lot on those dudes. The Spurs, on the other hand, like, they ran in and they got booed. Big deal.
Right.
Like, they weren't going to be intimidated by the environment. It's a road game, okay? They just got booed all the hell by fans in Oklahoma City and by fans in Minnesota. Like, it's a little bit louder. What do I care? They just got to go play a basketball game. To a certain degree, the home team almost, I think, bears a bigger brunt of that kind of environment.
Well, you've got to handle the juicing you get
Right.
from the crowd. That's for sure. I think it is fun to just go in there. Guys talk about it all the time. One of the greatest feelings in sports is shutting up a loud building
Right.
like that. It also takes less pressure off because, listen, I don't know that we would ever find this out. I don't know what the players are aware of because sometimes it feels like they're not aware of much. But how many of those guys knew how much money was paid for tickets to just come watch this
Oh, they
thing?
know. They know those
And
things.
the insanity of
Yeah.
it. And look, going back to the violence that happened, unfortunately, we see too much of this as sports, period, no matter what the game is. But again, you and I opened the show. We've talked about this a number of times. How much extra anger or whatever bad decision making is fueled by the fact that you blew a ton of cash you probably should have at the begin with to be in the place.
It's like it becomes akin to you know the sense of you're like walking the Vegas Strip at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And there's just some jackass that lost his shirt and his pants and his shoes and everything else at the table, and now he's hammered.
Yeah, didn't ruin vacation.
Right.
Probably has effects when he gets back home, too.
Fighting with his girlfriend
Uh-huh.
out on the strip and generally being a jerk. Like, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. You pushed it all in thinking
Yeah.
you were going to have this great moment. Now you didn't.
Yeah.
The Knicks probably also were aware of how much pressure they wanted the hometown. Nobody goes in demanding a sweep. How bad did the people that bought the Game 4 tickets want that sweep so you could raise that trophy there?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of frustration. And look,
A lot of pressure like you talked about.
Brunson was inefficient. Mikal Bridges was non-existent. Towns had a really bad second half, especially on the offensive end of the floor. He couldn't knock down shots from the outside. And really, Anunoby and Hart were the only Knicks that I thought even played well last night. God, Shamet was terrible. Because they got good Jordan Clarkson minutes.
Oh, good for that.
Remember how good Jordan Clarkson was when the Nuggets played the Jazz in the bubble? Oh, my God. That guy just would infuriate me. What a good bucket getter. He's not that good anymore, but he had his moment last night. And that is the high five, a.k.a. we only got to the first two stories. We've got a couple of NFL notes that we want to get into. But really quickly, Andy, I want to talk about when we come back. There's an old trope in sports that the sport is better when blank team is good.
Okay.
Is that true? We're going to talk about that in relation to the fact that it's Vegas and Carolina playing for a Stanley Cup. That's coming up next. Big day. Gabe Landeskog wins the Messier and the Masterton. Also, Andy, based on watching the award presentation or the surprise that he got on the ESPN pregame show segment, his family walked in with the Masterton trophy and Masterton guy. There's a guy that like brings the Masterton.
They all got a guy.
They all got a guy. Yeah,
Messier is his guy.
Right, exactly. So the Masterton guy walked in with the trophy, and Gabe seemed genuinely touched. You know, nobody wants to have to name a favorite kid. Felt to me a little bit like Gabe was a little more excited about the Masterton than the Messier.
Well, with all due respect, I don't think if it weren't for this show, how many people in this town would even know there was a Messier? Because, again, it's some dumb little unknown thing
Andy,
you and I decided to
until we
clamp
discovered
onto.
it. I didn't know anything about it.
I didn't either. I didn't know he had a trophy. And it's just kind of been our little running joke, and now we've got an Av who's won it, and I'm ecstatic.
Okay, so right now, we've got two finals going on concurrently. One, the NBA Finals features the biggest media market, thus it is the biggest story.
Sure.
And the Knicks haven't won a title in 53 years. I don't know if anybody's heard.
With some high-profile media people that are actually fans of that team.
Right. It's the friggin' Knicks, okay? And they're up 2-1 right now in the NBA Finals. San Antonio, the other team in it, a traditional NBA powerhouse with, 5 championships to their proud franchise in their NBA years. Yeah, I believe 5.
Duncan and Robinson got one together, right?
I think they got one late in maybe
David's
two
career.
Late in Admiral's career. They won several with the Parker, Ginobili, and obviously Duncan trio, and then Kawhi showed up in 2014, and I think that was their last championship.
But it's been a minute for them.
It has been a little bit of a down, but then hey, they got Wemby. So they're going to win multiple championships, just may not be this year. Then over in hockey, we're getting this unbelievable series, 2 overtime games out of 3. They've all been fantastic. We're glued to this series. I mean, right now, cumulative goals in the series, Andy, is, what is it?
Got to be a lot.
13-11.
It's a lot in a Stanley Cup playoff, man. We're only 3 games deep. Remember that.
A lot of goals and all 1-goal games. So it's been great so far.
And a lot of just unbelievable. What just happened? How'd that happen? Why'd that happen?
So, but we're talking about it from the perspective of Las Vegas, Nevada, in the middle of the desert. Yes, they've won a cup. Yes, they have been a powerhouse in their 9 years they've been in the NHL. But nobody's confusing Las Vegas with Toronto.
No.
And then Raleigh, North Carolina, which, again, not exactly Montreal.
Yeah, you know what's wild is that the Carolina Hurricanes have been around a long time, obviously.
Yeah, and they've won
a cup. That is still, it's way more weird. I can't explain it. It is way more weird that you've got hockey there in NASCAR country
exactly.
than hockey in Vegas.
Right.
And I guess maybe it's because we're closer to the city. And I just, you and I used to go out to the Circa a couple years ago, and we got to know a lot of the guys there. I just know how much that team organically means to that city.
It's huge.
And I know it's beloved.
Right.
And
I love that team. I will argue the Golden Knights are way more ingrained in Las Vegas' soul than the Raiders ever will be.
I agree. And probably the A's too.
And the A's as well.
Good luck.
By the way, did you happen to see what happened in the Brewers-A's game in Vegas last night?
No.
15-14. 11 home runs in the game. Rockies, by the way, they'll be.
All right, help me out. I have not followed this. Where the hell are the A's even playing? Are they at UNLV or what are we doing?
No, they're playing at I think it's in Summerlin, Las Vegas Ballpark, maybe that it's
no more
called.
West Sacramento A's, huh?
Well, no, they're still the West Sacramento A's. They're
splitting a little time.
They're playing 2 series. The Rockies are there this weekend. The Rockies are in Vegas this weekend.
Okay.
They're playing 2 series, and they're playing it now. It's hot now, but before it's boiling,
sure.
They're playing at the minor league stadium out there where the 51s play.
All right.
So
we're gonna have a Chris Bryant signing for.
Does Chris Bryant go? He's got to go.
He's got to play.
Remember, that's why he signed with the Rockies.
There was a place for him to play.
It was the convenient flight.
Yeah, but anyway, look, man, the Carolina Hurricanes, again, I keep getting told how they're more into NASCAR, like they like their Panthers. It feels like they like the Hurricanes. It feels like there's a passion for this team in that town, but just hockey out in Carolina is way weirder than Vegas.
I want to play a clip really quickly, about 90 seconds here. And this came across my timeline. A couple of my good friends, Steve Cofield and Jonathan Von Tobel, JVT, and they both they were doing a show together yesterday, and this is ESPN 1100 in Vegas, afternoon drive, and they were having this discussion because Steve and JVT got a note from a Carolina fan that said, rather than let's all hate each other, let's band together.
Us against the world, baby.
As small, non-traditional hockey markets to stick it to everybody else. And I want to play this clip and talk about, is this actually good for the sport of hockey, but really for sports in general? This is yesterday, ESPN 1100 in Vegas.
And it really has to do with the collective experience of being a Vegas hockey club and a Raleigh, North Carolina hockey club. And that is, while North America has picked VGK as the enemy, it could just as easily be Carolina, because there's a jealousy with these relatively new franchises that don't play in traditional cold weather hockey markets where people hate us. This annoys the hell out of them. You know, places like Toronto haven't won since 1967. The nation of Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup since 1993. And someone sent out a tweet and they said, hey, if we can have a brief olive branch moment with VGK and their fans, for all the salty original six and traditional market fans acting like they care about TV ratings and continuing this gatekeeping BS that has kept people away from the game, Vegas and Carolina have done more to grow the sport in a week than they have in years. A ratings bonanza.
Sure.
It's killing it.
I mean, look, this is the obvious answer because they're here now, but ask me how much hockey I watched before Vegas got a team. And then now ask me how much I've watched here. I mean, you've seen it. We've talked about it. I'm on naturalstattrick.com looking at shifts and what they're doing at even strength, and I understand what expected goals for means and all these sort of things, and Corsi 4%, and really enjoying the game and people outside of it. I always use her as a barometer because it's just how we always do it. My mom. What's the Knights game on today? Did you see the Knights yesterday? My mom. She barely knows that they play on ice. And she's watching and paying attention and asking what's going on to the point of growing the game. That's the whole point. You're getting more eyes and more people on it that care about it, and it's growing from outside of the market.
Okay.
First off, what strip club were they?
Hey, man, the team. Hey, do you remember when our team was in the final, Andy? We were always on remote.
That's true.
Yes.
You're right. You're right. Fair enough.
So Steve used the term gatekeeping BS.
Yep. Love it.
It's one of hockey's biggest problems. It always has been. That it's the cold weather markets, the Canadian markets. Let's throw in the original six markets into that conversation as well. I mean, we've watched it over the last couple of years of the Florida Panthers winning the Stanley Cup, but we've seen Stanley Cups won in these non-traditional hockey environments. I mean, Andy, like, in all seriousness, yes, we are a air quotes cold weather city. Not this winter, but many winters we are. Like, in a lot of ways, like Colorado, Denver, we don't get invited to that party.
Nope.
And it's ridiculous because we have had a great organization here. But we also, we stole Quebec's team. And again, we're a bunch of rubes out, in the American Rocky Mountains. What do we know? There is a lot of that sentiment in the hockey world that there is a nose up kind of perspective of, well, you're not in Toronto or Montreal. You're not in Detroit or Boston or Chicago or New York. What the hell do you guys know? And frustration. And yet here we are watching one of the best Stanley Cup finals that we have ever seen from two great clubs.
Yeah, let me go ahead and grab all those the people that are gatekeeping things. You had Edmonton into the last 2 years against Florida. How'd those ratings work out for you? You had one of the great traditional teams of all time in the Edmonton Oilers. For those of you that don't know your history, look it up. And they couldn't get remember, we were reading articles last year lamenting how bad the ratings were for that Stanley Cup. And now here you got two teams that are not traditional hockey teams as you've laid out there, not traditional hockey markets, and everybody's loving it. In part, I think, because you're getting some scoring. That
Great
does
games.
help, right?
Great
Fun
games.
and easy to digest and
Yeah.
things like that. But again, listen, I keep telling my friends in the lacrosse world that want to know, why isn't there more lacrosse on TV? Why is it so mainly ESPN Plus? Why do we only get one game here and there? Because not enough people know about your sport or get it. It's really just, and I'll just say it. I love it. Obviously, I'm highly passionate about it. Obviously, I understand it. Not enough people do. And guess what? If they don't understand it, if they don't play it, if they don't get exposed to it, if I didn't just randomly, I decided as a kid that I would go to Mullen High School because my mom, my mom, dad, staunch Catholics. You're staying in a Catholic school, you got to pick a Catholic school to go to. So I chose Mullen, just get the hell out of my neighborhood and do something different, right? And I had gone there. I would never been exposed to lacrosse. Not a ton of. That's the only reason why I found the sport. The only reason. And had too little to play football, thought I'd go give it a shot. Just total happenstance that it happened. And they had a hockey team too. Had I gone to the Holy Family High School like Vic did, no lacrosse, no hockey. Wouldn't happen. Okay? Until you get everybody in every neighborhood in all parts playing it and into it, you don't get a TV deal. You don't get a good TV deal. And until people are exposed to it and have a passion about it, you're not going to become the NFL or the NBA or Major League Baseball. So to me, I'm all for this. Frankly, the hockey world, in my mind, you should be embracing all of this. Any unusual spot that they're enjoying this game, you should be in full support of it. And it's wild to me, Nate, because we couldn't quit hearing about the Utah Mammoth, it felt like, most of this year.
Right.
Is it just because it's in a cold weather mountainous city that held some Olympics? Is that why that's okay?
And it was a push from the league. It was a mandate from the league.
Because you couldn't have another franchise going under.
Get people excited about the Mammoth, you know?
Who? The Mams?
The Mams. Two quick thoughts here. Okay, number one is, unless you are a television network executive or an ad buyer, why do you care what the TV ratings are?
Right.
It doesn't matter. It does not apply to your life. Just watch whatever you like and enjoy whatever you like. You don't. It doesn't matter what the television ratings are. And number two, it's the perspective of, and you will hear this trope. Oh, the sport is better when blank is good. Okay? Hockey is better when the Maple Leafs are good.
Right, when the Canadians are good.
Football is better when the Cowboys are good.
Or the Steelers.
Baseball is better when the Yankees are good. And I've never bought that. First off, if I could present a counter-argument to something we just said, I believe football is better when the Cowboys are bad, because then Jerry's angry. And
what's your point?
And that's a lot funnier to me.
Get your damn act together.
Exactly, Jer. Exactly.
Well, and listen, you know what's funny, Nate, is, we keep the NFL's under the microscope right now for all these streaming deals.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And for all the different ways you can watch. You know what? I don't understand. I think the reason why this used to, the trope you talked about, X is better because when X team is good. We used to hear that. College football is better with Nebraska.
When Nebraska's good. Hey, guess what? Oregon's gotten really good, and I like watching Oregon games on Saturday.
Yeah.
And I don't miss Nebraska at all.
And it's helping booster the same league.
Because I just want to watch entertaining sports. I don't friggin' care what color their uniforms are, okay? If the Jacksonville Jaguars, who found their way last season and came in here and beat the Broncos, if they want to just be a 13-win team next year and go to the Super Bowl, guess what? I'm going to watch every one of those games and I'm going to be entertained because there's players on that team that I like. Just be good. I don't care where you are or what uniform you're wearing. That doesn't matter to me as a sports fan.
And you know what else helps sports the most? And we kind of have it here, and VGK is leading it right now. When there's a bad guy. When there's a team people love, they will hate watch.
Sure.
They will hate watch to root against. And listen, it's going to help the NBA. How many people are going to hate watch to root against New York? Because it's New York.
Sure.
You simply can't stand New Yorkers or whatever it is, and so you don't want to see New York win. Or if you're in the West, you're upset that all of a sudden San Antonio is better than you thought they'd be sooner than you thought they'd be. And so you're hate watching against them.
I hear that argument. The I don't want Wemby to win this fast, which I think I've even thought at times of just like, you got to earn your way. Come on. But here's what's so funny about it too is like we can get on board, but only up to a point.
Right.
Like, why is the Knicks bandwagon as big as it is right now? Well, because they haven't won in 53 years and their fans are nuts. Okay? So there's a big Knicks bandwagon going on.
And listen, a few people jumped on it because they didn't want Oklahoma City steamrolling through this thing again.
Now, guess what? The Knicks go back to the finals next year. No one's going to be rooting for the Knicks. We're going to hate those guys.
That's the thing. You only get to be the fun new guy once.
Yeah, you
and
only
then
get to
we all
do it
hate
once.
you because now we're sick of you.
Exactly.
Because how many titles does Oklahoma City have? One.
Yeah, they got
That's
one.
it.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the nation united to make sure we don't want them there. We don't want them there.
We don't want to watch SGA flopping all over the place. Screw that guy.
I hate this.
Yeah.
So
really, honestly, the only argument is baseball is better when the Cubs are good.
Well, you fell flat there.
But
so now we've each come out with horrible takes on this show today to make people angry. My block shots and yours, the Cubs are good.
Now, obviously, when the Cubs are good, really the world is a better place. Everybody's happier.
Boy, you really got to go out with some anger here. It's late in the show for you to be stirring up everybody.
The sky is more blue. There's more flowers in bloom.
You know what's funny? You're so right, though. I don't care about TV ratings. The only way I can think of the saying it's better when X is, because every team that's the sport is better than when they're good are usually the big market teams. The Cowboys are massive TV products.
Yes.
The Yankees are a massive TV product. Once upon a time, Nebraska was a massive TV product.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Leafs are, but we hear that about the Rangers. Hey, the sport's just better off when the Rangers are good.
But if the Maple Leafs were to go to a Stanley Cup final, it would be mad because of the drought.
Sure.
So everyone would get on board, and plus the Canada since '93 thing. So that would be a draw to get, because people were rooting for Edmonton over the last couple of years. Just
but they
because
weren't
of
watching it. They were rooting. You're right.
Yeah.
But they weren't watching it, judging by the ratings.
No, those series weren't that good.
They're in Canada, and we don't care.
But Carolina and Vegas is an awesome series.
I agree. Well, and again, guess what they're doing? They're scoring some goals. I think that helps people.
Is there any, okay, here's where I will acknowledge the counter to the argument. Is there any exception to the rule? Is there a single team out there that they automatically make the sport better by being good?
Well, again, if you take it from the bad guy angle, then yes, I think the Yankees. It's got to either be the Yankees or the Sox because we love to hate those two franchises.
For example, I am.
But there has to be a bad guy.
I am always thrilled when Duke gets bounced out of the NCAA tournament.
I'm with you.
It's a little extra hop in my step, but they need to just be good enough to be a high seed so that when they get knocked off, it's more fun for everybody.
Yeah, again, the Patriots, I think especially around here, we love to hate the Patriots and see them flop on the biggest stage.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's not fun if they suck for the whole season. You want to flop on the biggest stage.
It's what's so funny is the Broncos have been good the last couple of years. And that's objectively good for all of us. That's awesome. We have an interesting team to be able to talk about. The community is exciting. It's more fun to go to the games. It again, creates whatever economic impact of winning football creates. All of that is very, very good. Guess what? In the what was it, 9 or 10 years between winning the Super Bowl and when the Broncos actually got their crap together again and got back to the postseason, people will make that argument. Oh, no, the NFL is better when the Broncos are good and the Rocky Mountain region. Pretty sure all that we did over the 10 years of suckness that we watched is watch the NFL grow exponentially around the planet. Guess what? Football did great without the Broncos.
Yeah, but see, to your point, it's about TV. It's a phrase that only applies to TV because I can tell you from the people I know in the business, the Broncos not being as interesting a 2:00 watch is why they're one of the teams, not the sole reason, but they're one of the major reasons why all these networks said we don't want to be tied to conferences. Because remember, CBS was the AFC, Fox was the NFC, and they divvied up stuff for the national games on NBC and ESPN.
But this is just it, Andy. Is like we can make that argument, and then at the end of the year, you look up and the 50 most viewed television programs.
Well, they're all football games.
48 of them are
right.
NFL games.
They're
it just doesn't
right.
matter.
But all I'm saying is both networks just wanted everybody now, and plus the AFC's got a hell of a lot of good quarterbacks.
Yeah,
so.
it truly doesn't matter who is good. The NFL is just.
And the only people that
gonna
care is
be a
TV.
behemoth.
You said it. I
Yeah.
don't care. All I care is my team is good.
Right.
And I love it. All right, what about the Raiders? Would it be more fun if the Raiders are actually hateable because they were good?
Or
how many people would how many cities claim rivalries with them?
It would be for us
because we're a rival.
If they actually played interesting, which I guess when they sucked and Derek Carr was having a 2-point conversion batted down by Shelby Harris to screw the Broncos out of a draft pick, that was a good game. But again, the Raiders are awful. And the NFL's doing great.
No, I know.
Nobody cares. Everyone just the NFL is going to do great no matter who is good.
Because I think they've got plenty of bad guys.
Right.
And I think Cowboys are one of them.
And guess what? The Tampa Bay Rays, the Texas Rangers can go to the World Series, and I'm still going to watch it. I don't need a Yankees-Dodgers World Series in order for me to be able to generate interest. Give me two good baseball teams playing compelling games, and you got me.
Well, that's VGK in Carolina, and it continues tonight. Right here on this station.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. I want to tell you about my friends over at Colorado Off-Road, Jerry Jones in particular, and this great Colorado business that's been going for a while. Here's what I want you to know. I need you to know that if you need products for your truck or 4x4, you need to stop and shop local. That's what you need to do. So if you're looking for accessories like the bed cover, if you're looking for accessories and I talk about the bed cover all the time because it's a great example of something I was going to buy on the internet, went into Colorado Off-Road, saw the product that I would have been buying because Jerry carries everything. He can sell you anything in any price range. But if you ask his advice, and I did, he took me over to a couple other things, and ultimately, did I pick the most expensive thing in his shop? Did he show me that? No, he didn't. I want to make that very clear. But the bottom line is I ended up picking up something that I've now had for 7 years, and it's going strong. It's lasted through rain and hail and snow and all this, and now again, it's good to go. And had I bought the other thing, I don't think it would have made it through the hail, quite honestly, much less some of the snow that we've had. So go to a place that will back the products that it sells you and be able to return to the shop. And if there is, for some reason, a problem, they're there to talk to you about it. It is Colorado Off-Road, and they've got a bunch of great selections for you. They can do a lot of stuff, and if you're a contractor, they can upfit your vehicle. COOffroad.com, the website, 303-761-1264, the number.
We got breaking news that just came across. A goaltending decision was made by Carolina. Rob Brindamore is going with Brendan Bussey as his starter tonight. He's going Bussey, taking the Bussey.
Nice.
To go up against Carter Hart tonight in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals with Puck Drop coming up at 6 o'clock. You'll listen to that game right after the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. In the meantime, we have baseball tonight, Andy. The Cubs are in town. I know how much Rockies fans always enjoy when 20,000 Cub fans take over Coors Field. Rockies will go with, this evening, Tomo Sagano towing the slab going up against Colin Ray of the Cubs. Really quickly, I know Hunter Goodman is going to be the All-Star. He's hit 17 home runs. Like, those numbers at catcher get you to the All-Star game. He was an All-Star last year as well. Can I make a case for Tomo Sagano to make the All-Star team?
Sure.
He's got a 3.98 ERA. As a pitcher for the Rockies, I think if you have a sub-4 ERA on this staff as a starter, you should automatically pass go, collect $200, and go to the All-Star game.
Yeah, I like that. And I mean, who else would be the All-Star? Everyone's got to have an All-Star. That makes as much sense as anybody, doesn't it?
Yeah. So
I mean, I know Hunter Goodman, it's
going to be Goodman.
His swing back and all that.
But let's get Sagano in there. And now, again, I know the 24 and 42 Rockies may not garner multiple All-Stars, but I think there's a case for Tomo Sagano. If anything, and here's another argument, has anybody checked out Michael Lorenzen's ERA recently?
Yeah.
Not every pitcher shows up to Coors Field and has success. Sagano has been able to do that.
And weren't we more worried about, well, I don't know, maybe not. And we were equally worried about everybody. But isn't Sagano the one that supposedly was the fly ball guy?
I was concerned about him when he showed up here. And some of his underlying numbers are not particularly promising, which would go to show you that there's some second half regression perhaps coming up for Tomo Sagano. But for now, he's getting outs. That's all we can ask of anybody that's pitching in this ball club, in his ballpark, and for this ball club. McCarthy, Castro, TJ Rumfield at first. Goodman will do the catching tonight. Troy Johnston in right. Zeke Tovar is at short. Cole Carrig will get the start tonight in center field. First major league appearance, by the way, for young Cole Carrig. He'll be wearing number 18 tonight for the Rocks, but he will make his big league debut. Kyle Karros and Edouard Julien, your lineup tonight. Going to get up against the Cubs, who stink. 7-20 over their last 27 ball games after they were 27-12 on the 8th of May. And pitching injuries have derailed this, but also they're not hitting enough. They're not really doing anything particularly well other than annoying me on a daily basis.
I told DMac and Cross, you are not psyched about this. You don't think you're going to go to the games. You're not, you're expecting a sweep. You've got doomsday written all over you, and yet I think you'll be just fine.
It's so funny. I got a text early this morning from a fellow Cub fan that was like, hey, I got a couple extras. You want to come out tonight? And I was like, I got kid activities.
Yeah.
There was nothing where like I probably could have attempted to rearrange things in my life tonight to be able to make it work. And I was just like, it's not even worth it.
They're not worth it to me.
No.
You're not worth my emotional scarring.
No. I want to hang out with my kids tonight.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm
I
going
want
to
to
stay
do.
happy all night.
Exactly.
Check in when I'm ready.
I'm going to put the game on and be pissed about it.
Yeah, but
of
you
course.
can watch it on replay if you need to.
Exactly.
You have to watch it live and live that all every minute by minute.
Yeah, it seems infuriating. They legit, Andy, they were 27-12. They come into town 2 games over 500. They just had a 2-4 homestand when they played the A's and the Giants. It's not going great. I think the Rocks are going to win a couple of games in this series. I know it's not going great for the Rockies either, folks. Don't worry.
I'm not as confident as you are. Maybe they get 1 of 3, but
But the Cubs are getting slapped around by mediocre teams all over the place. So,
luckily, this isn't a mediocre team.
They aspire to mediocrity. That's going to do it for us this afternoon. Congratulations once again to Messier Award winner Gabe Landeskog. For Andy Lindahl and Mark Springer, I am Nate Kreckman. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you.